a beautiful Friday to be kicking off our new state mobile mashup grand final. We are getting into the mix of Group B, just wrapped up our second match, Blaze. And I gotta say, there is one team that is impressing the hell out of us that neither you nor Cammy saw coming.
And none of us said it, okay?
None of us did. I gotta be honest, I definitely did.
And Dave let us all know that he was the only one that picked the Americas, okay? Dave is so confident, he's even put his mustache on the line that Americas will go for the 3-P. And it's not a bad bet, but, you know, hopefully Dave ain't like me and he backs out of his predictions, all right? And, you know, speaking of that burn in silence, man, we just have a moment of silence for them later on. But this team fight that we're currently looking at, I got to give a lot of love to Violent by Nature because these guys absolutely showed up, and Jedi was shutting down so many players on an individual level. You talk about the fight that they had with Seven Nations Army, where he won a big 1v1 fight, set his team up to be able to move in, take the 4v3 fight, come out with some points, and then recover.
Oh, yeah, that was not the fight they were looking for.
That was not the one that they wanted, but as you see in the standings, Violent by Nature, they are also coming away with a good amount of kills, and they're staying up there in the running. But it's a race for 1 and 2. Now, as we talk about the Americas, I said that game 1, they won primarily kind of off their rotations. You know, they were the tie for first, and we were talking about the tail between two playstyles. Well, America showed that they could slay out as well.
They could do both. They were feeling it out in the first game. They got real comfortable this second game.
Yep.
Do you think that can come around and bite them in the butt for this third match?
I definitely don't, because what they showed is that when you play the game properly, when you play for the rotations, when you play for the objectives, the kills will come to you. Some games they will, some games they won't, but as long as you win, that's all that matters.
That is true, but I got one more question for you, Guy Blaze, because we were talking about Violent by Nature early on. You saw some really great ideas from them.
Yeah.
Do you have maybe a thought about what they could change up going into this third match to pick up a couple more eliminations?
Well, you know, for Violent by Nature is that they are very aggressive, right? They don't mind getting into those fights, but, you know, sometimes the heal doesn't kind of work out in their favor and they could get caught out. I actually like the pace in which they're playing at. It's suiting them very well. It's just coming down to a coin flip between them and Americas in these late game circles.
Well, that's a great call out there and something to keep an eye on as we head into our third match. But let's take another look at this second match we just saw. We got Cammy over here on the Telestrator, and you pulled out something interesting for us as well.
Yeah, I want to take a quick look at a mid-game rotation. This is phase, I believe, 3 it was. The second it pops and hardships up toward the north, we do see 2 teams try and go towards this single compound here. However, one team took the quick route. That's going to be burn in silence. They're in their vehicles right now. They're going to be driving straight through all this opposition here. And it's admittedly the riskier route. They could get shot up here, but fortunately, they actually get there in time. They get there before Instinct, only a few seconds, but because of that, they're able to herd Instinct into the village, into Anchorville, where granted, they were able to get second place, but it was not an easy second place. They lose 2 members, I believe, in this rotation, and that just shows you how important a few seconds can be, even like 1 or 2.
Yeah, bold choices here, deciding to cut right through the middle, take some fire, but stick to the road and have the straight shot there. So a lot of great decision-making from these teams. As they evolve, the games just get more exciting. And to take us through all that exciting action, we are very lucky to have Mustache Dave and Godspeed. How you guys doing now?
And thank you so much, Dave.
Yes, sir.
It's down to very last game of the day.
That's true.
Group B, game number 3.
2 more games.
2 more games.
April Fools. Just like the joke about my mustache, April Fools. If they win back to back to back, I'm just going to say I knew it. But if they don't, yeah,
oh, it's a nice option select. No, I like that. I like that indeed. But we are about to get headed into this game, and burn in silence. I don't want to keep harping on them, but
yeah,
I really like this team. I don't really like how many points they have right now.
Okay, well, you know, 4 more games for your favorite team here in the lobby that you said backstage will finish number 1 tomorrow in group number B. Maybe with that confidence, that Godspeed stamp of approval. That's all they needed here. That's it.
It's crazy that you remember things that I don't. But I do think it's time for us to finally get into the game. So Let's get into the last game of the day, Dave.
Yeah. What do I want to
April
see?
Fools. You see what I did there?
Man. Okay, it's getting a little out here.
Yeah, all right. We're even?
Yes.
Okay, we're even.
What do we want to see in the last game, though? I think I want to see Noah from YouTube's team kind of pick up the slack a little bit.
For sure, that is the team, especially, I mean, especially with like the roster that he has, I really feel like that team could definitely get more points. Specifically in the frag department, they really haven't been able to. It looks like they've been having the most of their issues with rotations.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to maybe some communication issues.
It could be, yeah.
Possibly, but that could easily be fixed. You know, all you need is a little bit of team building to really bring that together. And 4 more games to go. We talked about Noah from YouTube's team members.
Yep.
All of them have heavy experience in competitive play for Battle Royale. So all we need to do is just kind of see that shine here today, and easy chicken.
Let's just get in the game and find out then.
Okay.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final game of the day, the final game of Group B as we head into it. And this is yet again another river split circle.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw. What was it, Game 3 of Group A, where the Panthers were complimenting the Panthers and their ability to really hold down these river zones here. Now, we're all very impressed. So all it takes is a couple notes, a notepad, and any team to kind of imitate that here for the Panthers, or from the Panthers, that is. As we're looking at Noah from YouTube, the Banana Man here.
I actually really like that.
Gliding in style.
As they are going to be gliding straight into Chester. And so again, they have pretty much some of the best loot on the map available to them, right? So if there's any game for them to really pop off and show us what they're capable of, I would say it's the final game of the first day where they've been given Chester, but that's not even relevant right now. It's going to be 2 teams right now, Violent by Nature and 7 Nation Army, just immediately going into it. Excuse me, not 7 Nation Army, La Familia.
La Familia looking for that clapback here, the hot drop onto Violent by Nature, so this might set them back and open it up for the Americas.
This is huge.
Violent by Nature losing 2 really early on. We got Jedi with the double MP5K, Cinders with the UMP and M16. Now, it is early game, so I can't assume the M16 is customed out. Custom M16, by the way, full auto.
Yes,
is a
it's
laser,
a beast.
one of my favorite weapons here for 5.56.
Which is shocking because you love nothing but SMGs.
And P90, yeah, P90s all day. P90s, MG3s, I love everything. Sooner than later, you'll realize I love everything.
That's fair.
And talking about loving everything, the machine gun nest. I love their early game aggression here, Godspeed.
Yep. With the barrel there on the roof, King 5185 is holding down a nice little angle there. Good at putting down a good amount of damage here on Instinct, and this fight's looking pretty good for them, all things considered so far.
City Hall, too. Pretty cool spot to clash with. When we did see this circle in Group A, nobody decided to take up City Hall. And there's a lot of tents, a lot of nice little nooks and crannies to hide in here. And really curious to see who will come out on top. We can see those team comps just popping off, flaring up there in the top left-hand corner. As it does look like Nude's going to be the first one to be traded on, knocked out right there.
That is, yeah, knock for a knock there. One member of Instinct going to be taken out as well. But at the very least for the machine gun nest, I believe Nudes should be able to get picked up. And now this is going to be a 4v3. And machine gun nest, oh, that's another knock actually coming from the way of Sam onto Sins.
And Luke B, by the way, shout out to Luke B, said Instincts since opens have improved today by 40%.
Wow.
Talking about damage. So Instincts already doing a way better job here today.
And this was an absolute, I mean, wow, you were giving that tidbit. I mean, the teams have just been absolutely going at it. Instinct's going to find themselves another knock, actually 2 knocks and a flush, and now turning it around onto the final 2 members here of the machine gun nest is going to be Nudes and King. This fight, which had started so well for them, all of a sudden turned the tables.
Overripe banana.
Dude,
Overripe banana. That's all I'm going to chalk it up to.
Oh, that thing kills me. It's a 6 skin.
If you see a banana, just let it go. Let it live.
It's not. It's a banana with some fly glasses.
Vibing.
By the way.
It's a vibing banana.
It's a
Plus
vibe.
the skin. Look at the skin. The gun skin. All yellow, too.
Oh, it's matching theme. Banana. It even says banana.
Does it? Oh, just in case you forgot, it says banana. See, that should be a rule of thumb here in competitive play. If you see a banana out there in the open,
Leave it alone.
leave it alone. It's a banana.
It's just
It's a banana.
you've seen it. You've seen a banana out in the wild, right? They just want to mind their own business.
Just do banana things. For Halloween, I'm a hot dog, so I get it.
I've actually been a banana. For
You been
Halloween,
okay?
yeah.
So we need to get together. You got the hot dog day.
Oh,
we got
no.
banana Godspeed, and it looks like the
Hot
rule of
dog
thumb. Yeah, it was hot dog day for Halloween. And I'm gonna be hot dog day for every
Oh, yeah.
Halloween moving forward. I committed to it. Here.
Sorry, chat. We're a little off the rails here, but
Well, the banana skin. That's what I'm saying.
True.
Moving out. So King is going to be in the back lines here, holding it down, maybe being that distraction play, maybe take some shots out there in the distance to make sure that Nudes can safely evacuate City Hall and look for some drone credits maybe.
That's the
and
big
get
thing.
the reset. Get the reset on the team because it's not over. The one thing about New States mobile mashup that I love is in extreme mode, the drone credits,
Yeah,
man.
drone
Like
credits.
if you lose early on, it's not over as long as you have at least one team member up because you can definitely bounce back.
Well, I mean, you even brought up something interesting before this broadcast even started, Dave. Like some of these teams have opted to kind of pool their drone credits together early and just start with a green flare, right?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not give yourself that insurance, especially if you know you're a team like Burn and Science. We talked about them at nauseum as well, who likes to play aggressive early. Give yourself the opportunity. Look, we're willing to lose one. We'll just bring them right back. And for most of the teams right now, at the very least, with members lost, I'm looking at your teams like Violent by Nature, of course, Instinct, and then the Machine Gun Nest. I imagine we'd at least get most of those, if not all those members, back up
Yeah.
into the field.
Yeah, and another kind of to add on to that point, how I agree with you 100% is because all the teams right now super separated,
Yeah, there's-
separated from
exactly.
each other here. There's a lot of open space to work with and a lot of roads to maneuver, rotate safely on. It is very early on in this match, so I agree with you 1,000% that we should be able to see. Now, the biggest challenge is the machine gun nest right there because it's really only Nudes for the time being who was able to make it on out of City Hall safe and sound. And, you know, most of City Hall was looted up from Instinct, so I don't know what the drone credits are going to be like for them.
That's fair.
But there's still the possibility is still there is my point, Godspeed.
Yeah, and I think long-term as well, I mean, not only just that, Dave, you have to look at the teams that are currently in the circle on the east side, and it's nobody. I mean, the east side is completely open, so it is possible for a team like Seven Nation Army or even Noah from YouTube's team to just come in and take control of the east side of the river and then start to impose their will as far as teams trying to rotate in. And also, it's possible they just get a lucky shift, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden the east side becomes the side.
East side is the best side, as some would say. You know,
I'm
Florida
more of a
boy.
West Coast man myself.
Florida
but-
boy, born and raised out here. And, that interesting stat that I talked about that I threw in there, Instincts increased their damage by 40% here today compared to their open stats.
They look really good starting
Yeah,
today.
what you thought on that?
I think, I mean, probably practice and prep, little VOD review, maybe just also playing nonstop could
Yeah.
definitely help. But, I mean, Instinct wasn't a team that looked weak. It's just going into the opens, we had so many expectations on the other teams. You know, again, 4 free points being
Yeah.
M249 Fan Club, as well as we had BIS. We even had, I mean, SNE, who did end up making it here, but, I mean, they were a team that was also popping off at one point.
I guess to me, looking at Instincts, trying to analyze Instincts here a little bit, is during the opens, they reminded me a lot of like Buhos, nice and passive,
Sure,
playing the
sure.
zones, getting that compound, big chilling, and then rotating if needed. But today, Instincts, they have been just on the ball, taking a lot of these early game fights, and that's impressive because Instincts, they did qualify in opens week 1, so they had a lot of weeks and a lot of games to really practice and nail down that perfect play style. And I think today they're showing up in their final form, and it's looking pretty solid, Godspeed.
Yeah, they've been showcasing quite a bit today, whether it's their macro rotations, their gunfights, or just their raw aggression, as you were saying. And that's something that we love to see, especially coming from the opens where you have expectations of a team,
Yeah.
and they just kind of flip that on its head. And they're like, yo, we may have played like this, or it may have been rough, but we're here to play it now with the stronger lobby. Some teams actually perform better when there's more pressure, or it's harder teams to play against, right? You rise to the occasion, and for me, Instincts might just be that team.
Sir, I mean they qualified week 1, right? So I guess after qualifying, that was the big ticket item.
Sure.
some teams I've even heard they don't want to showcase their true strategies after they're qualified, right?
I would tell that to 4 free points.
Oh, dude, they were just popping off here today. If you haven't seen, make sure you go watch it back again.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm looking forward to watching them tomorrow. So 4 free points, kind of similar to this lobby, America's 2 chicken dinners. 4 free points, getting 2 chicken dinners if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they are looking like kind of the world beaters here in this lobby of Group B. And so it's going to be interesting to see not only how they close out this game, which I imagine would probably be pretty good, but also just how they close out tomorrow as well for the qualification for the Sunday finals. And so overall, I will say, yes, Group B has been a little slower, but the caliber of the teams is still the same.
And plus, Group B's got 2 bananas. Not 1 banana, but 2 bananas.
That's a very good distinction.
Noah from YouTube, yep, the big brain was able to pinpoint and analyze the big difference right there. That's the bananas. And on a serious note, Nude's looking to take a boat date here, possibly. Oh, I was gonna say, looking to take a boat date, not looking to flex on us. The banana power.
Winna, banana dinner. That is just do you think he's doing this on purpose? He's like, look, I got all the skins. Hopefully the broadcast catches me. That is, oh my God, look at the windows are shades. This is by far the coolest skin I have seen in New State so far, and I've seen some dope skins.
And you know why?
That's a bold statement, I know, but I'm making
that's
it.
a nice one. That's a nice one. You know why I'm saying with full confidence they're doing that on purpose is because they're going the opposite direction of the circle pretty much. The circle popped up there to the north, and they just popped in the water just for a nice little casual cruise, right there, the wind blowing through your banana hair. But shout out to Nudes. I've known Nudes for a couple years now. I actually played with them in the past with another mobile battle royale, and just a player that just doesn't stop to grind, So shout out to them here. As we mentioned, a team that by default, because their lobby qualified, and they're showing up here today. I'm a little surprised, and I'm not going to BM, but I thought they were going to be more or less a feeder team. I know that might be a little, BM, but they're doing a great job.
I don't think, you just have high expectations for
other squads.
Yeah.
Yes. And I didn't really know too much about them, right? Because they did qualify by default. But with that in mind, they've been showing up and putting up some good fights here.
And they deserve all the credit for that. And that's, that's kind of actually the fun. We just look at the format of this tournament in general. You have some open teams that may not be able to showcase everything. They squeeze through or they qualify. And then in the finals, they just surprise you like, oh, this team's actually really nuts. Or, this player is really good. Or they mesh really well together. And that's, I feel like that also generally only happens in finals, right? When you get that situation where the pressure's on, that's when you really see the diamonds get cut out in the rough.
The diamonds in the rough. And they only have 7 points, but then if you look at 4th place, that's only 15. So it's only
8 points away.
Yeah,
that's one good game.
Close. Yeah, exactly. Still pretty close as the blue zone about to finally close in here on the circle, and looks like the machine gun nests are going to be safe down there in the south. Probably still looking for a little more drone creds to get that 4th member back up, but as we predicted, Godspeed, all the teams looking healthy once again for the most part.
Yeah, this has been a game where I think the only thing I was kind of looking for as far as weirdness happening is that hard shift to the east and making the East Coast kind of the one that was going to be more viable. But no, it is going to be centered up on, ironically enough, the Alamo, maybe the last bastion of safety here for the teams. We'll see as this next circle shifts. But yeah, everyone is pretty much set up where they want to be. And as far as any action happening, it's going to be this shift that's going to start to cause that, because before everyone was comfortable.
Pretty fair circle shifts.
Yeah.
All things considered,
truly.
Right? Nothing too crazy here. Nice little off-center one right there. And down there to the south, Burnt and Silence going to be holding it down. So we might see them clash here with the machine gun nest moving forward possibly. But then team from Noah, I like their spot. Nice little crossroads action with some sight lines on those teams to the north. So this could be team from Noah's match to really bounce back and finish day 1 strong here.
Especially with, 9 points is not the worst. Again, we talked about the lead up. They're only 9 points behind 3rd place. And granted, that is instinct. They could continue to have good games here, and I probably think they will.
Yes.
But, the other teams behind, they just need to get in the top 4. They don't need to win. They don't need to get second. They don't even place in the top 3. They just need to get that top 4 spot. As far as that goes, they're only 6 points behind.
6 points behind, and then they got tomorrow, top 4. Then top 4 from Groups A and Groups B will meet, will clash on Super Sunday.
Super
Collide.
Sunday. Diamond Day,
Banana versus Banana. Diamond Dave versus Diamond. Godspeed out here for the money, the big money that everyone's playing for here today. So there's a lot on the line here.
There is indeed, and as I look at to see what's on the line, Violent by Nature, a team that has pretty much swept this lobby for the most part with the Americas, kind of big chillin' right now, actually.
Everybody
coming in on the north, yeah, they're coming in on the northeast. Now they will at some point maybe have to contend with a team of La Familia just there up to the north, but they've got good sightlines on pretty much this entire circle.
Sightlines.
What do they do
for
with
days.
it, though? That's the question. As they're still not necessarily set up quite yet, as there are a few teams around them. But again, I'm really looking at the team on the north.
So to answer your question, what you do with it, I think pop some tires, you know, take out that late game utility, the ability for teams to kind of use these vehicles to build their own cover, maybe even look to take out some helmets durability, some vest durability, just any little thing that adds up big time in late game of just extracting value away from your opponents, right?
Yep, and that can be done, as you said, whether you're taking durability away from vehicles, you're shooting out tires, or you're just doing damage to the players themselves, whether you're taking out vests, helmets, whatever you can do is always going to benefit you, especially if you have a team on the outside trying to come in, or a team that's somewhat on the edge and you know they're going to cut out the next circle.
Yeah, take it away. Even the meds, you know, they're going to
you're going to have to use meds, exactly.
And depending on their drone credits situation, they're not going to be able to reset. As we see right there, with no honor, was pretty much easily cleaned up right there from La Familia on the outskirts. As checking in with Noah from YouTube, calling in some 556 out here. Okay, setting up.
Use it. I mean, why not? They're in a very solid position, as you stated before, on that crossroads, and show with all the sightlines that they do have, they should be able to do a decent amount of damage. Not only just a decent amount of damage, but just hold their ground and maybe get some kills off that as well and get some much needed points, as they're just kind of chilling right now.
Holding it down.
Holding it down. Oh, there's another banana right there. It's going to be Noah himself.
Ooh, he wants that. He wants that care package. That thing is right next to him.
I think that banana is actually taller than him. Not only in-game, but real life. You know, I'm not sure.
I can't confirm or deny. A sixless out here with the M24.
I got to do the Newstead event with no, he's a great guy. His height
He's pretty tall.
His height seems to be a constant issue, so I thought I'd just kind of take my little jab at him. But great guy. Hopefully, again, his team gets some good points here.
Talking about points, Cinders out there, and the kill feed is going to be connected on. This is Cinders from Violent by Nature up there on the high ground, La Familia. Looking like La Familia, taking some nice shots out there. One of their team members knocked out, but La Familia still going to be holding it down, looking for that revive, probably working together as a unit to pick up this down squad member. And the blue zone here, Godspeed, it is right knocking on their doorstep for both teams, for both La Familia and Violent by Nature. So they're going to have to clean this northern edge off, in my opinion, pretty quickly. And then keep in mind those shots from downtown, from team from Noah.
Now again, La Familia, they do need to clean this up fairly quickly, because neither of the, as you stated, neither of these teams are in the circle here. As we see PL now going for some aggression with utility, maybe find a lucky knock or just push them back, because both of these teams are fighting for basically just an edge.
Yeah, that's all I need. Look how many teams are alive. All 8 teams.
Yeah.
All 8 teams still alive here.
And all of them full but 2.
Oh, man, and we're almost to that 18-minute
It's
mark.
phase 5.
Yes, it is.
This is going to be a mess.
It's practically late game, in my opinion, or at least
It is
close
late game.
to it, right?
No,
at
this is about to be phase 6, Dave, and we have all 8 teams alive. That is actually
Insane.
ridiculous.
Insane.
And look at the circle. I mean, this is going to be a bloodbath.
So La Familia, they are able to pull up to this tower, get to that second story, tuck and roll up there, and looks like at least 2 of them are going to be safe for the time being. And they're going to have some nice sight lines onto Violent by Nature up there in the north, but they also need to keep tabs on team from Noah, not over peak and get one tapped.
And any knock like that is going to be pretty detrimental for these teams, because that's going to be the signal for everyone else to start to make that push, especially if it's a team that is in an advantageous position. As we now look again at Santi with that
Got him.
Bolt. What is he going to do here? What is their play? BIS still in. Again, they have to worry about the team to their east, which is Machine Gun Nest.
Only 2, though.
Yep, only 2 members. So this
Ooh.
ideally should be a nice clean hold for them, and then they'll be able to start to focus on the other teams towards the center of the circle. But, I mean, remains to be seen. It looks like the Machine Gun S is actually being more of a nuisance than they thought.
Yeah, Cry over here looking to cook a grenade, looking to toss a grenade. Is going to be out there exposed to the elements here very shortly. But Sins getting chunked down pretty low on their knees. Mercy with the barrel looking to clean up King over here as Santi was traded on here, Godspeed.
Yep, Violent by Nature out as well. That's going to be good news for all the rest of the members of this lobby, as that was one of the leaders. And even for the Americas, only 1 member up. Now that 1 member is currently, or was in the dead center of the last circle, still in the current circle. So at the very least, Singularity is in survival mode. Should be able to get at least a couple more points there, but it's all down to what King can do. The last member alive for the Machine Gun Nest, and he is in a precarious, would be an understatement situation.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Burn and Silence are going to look to clean up their backside, that spoiler from King, or if they're going to look ahead and try to reposition, because the next circle does not favor them here. Yes, they have the hilltop, the high ground, and it looks like they're going to stay back just a little longer to make sure to take that thorn out the side of the Tiger Paw.
It's a dangerous proposition, Dave. It's not one that I necessarily would like to undertake myself, but these teams are starting to rotate in. It is going to be Burn and Silence now wrapping all the way to the south, and they're going to run into, it looks like Instinct actually. And Instinct are going to crash onto that one building there that housed the final member of the Americans in Singularity, and this is an absolute mess.
Oh no, Sam, stay alive. This is your match. Americas and Violent by Nature both down. The first place and second place team
and
so
third
far.
place potentially almost out.
That's what I'm saying. Instincts, they want to continue to carry that baton, and they were taken out right there. So that's 7 Nations Army. This is their game. This opens it up on the overall leaderboard.
This is absolutely massive now for all the teams that were hunting for points, and those points were getting sponged up by the top 3. All 3 are now down. Realistically, the only 2 truly healthy teams are Team from Noah and 7 Nations Army. Everyone else fractured and found wanting here for a better position, as this circle has given nobody any favors.
Yeah, Noah from YouTube, though, his team, they got a lot of drone credits. I want to see them try to utilize these credits. I know it's late game, but
nice
Sixless, the spray down through the window.
That's
Citrus
a beautiful nade.
pulling up with a grenade, but getting shot in the process. The tuck and roll, 30% HP, and Noah from YouTube on the flank with the support right here, Godspeed.
Just doing whatever they can, but I am just absolutely baffled at the amount of resilience that La Familia here has, and the help from all the other teams. And finally, it's going to be Team from Noah actually taking them down, but at what cost?
Costs a lot, man. It costs a lot, but they also gained a lot. 6th place, or 6 elim points, that is, on the leaderboard right there on the right-hand side.
And 7 Nation Armor all of a sudden in 2nd place, and still 4 alive, and arguably, as long as they get out of the blue here and set up a nice little barricade with their vehicles, poised to win this game.
Burn and Silence. Guy Blaze. That's your team. You got Cry, you got Mercy.
Yeah. And they're going to find a knock, potentially 2. Damage going out now. BIS, what is your play? They can't really tank the blue anymore. It is way past that point. He's going to heal. Oh, he's going to take so much damage for that heal, though. And wait from behind!
Son, with the scar, the custom scar, spray down for the double.
As I say, 7 Nations Army potentially being the best ones to win, but they are just getting sandwiched by 2 separate teams. It is now a 2-on-1. Team from Noah with a beautiful opportunity, but it's not going to be enough. 7 Nation Army going to close it out. And oh my, what a day, or what a way to close out the day.
I want to go back to what we were talking about, 17, 18 minutes in this game. Still, all 8 teams alive. And with the click of a button, everybody, almost everybody just wiped out right there.
I gotta give it up to 7 Nation Army. The ability to navigate that circle, knowing how many were still left at the end, and the fact that they were not only able to find kills, but keep 4 alive for so long, that was the key to victory for me.
Big game for them. And I wonder if they recognize that both the Americas and Violent by Nature were taken out early on, right? In the kill feed.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, they probably communicate with each other like, this is our match, this is our moment to really pop off and shine here, and pretty much play catch up on the overall leaderboards while everybody else that they were chasing was knocked out pretty early on.
Well, I certainly hope that's exactly what they were doing. And that's going to be it for us, Dave, of course. We are going to go to a break, but stay tuned because we have the post-game show right after this with our amazing desk.
Group B has concluded, and Blaze, Cam, we got to that final circle, and none of our top teams from the earlier matches were to be found. We had a different winner this time, and a totally different spread throughout the game.
Yes, we did, man. And when it comes down towards those teams at the bottom end of the standings going into game number 3, talk about being gifted a blessing at the end of the day, all right? You go into that final circle, then all of a sudden, Violent by Nature, they're out of here. Americas, they're out of here. Instinct, they're out of here. The top 3 teams gone. And then we saw Seven Nations Army. They said, hey, this is going to be a prime opportunity for us to come up in the standings. And that's exactly what they did.
What I will say, though, is that I'm still feeling like there's some, I don't know, conservative nature by a couple of these different teams. They don't want to really push that opportunity that you just said. They had a great opportunity to get up a couple of points, but we still saw a number of different teams wait pretty long to actually make any moves. You can see the full standings right now. Americas are still at the top despite of that. So, you know, even though the gap has been closed a little bit, they're still the team to beat here. But yeah, I don't know. It's still, I'm torn on a couple of these different teams on if they really utilize that opportunity to the fullest extent.
Yeah.
One of the things we're going to have to start thinking about as we get through tomorrow's games, as we take a look at the standings at the end of today, how are these teams going to match up with Group A? So we saw how Group B panned out. Group A had a little bit of a different distribution, thanks in part to 4 free points, which were never free at any point in their games.
20 points over second place right there. Talk about having a standout performance, all right? And when it comes down to that MVP race, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but they got 2 players in a team who are in the running.
Yeah.
That they do.
I mean, honestly, I was looking at a different team going into Group A, but for 3 points, looking at their performance in the qualifiers, it really does seem that looseness was mostly them just seeing how far they could take it. You know, when you go into a gym, you warm up first, and then you do the full bench presses and everything properly. They're doing it properly here. 20 points ahead of second place. They have more kills and placements individually from 3rd place points overall.
They're terrorizing everybody, and I swear they got Jason and Freddy Cougar on their team, okay? And when I'm talking about Freddy, I mean sleep, all right? 8 kills apiece between the both of them, and you know, you got this duo on the lobby. It doesn't matter, you know, we play that 2-2 meta and they spread out.
Yeah.
It works out for them because they can cover so many areas on the map and just get so much intel, and they're very good at doing it, especially when they're up that much. They have the freedom to play around like that.
Absolutely, yeah. Group A, we touched on it earlier in the day. A little bit of Winsend in there. We even spoke to Win himself. And one of the players we asked him about, was he looking forward to playing against Noah and Noah's team, should they both make it to Sunday? Well, we've got Noah here now. Noah, it's good to see you again. Excellent new state play. You enjoying the tournament so far?
I mean, I've been enjoying watching the matches after being in them, but I've got to say, being in those games is extremely stressful. I had the privilege of casting earlier on for one of the qualifiers, and that was a much more experience. Going against these teams is tough, man. Like, I'm sweating a little bit. It's a completely different experience playing in these.
You know, Noah, I got a question for you. So you guys got a chance. You got a chance to cast before. You guys got a chance to watch the first group play. Did you learn anything from that going into Group B and being that second group to kick off the day? Did you guys make any adjustments whatsoever?
So I thought I had learned a lot, but like I said, once we got in there, it was just a much different experience because you don't have the privilege of having the radar and seeing the map breakdown. So with the limited amount of like knowledge that we had in game, honestly, you know, what you see from casting doesn't really translate in game. So at least we got the experience down. I think that was the most important part because a couple of my teammates, they were running off of very limited experience, and especially having none in a competitive scenario in the game. I think that experience is what's really going to drive us moving forward. So we're going to take on what we need to improve on, just maybe go back and watch a couple of the little mistakes that we did and hopefully correct them in our next couple of games.
Well, you guys have a couple of really good players on that team overall. Looking at that final game, frankly, you guys had no right getting as far in as you did, but you fragged out a bunch. And so that at least means that you have good tools to utilize while correcting those mistakes, whether it's early mid-game rotations or even just positioning. Do you have anything you can tell us? I don't want you to give anything away maybe to your competitors who will, of course, be watching the VOD, but what can you feed us info about like how you're going to be adjusting going into tomorrow?
So we definitely learned that our team's strong suit is foot play. Whenever we were in vehicles, we had found ourselves just over rotating or rotating out in the open. And I mean, if you guys had seen it in the second game, our entire team was eliminated across 2 different vehicles just driving. We never even shot a single bullet, and that was the game that we felt we were most looted and most prepared for fights. So going into our third match, we tried to rotate in vehicles less, basically hold down a spot in center zone and then just hold our ground and really rely on our gun skill, and that did result in a better placement, more kills. So I definitely think that we're going to try to play towards our strong suit of having really strong gun skill and maybe spend less time rotating in those vehicles, because we definitely had limited visuals and especially in first person perspective, it's hard to see what you're driving into. So that's our biggest thing that we're more than likely going to be adapting to, is just trying to hold down some sort of power position a bit longer. I think going into our first couple of games, we were a bit more sporadic, but now we're starting to feel more comfortable. We're getting more of a feel for how lobbies are playing. So I definitely think that's going to be our main change. But we'll keep some secrets to ourselves for sure.
Oh, I can't wait to see those secrets play out over the course of the next 3 matches, and then potentially on Grand Finals Sunday, where you could be facing up. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I believe in you, Noah. You've been working on this game since it launched, making great content, doing excellent analysis. So if a team can make it, I think you can lead them there. But Noah, if you get there and Win Sanity's there, I want to know your feelings on that potential matchup.
I mean, they have a lot of points right now, okay? There's no denying that, but I'm going to just go on the record and say they have the easier lobbies. I think when we make it to Sunday, if they want to come to us, we'll welcome it. I said this earlier in the interview, with warm, open arms. I could use a squad to just come over and deliver us a 4 free squad point kill. Like, I'm down for all that. So, yeah, definitely, if Win wants to challenge us, I'll tweet him in the DMs, tell him exactly where we're going to go, and we can duke it out. That's fine.
Go.
I thought you watched their games.
We watched them. I'm still going to say, you know what, we'll duke it out. We got our work cut out for us. We're going to do some practice, and then we're coming in. We're going to be a completely different squad tomorrow.
Okay.
3 wins in a row.
I like it.
I can't wait to see it, Noah.
Yeah.
Good luck to you and your team. Get some good rest. Bring the fire tomorrow. Anything you want to say as well as goodbye?
Honestly, it's a lot tougher than it looks. That's what I'll say. And I'm excited for tomorrow.
Well, thank you so much for popping on to talk to us. Congratulations once again to you and your team for doing so well, bringing out a great showing. Gentlemen, we have more information now than we did at the start of the day when I asked you to make some predictions, to ask you to pick favorite teams. So now that you've watched them all play, you've gained some more insight.
Yes, we have.
Blaze, tell me who you're thinking for Sunday.
Woo, for Sunday, for that grand final Sunday, that championship bracket. You know, after seeing Group A and seeing Group B, my 8 teams to watch. You got 4 free points. You're going to have Boho Gaming. You're going to have Strangers BD, Team Sanity, America's Violent by Nature, Burn in Silence, and Instinct. You know, when it came down to these 4 teams, you all, firstly, you know, 4 free points, they slayed out on everybody. We had to have them up there. Them, Violent by Nature's, America's, and Boho's Gaming, those 4 teams, I felt like were the most polished across the board. My other 4 teams, you know, also add Team Sanity in there as well. Can't leave those guys out.
Oh, no.
Those 5 teams across the board, I felt like was the most dominant. The other 3, it's up in the air based off tomorrow's performance. Now, when it comes down to Team Sanity, Sam is our kill leader of the day, dropping 10. So you better keep your eye on that man tomorrow, all right? Because the content creators, boy, they looking to create a show.
An
they set up the
opportunity
stage,
to get $5,000
right?
is what they're trying to create
Exactly.
there. And that's what our top kill leader's taking home after we give out all the prizes to everybody else on Sunday. It's an additional $5K for the kill leader. But Cam, you've got an idea of 8 potential teams as well for Sunday.
Yeah, I have. There are a couple that I share with Blaze here. A couple that are different. Going in from Group A. Listen, I know, I understand. Pure Love and the Panthers, they didn't look that great, but it was only 3 games. It's a very small sample size. And just thinking back on their games in the qualifiers, I can't believe this is going to be the same team. So I still have full faith. It might be Cope, but I have full faith that they're going to be coming out swinging tomorrow. As for Group B, I'm looking at Burn in Silence and Team from Noah to also make a similar come up. I just like how both teams are approaching. And Noah, again, as we saw, even though some of the games might be looking a little ragtag here and there, the gun skill that we saw in the very 3rd game, I'm buying it.
Yeah, they learned a lot. They learned a lot. You know, it's about handling that pressure in these lobbies, and you really don't know what it's like until you get into it for the first time,
Yeah.
okay? And I agree with Cam on some of the teams that he talked about in Group A. They got the first game jitters out. They kicked off the broadcast. I think they will have a better performance tomorrow, you know, squads like Pure Love.
Absolutely, and this is the very first New State mobile mashup. This is the first time esports is stepping out in a big way in New State, so if all these teams have some first-time jitters to work out, it makes a little sense,
Yeah.
but it's only going to get better as we get into the games tomorrow, and of course, as we get all the way to Championship Sunday. But we're wrapping it up here today on Friday before our games tomorrow, so gentlemen, what will you be dreaming about tonight as you curl up in your hotel bed, ready for more games?
I just want more aggressive plays. Like a few moments that we've broken
Yeah.
down already over the 6 that we saw today. There were a couple of moments that a team might have been too scared. Listen, I know it's very intimidating in a battle royale that there is the team that you're focused on, and then there's so many potential third parties around you. But that's why the information game is so important.
Yeah.
You cannot waste time. You cannot waste seconds. Lord, you just need to pull the trigger and take the fight.
Yeah, I agree with that, okay? And that kind of leads me into what I'm looking forward to tomorrow, right? I need a few players out there pulling that trigger because I want to see some more snipes out there, all right? We didn't see enough snipes throughout the day. Snipes and focus fire. We saw a lot of players out in the open and a lot of, teams in, rotating. They, should have got caught out. I feel like easy kills around the map that didn't get picked up. But, hey, those snipers, hopefully they come through tomorrow and put on a show for us.
All right, well, Cammy D, Guy Blaze, and of course, we had Godspeed and Mustache Dave doing our casting. If you're watching at home, we invite you to tweet us at New State Mobile. Speak your wishes for the remainder of the tournament. But I've been your host, Seltzer, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow for more New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final.
it's time to brush up on these qualification rules, get the rule book out. Okay, so in event of a tie, there is this, and then the next team, and you carry the 1, and this is ridiculous. This is Dave, are you getting any of this?
No, Toppy's not one bit, man. Not at all.
Clover, do you have any information?
Yeah, I think I've got it, Toffees.
Thank
I'm
God.
pretty sure I'm getting it. As long as you remember to divide the binomial by pi and... Wait, no. I don't get it, Toffees. I'm completely lost.
Monomials? Pi? You know what? Let's just bring in the big guns. Can we please get Cameron in on this? Cameron, are you there?
Guys, I don't understand how this is so complicated. It's very simple. All you have to do is just...
It was not simple, but thank goodness Cameron stopped by to help us walk through the math to determine who gets to go to the grand final and who is playing here tonight. It is time for the mobile mashup. My name is Toffees, and it's our final day of play here at the Open Qualifiers. As a quick reminder, let's run back through the format just so you guys know exactly what teams had to do to get to here. We started with a round of 32. We got to 16. Yesterday, we played the round of 16, and we found out who's going to the grand final. So we'll get into that a little bit more tonight because all of the grand final tickets have been given out. Cameron will walk us through why, but we are playing for $3,000 and bragging rights, as well as my wife says, the most important scrims of these teams' lives, because there is a lot on the line next weekend when they come to do battle. I'm not going to alone. I'm bringing the expert in, the brain who helped us figure it all out. It is the Cameron Davis. Good day, my friend. How are you doing?
Howdy. I'm doing good. I'm chilling, ready to go. Listen, it's not the peak of this entire event. That, of course, is going to be next weekend, but still, there's something special about the very final day of this long, arduous qualification process that a number of these teams have been really is that a word? That's not a word. Moving through. Back to you, Steve, please.
You know, and it may not be the peak of this competition, but it will be a really good peak at the grand final, I think, because all of the teams playing today are qualified, but they're not the only ones. So why don't you walk me through who's actually qualified?
Yeah, so the main thing we need to talk about here, there's a number of teams that we all recognize, but the main thing we need to mention is that the Big Pickle, we realized, shared a lot of players with Team Sanity roster. So while we do appreciate their practice that they got this week, you can't compete in the same event in two separate teams. So they have, while we will see them tonight, they're not going to be in the grand finals, and La Familia is going to be the team replacing them. So that's why it might look a little confusing to you right now, but these are going to be our 16 teams, the 2 groups of 8. The seeding has yet to be fully confirmed because, again, we still have games tonight that are definitely going to affect how those teams are broken up. But that's who we're going to be seeing next weekend.
It's also kind of fun because when you watch the Big Pickle tonight, that means we can kind of get a preview for what Team Sanity is going to be doing in the grand final. And I wonder if maybe Win Sanity knew that they were practicing, or if he's annoyed because, hey, they're giving away the secrets. They're going to try to surprise everyone in the grand final, and now we get to make book on them. There are other teams, the ones who are playing tonight, they want to make $3,000. Cameron, can you introduce us to who's taking the field or who to keep an eye on maybe?
What?
Like if we run back and take a look at the highlights from last night, what happened, all these teams, the people who are playing.
Yes. Yeah, the replay. So, La Familia here. Yeah, unfortunately, they had a couple of standout games yesterday, bookmarked, highlighted especially by a 12-kill victory. But unfortunately, they weren't able to qualify tonight. We will see them next weekend. Not going to be in the round of 8 that we're seeing in the next couple of hours here. So they're just going to have to sit back. They're going to be, probably making their own book, their own study. We're going to have to wait. The Big Pickle, though, / Team Sanity, these guys came bursting into the scene with a lot of fragging power, and most importantly, very well played late game positioning, reminiscent of MP49 Panthers in terms of how many raw points they have been able to score. They're going to be going for the first place prize tonight, not only for seeding, but especially for the money involved that we're going to be spreading here in the final round of 8. These guys have been looking really, really good. We still have to figure out who is who on Team Sanity and Pickle because the names are different, but Americas, this is another team similar to the Big Pickle, not quite as explosive. The numbers just aren't quite matching the Big Pickle, but they're still looking good. And they have gone head-to-head successfully against a couple of the juggernaut teams that we have been so used to. Panthers, Pure Love, M249. So today, for this team as well, tonight is going to be a really good look, a really good peek, as you mentioned, Steve, into what we're going to be seeing coming out from them next weekend. They have the games tonight to get some more reps under their belt. And then Strangers BD, I mean, these guys have been competing in the New State Mobile Mashup from the very first influencer event. However, it has taken them a while to actually advance the way to the grand finals, but now they're here now. So hopefully we can see them continue to develop their game even further, and we'll be looking to see how they perform next weekend.
So as you look at the boards, this is from last night in Group B. I think you bring up a great point with Strangers BD to wrap that one up. I mean, it's like literally we can freeze time for a second and think about their performance over the last couple of weeks. And where they were last night is very, I would say, representative of how they've performed. Always kind of in the middle, always hopefully advancing.
Yeah.
And they got through, I don't say on technicality, but on the fact that there were a lot of positions to give away yesterday, and I'm curious how they'll do when it comes to the grand final. Today is going to be a big deal for them to get some practice in, or actually just to watch. They don't get to play today, never mind. They've got to go into the big show and try to make something happen. Let's look at Group A after they played last night. Those are the other 8 teams that took the field. Everyone on the left side will be taking the field tonight for the round of 8. Everybody on the right, even if they have an asterisk, has to watch from home and just try to make book. M249 Fan Club continues to seem incredibly unbeatable as they finish with a whopping 89 points. This team is starting to feel prolific, for lack of a better word, Cameron.
Yeah. However, I will say just the 89 points are staring me right in the face and kind of telling me that I might be reaching for this narrative just a little bit too far. There have been a couple of moments, and I distinctly remember there being a couple of games last weekend where M249 showed signs of weakness. So maybe they qualified from the very beginning, right? So the pressure isn't on them as much this time around. However, this is the best practice that you're going to be getting, and you need to be practicing how you're going to be playing in the grand finals. So, maybe those sort of faulty games that we see from time to time, maybe that is something that we're going to be seeing more often in the grand finals as other teams also step up their games, or that could just be M249 seeing how far they can really push themselves before they get their train off the rails, and now they're finding themselves in a really solid center position that is going to be virtually unbeatable.
You're right. The meta's been evolving. They won early. Maybe it's evolving past them. We'll find out. 86 points. Tells me maybe not, but let's bring in 2 experts who will have their eyes on the entire thing. And it's going to be Mustache Dave and Clover. They have been watching this entire event. They've got great insights on those teams. So let's pull up again who we're watching, look at those rosters, and I'm going to go right down the line so you can pick the team to keep an eye on. Dave?
Yeah, I love the discussion that you guys were kind of talking about, and I agree. M249 have been showing some weaknesses here, and I think one of their main weaknesses is not getting 100 points last night like they usually do. Only 89 points, not enough. So maybe maybe tonight, 100 points, they can bounce back.
Dave, I don't know if you've had a chance to work with Cameron this year. Cameron is a hard person to please, but he is often right. Clover, who's your pick to keep an eye on?
You know what? I think if it's going to be a team to beat Fan Club, potentially Violent by Nature, but Syntax is where my eyes are. I think that they are a massively consistent team that just keeps getting better and better as we've watched them through every series. I love what I've seen from them so far this weekend, and there's not a single player in this roster that I can't compliment for some kind of clutch plays. Though Jedi, he's been trolling with the drone, so I'm looking for that again today.
Cam, do you want to stick to 249? You want to spotlight someone else?
I'm actually liking Syntax as well. I wouldn't go so far as Clover just did at saying that they're could potentially beat M249. I think there's still a little bit of a gap between the two teams. However, one thing that I really liked about Syntax looking at yesterday's games is that they did not have a single game that they had 0 points. They were able to get something from every single round, and that is such a good default, such a good floor to have as a team.
You know, we got next weekend, the 1st through the 3rd, 16 teams drop in. We got a lot of games to play, multiple days of action, and $200,000 on the line. The first round of training starts right here. Game number 1, 8 qualified teams, a chance to test their strength against each other. Let's do it. Let's get into this. Me and Cameron are out of here. Take it away, you two.
There you go. I was waiting for the fly off the screen. He has that down to an absolute science, Dave. I tried and I just looked silly. So Toffee's in style as always.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect every single night. It only gets better too. I gotta try that. I gotta try to fly off.
Yeah.
here sooner or later.
That's when we send off later. That's what we're gonna do. But you want to talk about trying things? So many of these teams we've talked about have already come into this weekend pre-qualified, and that kind of gave us a different display in their talents. We saw teams try things new, try things differently, maybe practice crashing compounds, practice playing the edge versus playing center, and at this point now, this is kind of in a way our final scrim, our final opportunity for these teams to get things out and try things new before we go forward to the grand finals. There's still money on the line today, by all means, and huge bragging rights, as well as I have kind of been told this is going to affect how teams are going to be seeded going the next week. So if you're a team that hasn't quite been performing well, you gotta make sure that you show off today. And there's a lot of opportunity for that. Yes, M249's in this lobby, but Violent by Nature actually gave them a pretty big run for their money in that group yesterday. And I think that teams like Syntax, like Pure Love, and the Panthers are also going to be in a position, to play for those frags, to play for those kills. And speaking of, look at this, a hot drop to start this first match, Dave.
Yeah, this is going to be the Big Pickles, aka Winsanity's squad over here, practicing some hot drops across the way. Violent by Nature, we were just kind of mentioning them and talking to With No Honor. They told me what they wanted to work on today was their mental game. Practice that mental game to prepare for the grand finals. And for example, when and when not to push. And I think this is the best practice possible, right? Early game, you got a nice position in circle number one. You got a pretty strong team right across the way. So all it takes is one knock and they'll know exactly who's over there. And I'm really curious to see if they decide to just full send it or play a little slow, maybe try something new like a 3-1 split, get that one solo to wrap all the way around with that flank. And it's about to unfold here. We already see a bunch of shots ringing on out, and we keep talking about how today is the best scrim possible, and I couldn't agree anymore.
Yeah, I mean, and Violent by Nature, this is absolutely a team that lives up to their name. I really think that when we think of like the high scoring, high fragging, high action teams that look for that engagement, when they feel so inclined to chase, it is definitely one of these teams that comes to mind. But right now, it looks like we are going to be seeing the Big Pickle drive off. And, you heard it at the top of the show, right, Dave? This is kind of a bit of I guess in a way, like a scrim stream. You've got Bacon Rick, who is Sam, Doodle Dude, who's Maple, Doodle Bob, who's Cloudy, and they're already playing with the Winsanity team, so they've gotten that good work in. I just don't think they quite realize, wait, if you're playing in the open quals, but then you're also in another team. So it is exciting, though, that we're going to keep seeing more and more teams that play their hearts out yesterday, rewarded with those additional spots. And I know that next week's grand finals are going to be absolutely huge in terms of one of our biggest so far new state event. Now, all that to be said, we do need to see some of those other teams step it up. M249, we can see right there, 1149 there in damage. And we saw throughout the weekends at some point, some teams almost break 10,000 damage. That's the kind of play that we're going to need to expect from a team that would be winning a grand finals. So now that we finally got a lot of the big hitters in a lobby together, that's where my eyes are. I'm going to see if some of these guys can actually just take away some of these limbs, some of these damage from those teams.
Who can step up? That's what tonight's all about. And the $3,000 for first place, $2,000 for second, $1,500 for third. That's tonight, right? That's tonight, and that's a nice paycheck. With that paycheck, any of these players, if they need to, in order to prepare for the grand finals, can easily get a device upgrade, which I know some of these teams have been doing already. For example, M249. I know Jason recently got a new device, and since then has been playing a lot better. And these are comments straight from them, right? Comments straight from them. I like to kind of chat up with these players here. So I think tonight is A, the perfect scrim lobby, yes, but also B, the perfect opportunity for these players to win some additional money here to better prepare themselves for the grand finals, where there's 200K in prizes on the line. That is massive. So I'm with you. I'm with Toffees and Cam here. I'm looking forward to just seeing how these teams play here today, because I have to assume they're going to be trying some new things.
Yeah, and I mean, again, right? We're at the point now we're playing for the win. There's a lot of factors as we keep pointing out around the line, but we really want to see what teams are like when they're giving it their all versus each other. It can be a little bit tiring sometimes to just sit here and say, oh, it's the M249 show, the M249 fan club, so to speak. But there are so many other teams in this lobby that I think are going to be really scary, that can still potentially dethrone them off that pedestal. I mean, we've heard it too. There's a lot of things that they need to work on. They're not a perfect, scary team by any means. So, Syntax, they really, I feel like watching them this whole weekend, I've got to see them in every single lobby thus far. They've been working on something different every single day. They've been picking different types of ways to play. They've kind of found their weaknesses and managed to play through it. You even heard the guys say they didn't have a single 0-point lobby. And when we say consistency, we're not just talking about the teams that are consistently winning, the teams that find the big kills. We're talking about the teams that very rarely have a wasted game, right? Panthers, can't say that quite about them. They did have a couple of low and 0-point games yesterday. Yes, they were working on some things. They were really kind of holding on to high ground rotations, playing along the edge. But there was also some fights where I felt like even given the circumstances, they should have won that. So that's kind of what we're looking at when we're watching a lot of these teams today, and even moving forward, because this is such a new esport. It's so exciting to in this inaugural season, really, of our first qualifying event, to see how well that these guys are not only creating the meta but evolving and developing it further.
Yeah, the Panthers, for me, just to kind of add on to your point, a real either hot or cold team. I don't feel like we've seen that consistent play style yet from them, like you mentioned, that we've seen at least last night from STX. And STX last night, to me, they kind of implemented what ATS were doing on their first night. ATS not qualifying, but ATS playing the zones perfectly every single match, just not able to capitalize on those elim points. But I believe we got the expert Cameron Davis here to break down the zone.
Yeah, tell us how to play this zone.
Yeah, we already had a hard shift go up towards the northwest, but it's early in the game, so, not that big of a deal. But a second hard shift in a row, despite being a little bit of a different direction, could be a little complicated for a number of these teams, especially these guys here and over here who have already been driving for a fair bit. Granted, I think for Pure Love, they're really the beneficiaries of here because this entire area is wide open. So if they can find themselves a solid position to hold down here and get themselves prepared for combat while everyone else is still getting settled up on this big east side, then they should be in a good position going forward.
Awesome. Thanks, Cameron. Yeah, I mean, he brings up a good point, Dave. There's a lot of open terrain in this area. You can see the white patches. That's all the cotton fields that teams right now are kind of avoiding. They're trying to make sure they're not rotating through those big open areas. And talking about rotations, we've got a crash happening right here between Syntax. It looks like the Big Pickle drove right into it. There was a recovery, so they did get the res up from Syntax. But you can see they're kind of now in a strange place. There's not a lot of opportunities to go. M249 also in this area.
Yeah, crashing into that rock right there. I believe STX were opting to head towards that compound that M249 kind of just yoinked right from them here. And Cameron was talking about all the teams that are going to be here on that east side. I do like how STX are going to be playing the foothills, but they need to be very careful not to get third party from the Panthers up there to the north, which Jedi currently is being shot, I believe, with the Mini 14. Yeah, immediately deploying that shield right there to block those sightlines.
There you go. And blocking sightlines, we're seeing right now exactly why that's important. A couple of scopes out, snipers, see some repositionings. The cars really coming in clutch with these rotations. You really see right now Panthers trying to play for that high ground. Again, we've talked about they love these high ground positions. The problem, of course, being that is not the only ones alone up here. But I think Syntax, reading the situation, has decided, you know what, it's a little bit early for us to play in this position. It's a little bit too hot right now with this many teams in the area. We're going to go ahead and find a new position to put down. So that's going to give the high ground to the Panthers, which they absolutely love. A little bit of damage connection there on the DP-28, but most of this is really just superficial at this point. The point the Panthers are really hoping to have is just that high ground dominant position.
Yeah, hopefully for the Panthers, I know we have the map stream, but Buho's Gaming going to be pulling in from Trailer Park here very shortly. So the Panthers giving away a lot of intel with those shots on top of M249. Remember, they're up there on top of that hill, so they're in the open, exposed to the backside right there. So hopefully they'll be aware of that, as it looks like STX were able to pull off.
Oh man, Angry Boy. I get so excited now when I see his name because he just had so many amazing moments in yesterday's games. I'm really looking forward to when he can get some of those close range fights. We've been seeing quite a lot of city finishes or even some of those early mid-game city fights for a lot of teams throughout these circles. That said, though, everybody is about as close as they can be right now before challenging. We're in the end of phase 3 as the blue's starting to close. As we move forward, phase 4 and beyond, this is when people are really going to have to start picking a spot and fighting for it. We're going to start looking for those crashes, seeing if any of those are successful, see if we can maybe even get a couple conversions on these rotations. But right there, again, another play there by Brujos. Trying to get a little bit too close to Singularities and the Americas compounds. They're going to get pushed off this position as well.
Nice. Hey, Aaron out here with a nice shot out there at the distance, and Bujo's kind of getting separated, caught in between 4 different squads. Same with STX. They did pull off, and when we saw STX, I noticed one of their players had a green flare in the pocket ready to utilize. I'm not sure if it was Koba. And look at this, Koba, the one-man army, gonna have to defend right here up against the Big Pickles.
Oh, Doodle Bob's got such a great angle. Koba was distracted. He was focusing on the rest of that team, trying to stay up alive, but you can see every angle right now the Big Pickle has on this. Koba, with nowhere to go, is going to get taken down, and it's not long before the flush happens here. Big Pickle have their big foot right now into compound, but this is just on the edge of zone. There's still so much more movement that they're going to have to go forward. And talking about movement, we were worried where Bujos was going to end up. Every time they tried to challenge a compound, they were met, unfortunately, with a lot of fire. And so, as we can see, they are joined here by Violent by Nature in the City. Swanson's been the center of zones since the beginning. As we wait to see where the blue closes, we'll know whether or not they're about to have a whole lot more neighbors.
Just crawling, and Jedi is the only player still alive from STX. Remember, Jedi popped that deployable shield because they're getting shot from the Panthers from the hilltops to the north, and also held down from M249 in that compound. So Jedi is just stuck like Chuck, and good luck. Good luck surviving. And I'm curious, I know you talked about the Big Pickles, but you didn't say who Kneecaps was. Is Kneecaps, is that Winsanity? Maybe? I mean, leaks. I don't. Hey,
Potentially. Do you think, does Winsanity seem like the guy who might go out busting Kneecaps? Like, could that be
yes,
the name
I think
here?
so. I think so.
I know there's been a lot of smack talk between him and Noah. I know that they're trying to see who's going to be the better influencer team. And that's not even, Surfin just announced his team yesterday. So really waiting to see what's going to happen. But we're not going to have to wait to see is this M249 crash straight to the remaining players of Bujos, also trying to take in a corner of the city here. Sleep will get down to 15 HP. We can see they did take quite a bit of damage. They did find one knock in this, but Martin and White still in a position to keep pressure on M249. You can see, though, Martin, a little bit out on an island, is going to fall here. Great use of nades by M249 to take one more player out of it. It's just up to White to keep the dream alive for his team in this city, but he's also not the only team here, as we can see the punishment coming out now as well onto Violent by Nature, who also have 2 players down.
M249 just taking the fight with everybody, and M249 already practicing different strats here because they had KittyCat in the front line. Normally, KittyCat is that sniper holding down the back line. So M249, game number 1, already flexing their muscles. I love to see it.
I think it was even you who brought up yesterday that one of the big successes that M249 has had is that they dedicate one person to sniper, and then the rest of the team really focus on the remaining aggro. And so to see KitKat already with that M24 out, you can see that's going to be giving that information for everything else that's in the area. You can see right now he's spotted out Jedi. He's trying to see where the rest of Violent by Nature are, what buildings may or may not be occupied, because going forward as the circle will continue to inevitably shift away from these compounds. That's also going to give M249 that information to have a more successful rotation away from these enemy players.
2 taps to the dome and you're done with that M24. And I just want to point out, Jedi from STX, still alive, still surviving out there. The drone cred's probably not the best, and ahead of Jedi is just an open field with some flowers in there, so you're not going to find any creds over there. So this is going to be a real test to
Mhm.
STX and Jedi in particular on just surviving, right? Trying to survive for placement points and definitely testing their skills and knowledge of the map terrain, right? So we'll have to
Yeah.
pay close attention to Jedi here.
I mean, if there was ever a person to find a way to be sneaky or really undercut somebody, my thoughts are really there with Syntax Jedi. Because he just manages to always pull off the unexpected and the unexpected. Now, lying low also will allot them that opportunity to kind of be forgotten about, right, Dave? Like, if he hasn't shot out in a while, everybody just assumes he's gone or might not be there. If the rest of the fights that we are anticipating to happen down to the south, that also gives him an opportunity, distraction to make his way into zone and not be spotted. Because as you pointed out, those fields, that's a big open area. There's not really a lot of places to hide. The boulder he's in right now, it's good, but it is not in safety. And so now as the Blues closing in, that is going to usher him off the boulder, but he's coming in slowly. He's trying not to get spotted by anybody else who might be watching the edge right now.
Yeah, and the Panthers were the team that were keeping them pinned down, right? And the Panthers still going to be up there to the north. So I have to assume if the Panthers are just keeping track, keeping tabs of that east side, they're still aware that there might be at least one enemy over here. As I say, though, the Panthers already in vehicles with the proactive rotate, and the next zone goes up, and they're right there on the edge once again.
I mean, I like this. Is still a play for points by Jedi, right? Even if he can't find some kills, placement points are up on the grab for right now. But this play right now, Team America's trying to keep a defensive push away from the Panthers who just driven to the compo. They did manage to knock down one. Legal is going to be spotted. You can see Malkin right now trying to find another angle, but also trying to survive the bombardment of nades. Aaron's got another one ready to be thrown, but Malcolm is trying to see if he can spot that high ground, get that remaining information on America's players. Singularity taken down, Angry taken down. They're getting a little bit of help elsewhere too. Falky getting spotted.
Ooh, you gotta watch peek in that window. Aaron, underhand grenade right there. Oh, postmortem grenade will be chunking down one enemy, but doesn't look like they're able to defend that compound. And the Panthers with the pull-up. The Panthers, they were on the edge, and they had a little metal box that they were working with their vehicles, so they definitely could have played edge strat right now. But they recognized they had enemies, opponents ahead of them, and they took this fight. They wanted that fight, and that was a nice pull-up. 3 elims. They have enough credits to get a green flare, and they have a nice spot in this next zone.
Oh, and not a nice spot, though. White, you can see the nade is out. He knows Jedi's close. The Vector was in play. Excuse me, the ump, and now Smoke's out. He's going to try to see if he can get a buggy or some kind of transportation to drive into the zone. And there he goes. Managed to get the car in gear. He's got to get it going and drive away. The question now goes, Dave, where does he go? You've got so many other teams in the area. Pure Love, down to the south. M249, not too far from him. So no matter where White does reposition, he still has to worry about other teams in the area. Cinders, along with Jedi, are instead opting to go wide to the west, but they're taking quite a bit of blue damage, trying to avoid the line of sight of Pure Love. That was team number 4 just to the east of them.
Yeah, White's down, by the way. They went down over there in the blue. So that vehicle also electric. So the blue zone drains that battery, and to make matters worse, it was missing a tire. So GG's.
Ooh. You know who else might be also missing a tire? All those vehicles that Cinder is taking shots into. He is going to ultimately fall here, but not before helping out his teammate just a bit. Pure Cross lying low. It's like giving a little bit of smoke recovery. Might get some reses off for Pure Love. They've got all of the south themselves. The problem now, Dave, we have centered up on the crossroads. That is so much open terrain. You've got a little bit of the tower there, and the edge. M249 waits no time sending one player to take that position. So that's going to spell trouble for Pure Love. And you can see off to the west as well. You've got Big Pickle, and are getting themselves in a bit of a pickle as they don't have a spot to go in the zone yet. And again, our Syntax boy, he's still alive. He's still keeping his head down low, but I've got to wonder how much longer he can keep this up, Dave.
Yeah, this is only 2 M249 members in this guard tower right ahead of Pure Love, because Sleep is playing that off angle, and Sleep might actually get taken out from Jedi, who's currently crawling in the fields, the flower fields. Not even going to have an idea that Jedi's back here, by the way. So M249 got to be mindful of their surroundings right now. But Pure Love, I'm looking at their rotate. I know they wanted to practice their team comms in high stress situations, and I have to say, this is one of them.
Oh, definitely right now as Pure Love sends it. They read that Sleep was potentially alone for this too, driving right by Pure Cross, hanging back just a little bit, but not able to trade out any damage. Sleep purely connecting there onto Pure Love. Not one, not two, but three members now have been taken down. Sleep making sure to secure those kills, not letting them get stolen. Oh, couple will go to the Panthers in this. And as we're saying that, Pickle now using this as an opportunity to rotate through it. Again, Jedi, he is still creeping onto Sleep here, who is managing to recover. We can see the heals popping off right there, but Jedi chose not to engage in this whole action here. And oh, Rick. Oh. You got to give credit for trying, Dave.
And you know who's really capitalizing on all this mayhem? The Panthers. They got a vehicle explosion up there to the north as well. 9 elims so far. Jedi rocking their favorite weapon here in New State. The MP5K crawling up. I don't believe they're going to be able to out-crawl the blue zone. Wonder if they're going to pop up and take some shots at Sleep. I do see Sleep is now down, bleeding.
Jedi has got an opportunity to question there too. Does he go to take the point away from Sleep or continue to crawl back in? We're down to 3 teams, 8 players alive. M249, Jason, and Cairo, the only ones still up and standing. Sleep all on his own. The likelihood of a res is slim, but Cairo's still gonna try and go for it. Jedi, it's now or never. You've got to act. You've got to engage. Stop them from staying too strong. Dave, I don't know if he can see him above the cotton flowers right now. And right as he stands up the MP5K, and he is going to find 1, finds 2, cleans it up. That's 2 more points for Syntax. A Jedi has given away his position. Panthers looking in this area. And the remaining members of M249, Jason, is trying to just stay alive as he pops that heal off.
Too good right there. Shout out to Jedi for clutching it out. They've been a solo player for the majority of this game. 2 elim points now popping out in the open field with the Scar. Gotta be spotted, but the fact that they got 3rd place, that's impressive in its own right.
There we go. And 5 players left alive. You can see it as Jason, who's taking quite a lot of blue zone damage, and he's just gonna go ahead and give that one to the zone. So the very first winner chicken dinner of the day is going to go to none other than Team Panthers. 10 eliminations, Dave. And although 2 knocks, they did manage to keep all 4 alive until the end.
Yeah, the Panthers playing that game slow and steady when we're looking at teams just hovering around the edge. Definitely playing those zones to perfection. And then they recognized there was a super strong compound. They crashed it, they took it, and they defended it that whole game. There was multiple squads that attempted to push that compound after they took it, and they got more elim points. A couple vehicle explosions waiting to the very end to pop out, using their numbers to their advantage. First winner chicken dinner here of the Night Clover.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. Obviously, no surprise to see M249 laid up in the game. Syntax, another team that we all talked about being that potential, it's the resourcefulness, right? The survivability, as you called it there, for Jedi to stay low, stay on the western side, stay out of sight. And there were so many opportunities for him to have engaged or acted in Sleep, but actually waiting until another member came out to try and get that res, that gave him 2-point conversion for that play. So really smart calling there for Syntax. But ultimately as well, we've got 5 more matches to go. This is just the first one. As much as I want to sit here and say, oh, it's so good to see Panthers, it's so good to see M249, we know that there's still so many potential shakeups, going forward for the rest of the matches today.
Yeah, Jedi STX, no green flare, no problem. Just crawl, survive, give Jedi the MP5K, and that's guaranteed placement points. That's guaranteed elim points, and that's exactly what you want to see here tonight when teams are pretty much preparing for the biggest battle ahead of them, the grand finals of North America coming up next week. So shout out to Jedi right there. MVP of that game for sure, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Well, we will get the opinions of the analyst desk when we come back, but we're going to go to a very short break. We'll be back with more New State.
It would not be the end of a game if it wasn't the Panthers and M249 facing off. But the Panthers are on the prowl as they hunt down the M249 player, or almost do, as they've got the wherewithal to deny that last point. Now that's an interesting one, Cameron, because this is $3,000, but the grand final's just around the corner. And we have seen a lot of events and situations where 1 point is difference between winning, like literally tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and so it's really weird, and I don't know, maybe it's because point denial has been on my mind recently on like where it's appropriate, when it's who does it right and everything. But I think M249 denying that point on the very opening game really does say a lot about how these teams are approaching this series, because when you argue that this series could just be practice for the grand finals, then you would think that that final M249 player would say, you know what, let's go for it. Let's see what happens. Let me like get my thumbs all warmed up and everything. But the fact that they denied, like they are aware that they are practicing protocols for what's going to happen in the grand final.
I love that point denial's on your mind during your off hours. Like, I'll bet you're the kind of person who like gets a match and you open it with like, what are your thoughts on point denial? Let's see how this works out. But as we think about that, because I live in a world now where I'm thinking about that would be hilarious. Let's look back at the last game in a segment that we like to call Replay segment, replay package, highlights, whatever you want to call it. This was, listen, this was actually a very, very fun game. Even though there were a couple of hardships in the opening circles, we saw a number of different crashes, some successful, some unsuccessful. And M249 and Panthers aside, all these teams are really approaching this game very, very well. You never know. You can never really tell what sort of mindset these teams are going to have. But come on, Sleep on this side angle. M249 positioned themselves across this road in a very, very strong way. Sleep was able to get so much damage here. He's just good. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just like you can't sleep on M249, but Sleep on M249 has got to be one of my favorite players to watch, because this guy, he makes these huge plays. But then you saw STX Jedi step in and take over at the end there. And that's another player, Cameron, who I keep seeing step up and make these big moments, these big moves. Here's the standings, 20 points for the Panthers. M249 Fan Club, 13. Pickles, Syntax, everybody else is kind of trying to keep up. I'll ask you this. A couple nights ago, Poro was here with Mustache Dave, and they were broadcasting. And Poro picked Panthers, and Dave picked M249. And it literally, we spent the entire night watching sort of Poro versus Dave as these two teams just went uncontested almost the entire evening. You've seen one game. There's 5 more to play. Do you already feel like it's a 2-horse race, or am I just being dark, depressing, and you know,
it's leaning that way? Like, you're right to recognize that it's only been 1 game sample size so far, but that's assuming that we haven't been watching the past about to be 3 whole weeks of play. Like, there are definitely going to be a couple of other names in the mix when we talk about the top dogs, the expected winners next weekend. But Panthers and M249,
there's a high likelihood that when we find that, at least when I finally make that list and I like tier those teams up, that there's gonna be a little bit of a gap between them and everyone else.
You guys came back and got me wiping my nose. Let's bring in our teammates. It is going to be Mustache Dave and Clover, Diamond Dave, Farmer Dave. He's got all the nicknames. We need more for everybody else here. And Clover, great job on the last game. Let's get into the questions. Diamond Dave, our highest ranking member of the panel. I want you all to know he was platinum. He went diamond just because he thought it would sound better when we sat here, and I respect you for that. What's your take on game one? Is there any team besides M249 and Panthers, or is it just these two?
You left out the fact that I ranked up for you as well because I wanted you to call me Diamond Dave. But to answer your question, I think STX definitely stand out to me. They're the only team, in my opinion, that are really utilizing these drone credits when building defenses. They're the only team every single match, early game, they already have those deployable shields ready to go. So I've been really impressed with STX here.
Nice, rock on. Clover, anybody else? Is it just Syntax? Is it those three? Is there a fourth?
I mean, I agree with Syntax. That was a bad game for them. You know, they did not play well. They down to just Jedi, no kills on the board, and Jedi then converted his entire play style to how can he use the remaining resources to stay up and alive, and then very patiently again waiting till the right moment. There was always the opportunity to get that kill on Sleep, but waiting for a player to come in and get the revive on Sleep then gave him those 2 kills. So not the best performance from Syntax, but the mindset that they're taking into this game is in the right place. So I just want to see now if they can have a more successful play this next match.
Well, let's grant that wish. It's time right now to see if they can be more successful. Game number 2 about to get underway. Good luck, you two. We're going to get on out of here.
There you go. I'm so every time I just want to watch Toffees fly away. I tried to fly in this time, but I don't think it was nearly as graceful. Dave, we got to get our practice in on this.
Yeah, we need practice. See, I just did it right there, but they did a different swipe. Oh, man. We can't get the practice in. You know, the teams are practicing today. Let us practice. Let's practice. And talk about practicing. Well, this zone is going to be a nice one to practice on. A lot of nice water, kind of dividing up the 3 different corners. I'm going to call it of circle number 1 here, Clover.
Yeah. I feel like we saw a circle like this yesterday, even when we had Group B, where it was divided. It did ultimately pull back towards Mall, but you know, there's still that opportunity. Or you could hard shift down to the south, still have water into play. City Hall be a factor, or it could go Sunbury, Alamo. But what we do know to start right now, M249, Violent by Nature, 2 very aggro teams now finding themselves in a hot drop, playing for center position here on the map. I don't foresee either one of these teams necessarily pulling away to start, at least until they get an idea of who the other is. We should at least expect some kind of knock here from one of these teams.
Yeah, very interesting drop from, at least in my opinion, Violent by Nature over here. M249 is a team that I would want to steer far away from. I do like Honor's position, though, with that Bison on that off angle. So if any of the M249 squad mates decide to cross that road and get aggressive, Honor has a nice little angle over there on that road.
Yeah, and Kit Kat as well. Not yet with the sniper. We still see him with the AKM, but that's not to say, I mean, close range, your city, you want those auto fires, you want the submachine guns, you want the shotguns, you want anything that's going to give you that advantage at close range. You can see right there, Jedi is connecting with the Scar L. There's a couple of members of M249 crossing the gap between the buildings there. Jason still left behind, but you can see right now, M249's play is not to get out of the city just yet, but instead to get a stronger position against Violent by Nature. And Cairo also holding a bit of an angle here on some members of the Panthers. But again, Sleep, we talk about these angles he finds, these positions he plays. That roofline dominance is going to come in so clutch here for a city play.
Yeah, and no knocks yet. So either team, they're not fully aware on who they're versing, if that even matters at this point. You just know there's a team right in front of you. And Jedi going to be cooking a grenade, looking for a long toss, looking towards Kitty Cat. It did land on Kitty Cat's roof, but fortunate for her, she's inside the second story. But we were talking about Sleep's rooftop. We were talking about Jason's rooftop. I love that they're already up here.
Jason, too, spotted out with no honor. It's going to connect a little bit of that damage, but nothing too significant with no honor. Still 80 plus HP. And you can see Sleep already repositioning. Got the Vector M4 combo right now, waiting to see who can spot it. He might actually hear with no honor, especially if that information was called out by the rest of their teammates. And you can see good use 6x scope now. So the tools, they're starting to amount as the loot is really coming in through. But again, I mean, neither team's going to be able to really relax in this situation. And I don't even expect, even if the teams do decide to break away from this fight, we won't see that happen until the next circle pops. Because I don't want to focus those resources just yet on a rotation if they don't even know where that rotation needs to go.
Yeah, unfortunate for both teams, there's no other squad near them to potentially third party them, and they are within circle number 1, so they're also not going to have that pressure of playing outside of the next circle shift here. So they can pump the brakes on both sides a little bit, but on the downside here, it's taken away a lot of their looting time, right? So regardless of who wins, I'm looking at Pure Love on the east side, who no issue. They're going to come into this zone looted, geared out, meds, armor, bullets. Meanwhile, the two teams that are hot dropping each other, they're going to be low on all those resources.
You know who's not low on resources? Last game, Malkin, we guys just saw it there. First in damage for the game for Team Panthers. Doodle Bob, third in damage. I think it's 623 last game. So these are some of the players that really put in effort and resources the previous match. We can see for teams here on the western side, there's nobody else in their immediate vicinity. But, I mean, you talked about the East, Pure Love. They were kind of in the mix of so many different fights that first match. And so to be the potential to pop off on these two edge teams, they've been looking in that area. King came in a little bit close. I think hearing all the fighting going on, called out to the rest of the Pure Love and said, hey, guys, there is an engagement here. We know there's two teams. But they're just staying a little bit ahead of the blue, right? They're waiting to see what they could potentially pick off this, deciding if they want a third party. But with no names in the kill feed just yet, that is a reason we're seeing Pure Love hold off right now, because they don't want to come in a 4v8 situation, especially not really knowing yet where the safer areas to put down in this city, or even rotate around the city. As you can see them start to take some of that blue zone damage, but they've got vehicles. They are ready to traverse.
Yeah, they don't want to go into this 4v8 like you mentioned, but they're also looking to get involved early, at least talking to Cross. They're looking to practice here today in those high-stress situations. And with King most likely hearing some gunshots out there in the distance, like you mentioned, that intel getting relayed to the teammates, and I do see a couple of them piling in some vehicles. So both Violent by Nature and M249, they need to clean this fight up quickly, in my opinion, because Pure Love on the outskirts, with that mindset of early game fighting here tonight, they might just roll up here and wipe out both of these squads.
I'm really amazed at the patience that both of these teams are taking, right? They're not going through unnecessary risks. They're not rushing in with the W key, so to speak, to just try and find a knock without really a plan here, right? They're making sure that they still have control on their part of the city. You can see Sleep now is actually going to send it wide to try and see if he can get an angle somewhere. And that's what we constantly see from N249, right? Everybody has a little bit of a role. Sleeps is always to scout out that information, play anchor, play a different angle, and see not only what he can call out to his teammates, but what he can accomplish from that position. And this building right here, especially with the upstairs, I mean, that could be such a huge resource for M249 in this fight, especially if Pure Love decide to put down in this area.
Yeah, and resource-wise, already has that red flare, and Cairo does have the custom kit M16, so that thing is fully automatic, and the recoil is a laser, so I would not want to cross their pathway. And we're about to have the next circle pop here very shortly. We do see Pure Love rotating down there in the south. I'm looking for them to get a little aggressive here, but we got the expert, Cameron Davis, here to lay it down.
Yeah, Cameron, what do you see? What's the eyes in the sky?
Yeah, listen, guys. From the very first opening phase, we knew that this river was going to be a really big, impactful part of this, right? And even though there's a huge chunk of it that's been, I guess, removed of it, there's still going to be a lot of impact because all these teams over here on the left side are going to have to cross the river. There's only one bridge. Fortunately, there was no one camping that just yet, but who's to say that one of these teams isn't going to take their own opportunity to just try and take control of this very rough transitional space. What you also have to manage is, again, a lot of wide open spots here, especially this little area, dead center. So seeing how teams traverse all of this, there seems to be a race going on already to grab central positioning, though. So I'm going to give it back to you guys as we see that unfold.
Oh wow, thanks, Cam. And I've got to say that might be the prettiest drawing on the map yet that anybody has done for us. And again, that that river, as you can see, is a factor. No team really wanted messing with it. Everybody crossing over. Pure still looking in the direction of the fighting that's happening over the east there with Violent by Nature and M249. The problem is now they've got to break up their attention and focus on everybody else around them in the area. You've got Americas that just rotated, and behind them, beyond that, is Syntax. Up to the north, you've got Buhos and the Big Pickle. And so it is just so crowded. As Karen pointed out, a lot of that open terrain.
And the only team, and we kind of talked about here a little bit, might have to get back to that because Pure Love getting some nice shots onto Buhos Gaming on the rotate. Game number 1, Buhos Gaming having a very difficult time around that mid game, looking to center up. They lost about 2 or 3 squad mates in the process, and looking at this match, almost the same story could be said. They're all just scattered, kind of on their solo mission right now, at least what it looks like, and just trying to survive and meet up at that marker.
Yeah, and two, I mean, I think Buhos had the right idea here. There was getting a little bit too hot in the center. There wasn't a lot of ways to protect every angle, especially when you've got a lot of different teams in the area. So sending it down to the south, allow them to kind of relax their backside a little bit. They don't have to worry about anybody coming in at every angle. They can just focus on what's ahead of them. And at least for right now, that is the Team Americas. Pure Cross, as we were seeing here with the rest of Pure Love. I mean, the high-stress situations, this is definitely it. They did take that time getting that information, that intel from the eastern sides. Now they've got one of the, I would say, highest priority compounds for how this late game could potentially play out. There is a lot of open terrain. There's not a lot of good coverage. This compound here just off center is probably one of the best places that you could hope for the late game. So Pure Cross really going to have to play on the defense remaining for that. Just across the river as well, Syntax managed to find themselves a sniper tower. They are taking some long-range shots from the Panthers, but it is still a safe position for them now, though you can hear they are losing some tires.
The 8 times, the custom kit, the increased damage right now, and also notice Jedi with the Bob Barker just popping those tires, and that's going to be the Panthers stuck, in my opinion, on that west side. There is that water in play, and that water does slow you down. So we'll pay close attention to that because M249, I noticed on the map, they had a scout drone. Looks like they used the scout drone and at least pinpointed where one of the team members from Violent by Nature were, threw a grenade, and that's going to probably open this fight up here. About time, Clover.
Yeah, and you can see it. They're really not in the zone. Just a very edge of Cornwall has a handful of structures that are in the next circle. And with a member now missing as Violent by Nature, he missed that fight a little bit. That's the information that M249 needed to know who was here. For Violent by Nature to also realize that it has been M249 they've been in a standoff with this whole time. And you can see Cinders thinking of an exit strategy, but he's still really focused on Sleep and Cairo across the street, seeing what damage he can do. But it's actually Jason with the mini there that is going to connect, and that's going to break Cinders off away from that fight again just for a little bit longer. So he's got to focus on healing, and so Peel and with no honor, we're kind of still broken apart from Cinder. I just don't see a situation now where Violent by Nature can get away from this fight unless they can take out M249.
Yeah, Jason has the MG3 as well. So the mini / MG3 combo. Cinder is trying to land some of these custom AKM shots over there. The suppressor, we can hear it ringing on out. But now the pressure as M249 are in the blue, but they're not looking to fold anytime soon. Sleep is keeping the attention of Cinders, keeping the attention of Honor and Peel, while the other teammates of M249 are looking to get a nice little rotate.
Yeah, we can see here. Once again, Sleep playing those crazy angles. Did spot one. The pistol was out, though, trying to switch back to the Vector. Didn't quite have it ready to fight just yet. Peel down to half health. But as you can see, members now of M249 struggling to recover, just as Jason getting knocked there by Cinders. Cairo spotting with no honor. Didn't quite get the full connection there on the knockdown. But, I mean, this is going to be chaotic for both teams involved. Cinders almost getting a second knock there. Is going to take players down low. Good pre-fire from Sleep, expecting him to come through the door, but right on the reload, catches him off guard. Cinders taken out, and Sleep might be able to get the res with no honor, staying in the blue. I think might finally try and break away from this. So both teams down to one player apiece, but you can see M249 right now trying to see if they can get those reses off with with no honor. He hasn't broken away yet, though, living up to the name, Dave.
Got the DSR. Oh, confirming that one. Thank you very much. Honor, 38 health left. Not slowing down anytime soon. Going to be actually pushing back towards M249, who are in the blue, taking a little bit of damage. As we see right there, Jason finally getting taken out as well. But M249 still with the numbers advantage. They still have that duo. And if we look at the drone credits here, only 500. So Honor does not have enough credits to call in a drone to get that green flare as they're on the run.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the credits that were shared between Violent by Nature were held by other members, and with no honor, we saw holding that angle just hasn't been in a position to get anywhere near any of those bodies, pick up any loot. He's just kind of been stuck with the resources that he's had throughout this fight, and those resources are starting to dwindle a little bit. He's got plenty of ammo for the Vector, but beyond that, not too much. We can see him right now just checking every door that he can, and talking about resources here. Gosh, what an insane rotation. He just drives right through the center. He was scouting out a position to see where the rest of his team could put down. Got a little bit too close there to the big pickle, but he is going to be able to come out of that fight safely and call that information to the rest of the team who are in the zone, but we can see here just barely. They're on the edge on the eastern side.
Yeah, zooming right by right there. Zooming right by. And we got a live update from Luke, the statistician. Sleep has dealt 625 damage as of right now from M249. So that was a pretty big fight. And it looks like Honor was able to pull off, ejected down there to the south. M249, I have to assume, have enough credits to at least get a call back on at least one of the team members in the blue. So we'll keep tabs on them, as now it's up to Pure Love to gatekeep those two teams, or at least who's surviving after that fight from the corner wall.
Yeah, and the other issue really is depending on what happens here, right? Pure Love has been watching everything that's been happening to the east. We saw them sit and read that fight for a long time. They broke away down to the south. Now, as they've in that opportunity to potentially gatekeep with no honor for Violent by Nature and the remaining members of M249, they're in that position both in resources, manpower, but also that map presence to do something about it. We did see, again, that they did send Cross up to the north, try to get a better position. Wasn't quite meant to be. So they're going to have to really hold on to this edge style of play for just a little bit longer, at least until they can find an opening position to find another compound. And as we can see there, Groza landing just outside the Americas compound. But man, that's such an open, risky spot to go for loot, Dave. Do you take that? Do you go for that Groza?
I don't think going for it now would be the play, but keeping it in mind. This is a different one, by the way. Keeping it in mind moving forward, right? Because if we do have a circle shift out there to the west, that could be level 3 gear and some cover that they can utilize, possibly. Possibly. So keeping it in mind, and I'm talking about the Americas. They were that team in that guard tower looking right over that. And the next zone does go right towards them. So we got 3 teams in the zone. STX, the purple team, number 5, their guard tower overlooking that bridge. If I'm the Panthers, we see they sent Legal across the water. And this is something that the Panthers do very often when we see them play near the water. They always got a 3-1 split. And most of the time, Legal is the player with the green flare. But Legal, I believe, recognizing that there's a couple enemies across the way, probably told his teammates to hold off and stay on the opposite end for as long as possible. So I'm very curious to see how they end up playing this one out, because
לגדול בידיים טובות.
פעמון צלצל גלינגלן, סמי הכבאי מוכן, כי כל מי שבצד
because the Panthers have found a lot of success with this strategy.
Ooh, Malkin. Malkin's just going to send it straight into the river. Syntax taking those shots. PSAT knows what to look out for. Is going to do the same. Plenty of vehicles here for Panthers. So the play is just to send it as far across the water as they can, swim the rest of the way, and then beach this fight. It's what they're going to have to do. Caveman, he's anticipating this. We can see already switching now, looking for his close range. The auto fire. Oh no. Looks like he spotted one. Paperboy. The issue though, Caveman completely forgot about the fact that one other player came up from the bridge. Oh, White is there to lend a hand, but not quick enough.
Yeah, and Legal playing a really big role up there already on the shorelines, the coastline, able to provide that guardian angel role, as Malcone was able to successfully get underneath the bridge and definitely catching the attention of STX. So with all the attention on Malcone, the revive on Peter Boy should be successful. But across the way, Buho's Gaming, that's what I'm looking at. Team number 3, they're just peppering those windows of that second story guard tower every single time STX try to peek it to take some shots at the Panthers.
Oh, and Martin should be able to have a really good angle here as the rest of Buhos can push down from underneath the bridge, and that spells trouble for Panthers, right? This already was a tough push for them to get across the water, as we see they've been punished, but now you've got all 3 of these teams breaking their attention with each other, and you called out the big pickle a moment ago. They've just rotated, set themselves in the center, so they're also in a potential to have some line of sight. Koba is going to connect there on Drip, finds the knock. Smokes are back out. The shield is up. That's just going to give them an extra little bit of safety angle for anybody that might have eyes out from the east. And you can see the smoke wall. They're just as extra bit of cover. I mean, Buhouse really trying to pull out all the stops here. And Panthers, we're going to take another shot onto Koba. Peter Boy is going to get found back out, but the attention still has to go here to Buhouse as they punish more members of Panthers in this fight.
Yeah, Buho is taking advantage too, just peeking underneath that bridge while the Panthers were fully tunnel vision onto that guard tower, that second story from STX. And look at this, next zone does go up. It doesn't favor any of these teams. So Buho is currently locked down underneath that bridge with their deployable shields. Legal with the SLR trying to take some pepper shots, but Legal is out of here just trying to survive, looking for the reposition. Very smart move from them. And now it's up to Buhos to push out STX from that guard tower. So hopefully they have a couple grenades they can just chuck up there and get that opening knock and finish what they started.
Well, this is going on too. M249 did fall as they tried to get back into the zone, something we've been kind of watching for a while. The only team currently in the circle is the Big Pickle. So all these fights happening on the east, happening in the west, they've got to round themselves up quickly as the blue is closing in. We're in phase 6. And there's not a lot of time to hang out here. You can see Martin is actually sitting in a car owned by Syntax. So really bringing out all the stops now as Jedi and the rest of his teammates have nowhere else to go but down. Kuba jumping out of the window, but has been caught up by Legal. Is going to fall here. Jay White picks up what he can, but the zone's starting to do the rest. Legal down to 1 HP, trying to see if he can find anything in a box here, and I'm not quite sure if the Americas can see him yet at this angle. And it is Pubg spotting him out. Aaron is actually going to fall to the play zone. And now in the blink of an eye, we're down to 11 players. Still, though, I mean, the circle, this is it. This open area. This is what people have to play for, Dave, and that's it.
Yeah, it's a mess. And Legal could have went passive, could have went for that snake strat, but instead doubled back for that revenge. Got the final laugh with a couple elim points to finish it out right here. But now we're down to just 3 teams, like you mentioned. Bacon Rick gonna be underhanding this grenade, tossing it right into those smokes. That's gonna be Pure Love making the push with some deployable shields in the smokes across the way.
Doodle Dude, we can see right there trying to use the out. Ogden, if he can get anybody down, and it really just looks like a bit of spray and pray right now into the smoke, hoping to spot out Long. He sees them behind the hay bale. Once again, reloading that AR, hoping to get some kind of knock, some kind of kill out of this. 0 limbs still for the Big Pickle, even though they've been engaged in this center fight for quite some time. You can see the throwables thrown out in force, hoping to change that, but here comes the Americas, Dave.
Ooh, America is just taking the opportunity to yoink this zone away from both these teams, now backstab the Big Pickles, trying to capitalize on this already. 2 elim points. They have a nice bowler to work with, and they built a really solid car fort wall right here.
The Angry Boy waiting to spot somebody out, but he was spotted by Doodle Bob first. Angry Boy should have a little bit of coverage here from the car, but you can see, I mean, Bacon and crew really just trying to see what he can get, find a vehicle explosion, keeping that damage, that pressure right now onto the Americas. Americas have the circle, and Bob's starting to close that gap there. Falky is going to get a knock onto Dude. The remaining 3 members still up for Pickle are just going to go for it. Kneecaps finds one. Singularity goes down. Doodle Bob gets the rest. That is it for the Americas, and we've got our second chicken dinner winner of the day, Dave, and it goes to the Big Pickle.
The Big Pickles, the fact that the Big Pickles, right before this push, were able to hold out Pure Love while being backstabbed from the Americas behind, avoiding the grenades, avoiding the bullet shots, that's impressive, right? They were, to me, they were dead to rights. They weren't making it on out of that push from Pure Love, but they did, and then they kept their numbers up towards the end and didn't slow down. They didn't hit the dirt, heal up. They didn't hide behind a boulder. They just full sent it. And remember, we talked about in the pre-show, this is Team Sanity, Win Sanity's team. You know, there's rumors flying around that Kneecaps is Win Sanity, and Win Sanity's practicing right now. I can't confirm or deny, but the Big Pickles, I'm looking forward to this team. They are showing up here this week.
Yeah, you know, sitting at center, that can be such a difficult position to play when it's so open and you've got so many teams on every angle. They played that one really well, really defensively. They were able to keep teams from coming in on that big crash. We saw, as you called out, right, America's just sending it across the street, trying to see what they could do to stay alive coming across that boulder. But the Big Pickle wasting no time. They went from a defensive play straight to offensive, and that's where we saw that chicken dinner come out well for them. So even if it is Team Win Sanity, it's great to see them show up in full force today. 2 games down, though, Panthers also found those scoring chances, even though they struggled a bit. I mean, that was a little bit hard. There was a lot of teams there on that western side, Dave, but I'm so excited because you can see each and every team right now is playing to win. And this is just making me even more excited, not only to see who wins today, but to see how the grand finals shake up next weekend.
And shout out to Legal, too, from the Panthers. Instead of deciding to just go for that passive play, wrapped back around for that ultimate revenge and was actually the last one standing on that west side. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is game number 2. After the break, Cameron Davis and Toffees to break it down.
Game 2 is in the books, and if this was any indication how Team Winsanity is going to do in the grand finals, I think it is going to be a very big payday for him and the members of Pickle who do join him. My name's Tommies. I've got Cameron Davis here. He's here breaking down all of the action as we get into it. Cam, let's just jump right into the highlights. You ready?
Yeah, just go straight on in.
Highlights!
You have a hairball?
Not anymore.
Listen, okay, look, we only got one of that, but Coda was landing some sick, nutty shots. I was talking about the river when I came in for my interruption segment and how much control a team could potentially get if they wanted to control that bridge. And STX did just that. They did end up getting wiped in the end, but again, they're getting points every single game. But this push actually was really what got to them. Very solid push by Buhos Gaming. It wasn't the healthiest victory for them. There was a lot of bloodshed across the board. It made any survivor sort of limp into the end game, where at this point, the Pickles were already set up. They were dead center of the circle. Oh, they got gifted circle. This was a car fort, ladies and gentlemen. This was not a compound. They had to set themselves up with what pots and pans that they had. The fact that they were able to stay alive, understand and control their angles, very well played in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, the Big Pickle guys just seem to really have a feel for how the game works. I know that they came out to practice specifically because a lot of them are playing with Winsanity, and I can tell you that those guys are Call of Duty pros. Like, they play battle royales and shooters on mobile for a living. So I'm not surprised to see them make the most out of nothing. Panthers are 28 points, doing a great job. M249 though, this is a kind of a is this a shock to you, Cameron? I know you're the cynicist among us, so tell me the truth. Expected or unexpected?
I think it's pretty expected. Because they got caught up in a fight in a city, and it doesn't matter how good of a team you are, that's going to make it difficult to enter the late game. But the reason what about it is expected is the fact that they were able to take control of that fight. They didn't. You know, they had a couple of licks against them. They had to call in and revive some teammates, but they pushed the other team away. The other team was, I forget who it was, but they were limping significantly more. And even though we didn't really see M249 as a major force in the final moments, right? Like, they still came out with a whole bunch of points at the end of the day. 10 eliminations, a lot of them just from a single city fight. So the fact that they were able to squeeze so many points off of what for another team could have been a disastrous situation, I think is what we come to expect from M249.
That's true. And if we've learned anything from our careers in sort of battlegrounds or mobile or battle royale in general, it's that you make the most of the games you can't win, and that's how you win events. Let's get our two leaders from this event. It is our callers, our casters, Mustache Dave and Clover, to join us here so we can talk for just a second. The game's about to get started. Clover, I want to ask you about Buhos. They have qualified for the grand final. They're going the distance. I don't know crap about them. Tell me something. What have you learned?
Yeah, you know what? I think that when we look down and break down what happened there along the river, Syntax with the sniper tower, other teams in that area, Panthers as well, trying to make a cross. Buhos played that well. Not only did they focus aggression on Panthers, find quite a bit of kills and points for themselves, but they also really kept Syntax in an interesting position to not break away from. They set that up well. They had smokes, they had shields. I liked what I saw given the resources they had with that terrain. And I think that's the line of thinking you need for a team to come into a lobby like this to challenge these big heavy hitters like M249, like the Big Pickle that you guys are talking about.
Dave, are towers death traps? Every time I see a team in there, it seems like maybe they win the fight, but they don't really win the ultimate battle.
I love the towers. In every single tower, there's a little locker that you might be able to get a nice little weapon, some meds, or some armor. So there's always that added bonus, and the sightlines are pretty solid. Just in that situation, they were holding out two different teams at the same time. So it was a big challenge, Toffies.
Well, I got a big challenge for the two of you. It's game number 3. It's getting underway. We're going to get out of here. Good luck. Have fun.
There you go. I'm trying different poses here. I'm not quite figured out what works yet, but we'll get it going. And Panthers once again, leading damage, leading kills right now. This is what I've been wanting to see from them. I mean, Poro was talking so huge about the Panthers, and when I finally got to see them this week, I'm like, I don't really see it. But what I realized I was seeing was them working on their weaknesses Friday, them working on their weaknesses Saturday, and now when it really matters and we're down to the money on the line for today, I mean, they're shining and they're showing what they can pull off in a lobby like this, which again only has me so much more excited for the grand finals because we've got so many huge teams that are playing for the wins today. And I don't know. I mean, what do you like about about any of these teams, Dave? Any of them stand out? Is it the Panthers? Is it M249 still? Where's your fan club line?
Oh yeah, definitely M249 all day. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to take that one back, at least this season, because I've been talking about them for a while now, at least 3 weeks. So I'm not really worried about their performance so far. Looks like this game they're gonna be able to drop the hall. They got it all to themselves, so they're gonna be exiting the early game just looted out of their minds. But talk about teams that I am worried about. Buhos Gaming, we're complimenting them here last match. It looks like the Big Pickle is going to be sandwiched right between both Buhos Gaming and the Americas with a little sprinkle of sad from the Panthers. So there's a lot of players, let's just say, up here on the edge, on the coastline up here to the north.
Yeah, Sad was a little bit late on the drop there. We saw him just last second try to get himself back on the map. Unfortunately for that, as you say, it put him right in the middle of this kind of potential big fight. Right now, I mean, Buhos, Americas, I could foresee them rotating away, right? I don't really see them looking for that super early game engagement. The problem, I think, is that a team that I could see in an early game engagement, at least right now, is the Big Pickle. And that's a team that's shucking up, placed in the middle, right? It's a pickle sandwich, I guess, if you will. And you know, I'm trying my best. But Toffee's brought all the pickle puns out yesterday. I feel like there's not many left, but I'm gonna grab what I can here. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of grocery shopping in this pun department.
Pickles on a sandwich, I think, is the call. That's a must. That is a must. And I agree with you, because the Big Pickles yesterday, they're a team that I noticed they like to get some early game loot, and almost immediately they send it. And that's exactly what they're doing here. They got some scars, they got the V-Ron, they're cruising around the place. Doodle Dude over here with the AKM. Looks like they did spot out Sad, and Sad is trying to leave the area in the Volta, but they're going right towards the Americas, right over this hill.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? Sad knows exactly where his teammates. He's beelining for them directly. But as you pointed out, you've got Singularity and another member of the Americas, Angry Boy, right in front of him. So if you're Sad, you've got to make sure you clear wide of these compounds. You know, at some point, you have to wonder, there's got to be someone nearby. Maybe even potentially the Panthers saw these parachutes, but oh, look at that. The M249 there, Singularity at close range, but just a little too late to set up. He tried to get that high ground, 2 shots out, but none of it connecting into Sad. So I think at this point we can safely say he should be able to rejoin his teammates pretty comfortably. And Sad still needs that time to loot. He really used all of this as a moment to just get back to his teammates after that unfortunate late drop.
Sending it to the trailer park too. And Sad is going to be rolling up here like, hey, listen, fellas, I got the intel. I know where at least 3 teams are after that rotate, and probably going to be marking it on the map. So that is the bright side of Sad dropping all the way up there on the edge by themselves, still alive. So everything ended up working out after all. The thing is, though, this was the thing. The Big Pickles were chasing Sad, and they are working their way right into the Americas. The Big Pickles, too thirsty.
Doodle Bob, Doodle Dude, nowhere to be found. They were still off looting in another position. So it's really Bacon Rick right now is trying to keep everything alive. As you can see, the rest of the members of Americas cascading down the mountainside, looking to see if they can spot an angle here on Bacon Rick, but he's found himself a nice little groove on the rock. Falky taking the rooftop, the top part of this, seeing if he can spot him in between the crevices. Hasn't seen anything just yet, but it's only a matter of time. And a 4v1, Americas feel pretty confident about this push. Even if Bacon Rick manages to knock down one, they know they should be able to clear this out. Of course, as I say that, the Doodle Dude and the Doodle Bob are here to help out Bacon Rick. So you know he's got to be having a little bit of a sigh of relief now as you see the bullets starting to put that pressure here onto Americas. Unfortunately, though, for Angry Boy, Singularity has been knocked down, but Bacon Rick as well. So a trade now between both these teams.
Doodle Dude pulling up. The custom AKM already sees Aaron, little peek right there, underhanding the grenade. Gonna be cooking that one to perfection, tossing it right over the mark. And Bob from behind just letting their vehicle roll right into the Americas. The perfect distraction for Doodle Dude to just pop their head up and get a nice little trade right there. So now it's a 2v2.
Oh, there. That's a good use of the flashbang as well. You can see Doodle Bob wasting no time to take that push there to Angry Boy. Falky's already recovered, but another knock is out. There's just one member of America still standing. Falky is going to connect it to Doodle Bob, finds the knock to Doodle Dude, gets Doodle Bob. Bacon Rick has been flushed out as well, and all looked like it was lost for the Americas here, but they were able to recover. Falky now working on that res, and he should have time enough to get everybody else up and standing. So the Big Pickle are unfortunately going to go out first this match. And Dave, I feel like we see that sometimes. A team comes off a win and then suddenly struggles the next game.
Yeah, I do like how the Big Pickles, and they did the same thing last game, where when they pull up, they auto their vehicle and pop out at a speed that they take a little bit of damage, but the vehicle keeps rolling. And what that does is it gets the attention of the enemies, and it's worked 2 times in a row so far. So I do appreciate that strategy from the Big Pickles.
I don't know what's happening here, Dave, but we got not 1, not 2, but 3 teams crashing a single compound. Pure Love has been just driving around all of this. As they say, that violent by nature, sinking their teeth into Syntax's compound. And just to the east of that is also M249. Koba, though, connecting there onto Jedi. White has been knocked down, hasn't been flushed up, and you can see they're still with no honor in the area. Spots another peel, looked the wrong direction. That's 3 knocks down. Now for Koba, seeing if he can spot out Cinders, the last remaining player. Cinders with the pre-fire, but it didn't matter. He was spotted out by none other than M249. So there's another team out of this area, but this is the center of the zone. And talking about the zone, I think we've got Cameron here to help us out. Cameron, break us down what you see.
Clutch. So that fight was incredibly complicated.
Yeah.
And it might not even be over though, because the circle is continuing to stay on the sort of, I don't know where you want to call this, the suburbs of Anchorville, between them and Factory. Anyway, the center position that everyone is at, they're still staring each other down. There's a lot more hills to play here though, so I don't know if everyone is going to be so enticed to come this way. We could easily see some teams take over this hilltop area. But the problem is, when there are this many kills to be had, who knows if anyone's going to be tempted to try and go get those extra juicy points, and I'm already seeing another team come into the mix.
So I mean, that's a really good point. And I mean, Dave, as you heard, these teams, right, they're all out for kills. M249 started this match in 3rd place, so you know that they want to make up that deficit as quick as possible. And so now taking that fight still to STX. They helped out. They saw the kill feed. They knew what was going on here. Now they're trying to see if they can take out the remaining players who seem to, for the most part, recovered from their injuries.
Yeah, and one's in the plane. Jay White is going to be dropping down right now. Hopefully not a tasty snack for M249, who are in the opposite compound prepping some grenades, but Clutch Koba across the way tossing some into the building themselves.
There you go. We can see Koba still with plenty of nades. The throwables helping keep that pressure so the push can't come from M249. That one thrown by Koba is going to land on KitKat, but Koba spotted out by Jason with the Thompson. A very quick flush there, and I'm still amazed at the amount of utility these teams still have, especially for Syntax, given the utility they had to use on the Americas already. So with M249 now coming up the stairs, Jedi had a great angle here. Get that knock, immediate flush onto Sleep. And is going to pull back, waiting for the follow-up from more members of M249. You can hear them downstairs. You can hear them running around, but I just can't get that angle confidently, especially I think you might have seen that there was not 1 but 2 players there. Jason with the nade. Jedi saw it. Is going to pull back just in time.
Yeah, after that stair camp and thirst, they're making sure to push with these grenades. As I say that, Jedi getting another one. At least a knock right there with the MP5K. And we talk about Jedi and the MP5K almost every single game. That player always utilizing that weapon. And shout out to Koba this game as well with the AKM, pull out a 1v3 clutch moment. But M249 on the outskirts taking advantage, reading the kill feed, knowing exactly who they're pushing and how many most likely are alive. So now M249 are going to be getting a nice center position with enough drone credits to probably get a green flare, call back in their 4th, and just set up for that late game.
Elsewhere, just north of Anchorville, up in the high grounds, Cam pointed out this positioning as being a place we can see teams spot up, especially using the rocks to their advantage. We're seeing exactly that here with the Americas and Panthers, that long-range shooting right there. The SKS being utilized by Peter Boy to see what damage he can do to members of the Americas. So long-range knocks, long-range shots, but at the same time, that is going to wound them. And now as they send Legal wide to try and find another angle to play from, this could be a tag team effort between members of Panthers to see if they can even challenge the Americans for the position. I mean, both of these teams are those high ground teams. You know that that's their preference. If there's a high ground, whether it's center or the edge of zone, it's what they're going to try and play for. So that said, Buhos started out a little bit busy, now a little bit soft, a little bit quiet, and they've got themselves a care package just outside their compound.
Big chillin'. That should be all theirs here in a little bit. And to touch on what you were mentioning about Anchorville, just north of it, where we see the Panthers, that's very challenging terrain to rotate through. All the different jagged hilltops and boulders up there, it does look like the Americas are going to be grouped up. But when the Panthers are rolling in late, the Americas will definitely be able to spot out any vehicle rotate through those mountain tops. And they're set up. They are set up. So even if Peter Boy gets this knock, yes, it's going to take out the helmet. Yes, it's going to take out the armor. But as far as a full send here, I don't see it happening. This terrain is just too challenging.
Mm-hmm. Now, that said, the circle just about closed out here in phase 3. We have a hard shift in any direction. That could be a restructuring play here. And we might actually see Panthers break off from this. Ooh, good knock there from Aaron. Should be, or onto Aaron. Peter Boy should be able to find that flush, or to say that Aaron just barely crawls right out to safety. And I think that res might be able to come out in time there for Americas. It looks like they were able to touch him just before he bled out. Now, Dave, look at this. The circle centered itself up on this terrain. And that means that the Panthers can take this fight a little bit longer, a little bit closer if they choose to. They still got Legal up there to the north playing that opposite angle.
Yeah, Legal definitely looking to make a play. Was able to wrap all the way around and get the back angle from the Americas and their backside, and should be able to pop those vehicle tires as well. And while Legal is taking these shots, really being the distraction, we can see the Panthers slowly crawling their way up those mountain tops, those hills, those jagged edges, and getting right within grenade range onto the Americas.
Oh, with a sneaky angle there. Malcolm is going to get one. Sad finds the other. The flush is coming out. Now Panthers working together to take out what they can. But look at Angry Boy just sending it down the mountain. The problem is, set up right outside here was Buhos Gaming, and they are laying into him as he struggled to control that vehicle. He's got no choice, but just continue sending it on. Legal, meanwhile, is also going to see what he can do. I mean, Panthers have entirely focused their shift now onto Buhos with Americas out of play. They got that position from Buhos. They are where they've been working to be. And this could be more kills for them, depending on how things play out with the remaining teams in the lobby. We haven't really talked about it because they've been kind of quiet, but Pure M249, they're out to the east. They found themselves some safety, and they're really waiting to see what happens here on the mountaintop before they make more moves.
Yeah, and M249 did get their fourth player back in. And I want to point out from Buhos Nightmare, their option to get the shield on the M249 instead of the extended mag with 150 bullets. I really do appreciate that, because we see they have that level 3 helmet as well. And I think that combo is really strong when peeking windows like we saw right there, because you're just like the Terminator peeking this window. Even if you get shot, you got double armor on the M249 and the level 3 helmet. You'll have enough time to unpeak that window without getting knocked. So I just want to point out that heads up play and decision from Nightmare when we're looking at the economy and the custom kits.
I mean, I like that Terminator reference. You can just picture the thumbs up slowly, and depending if that knock happens. And I mean, Legal. We really got to give credit for him. We've talked about him a couple times tonight, but just this ability to play that angle to get that information for his teammates. You can see Buhos trying to do that with White, seeing if they could break away. The problem is driving right down the street. There's not one but two teams waiting. Again, M249 and Pure. And now even Legal still has eyes on this. So as Panthers are still sitting pretty, they've got 5,000 or 4,500 drone credits over to continue to spin should they feel like it. The resources are so
Oh,
high, and
That's a rock.
nightmare. It's
They'll
okay.
get the pickup. But back to your point about the Panthers, yeah, we're getting too far into the game to have that many drone credits. Like, you just gotta spend them. And spend them on anything at this point. Spend them on deployable shields. Spend them on some meds, some extra bullets, anything that can set you up. Maybe even just have a green flare, because we've seen players utilize that green flare in the late game. Yeah, they don't count on their team member safely landing, but their team member could be up there in the sky pinpointing exactly where the enemies are, and that could be crucial with the zone that we have right now, because there's so many hiding spots within these mountaintops of Anchorville.
Yeah, I mean, who needs a drone when you've got eyes in the sky for a teammate who could potentially still survive that landing and come in as that extra player? But right now, Buhos, with these crazy, risky rotations, still managing to keep up a couple alive here, as we can see. They did manage to find themselves in a really good position, as that circle is going to hard shift to the south. White, even though he's knocked him down, is actually in the zone.
Time.
So it's a good spot to be. But look at that, M249, center. That's going to be hard, because now they can play defense. They can stay locked in. And I mean, you pointed out, there was that opportunity for Panthers to really stack up on anything. Is that opportunity wasted now, as they've got to now instead focus on going back on the attack instead of the defense?
Yeah, it looks like Nightmare lost their helmets in the process of their full send from the north to the south, but they should be able to catch their breath now, as they're the only team down here, and they're pretty much going to have M249, the blockade for Buhos in the south, between them and the Panthers and Pure Love in the north.
I think my big issue right now with Pure Love is that I almost feel like they might have been a little too careful in this match. I think the play here was the setup for the long game, and the setup to maybe be in a position to third party a fight. But now, given where these circles have gone, kind of puts them in a risky transition. They're going to have to fight Panthers to get an angle to play out on top of M249. And speaking of Panthers, we're finally seeing those resources coming in for them, spending out those drone credits, which, as I say that, now they're still at 4,500 drone credits. So Panthers still with more opportunities ahead from them in the game. But what they're right now taking those opportunities on is shots towards M249. Unfortunately, Legal's going to get a little bit of punishment there. But you know what? He's still taking that effort forward. And it's what I love to see from him this game.
Yeah, and with the late game and the extra drone credits, you can even use it as kind of a mind game. You don't have to call it in for yourself, but you can call in a couple drones with a little bit of ammunition in them, just to see maybe where the enemy might be, because the enemy might try to blow it out of the sky. So information is everything, and utilizing those drone credits to the maximum ability here is something that I'm looking forward to seeing these pro players evolve the meta as we continue to watch the scene grow.
King, look at this angle King found. It's actually behind the trees here. Buhos don't quite have the line of sight as you would fully expect. And you can see Pure still sending two. They're trying to creep as close as they can to that site, and I think ultimately deciding, no, this position over here by King is probably the best opportunity that they really have at this point to play down this angle. Unfortunately, are going to lose Cross in this as well. So Buho Drip with the DP28. And keeping that damage as well. So the big thing that I think is helping out a lot of the teams along the edge is that they're all with eyes on M249, right? They're all got pressure on M249. We're seeing it here as Pandy from Pure Love take shots at a member. Panthers, we've been seeing, are taking shots at members of M249. Sleep's pretty much just caught out in the open, although he's in the zone. I mean, Buhos could put pressure on him. You've got Panthers that could put pressure on him. So M249 do need to be a little bit careful about being stretched too thin.
Yeah, Buhos and both Pure Love are both just dead to rights, with 3 team members of M249 looking right down there in the south. The only deciding factor is if the Panthers opt to third party when they hear those shots ring out from M249. But Sleep is going to do everything in their power to make sure the Panthers don't push on top of the trio in those compounds across the road.
I love it. Sleep's got my favorite guns right now. He's got the Tommy gun and the DP28. I think he read about the situation and realized, nah, this might not be the play here. As he sends it, though, Legal immediately backfilling that position. He watched him drive off, and knew now is the safe play. Still not quite in the circle here, though. But that is going to get that information, that line of sight. And here you go. You talked about when is the time to move, when's the distraction. Pure Love with 2 knocked down. Buhos use it as an opportunity to crash that compound sleep. And the rest of M249 are entirely focused on this. This is the moment for Panthers to move. They are going to, and Martin or Buhos just free firing, see if he can spot out any members of M249, but it's not meant to be. M249 cleans house, has their compound, but this fight took so long that the Panthers are now set up.
Yeah, and at the same time, Sad just YOLO sent it with that UMP on top of the building right now. Going to be spotted by one of the M249 squad mates as Cairo is going to be knocked down on their knees. Looks like Jason was able to get a successful knock to maybe slow down the push, the attempt from the Panthers to get their second chicken dinner here today.
Pandy is also still alive to the south, and Pure Love in the blue. He's been healing, slowly creeping on up. So depending on how this fight goes out, it actually could be a member of Pure Love that comes out into second place. Malkin, though, is going to restructure, but not before getting spotted out by Kidda Cat there. And you can see the connections for the SMG. And I think Malkin is just going to... Oh, I thought he was going to send it to the blue, but no, he's still in the fight. He's going to reposition. We did lose that last member of Pure Love. And now Legal with Peter Boy and Malkin still set up on the high ground outside of M249's compound. The circle up to the north. M249 are going to have to cross the street and come out in the open. This is a potential here for Panthers to get another chicken dinner again. Or will we finally see M249 get their first of the night?
Yeah, it looks like Legal and Peter Boy are looking to slowly rotate up there to the north as Cairo just sent it into the zone, leaving their teammates in the back lines to get shredded. Malcone in the front line was able to finish Jason and Kidda Cat. And that zone didn't care, Clover. That zone went all the way up there to north, but I do appreciate the Panthers right here, sending Sad across the road while keeping these two with their snipers in the back line, their DMRs with that spray and that support. The Panthers, this is a team, completely different team than when we saw them in week number 2. This team has grown so much in their skills and their communication. You can clearly see it here tonight. They are well prepped, in my opinion, for the grand finals here.
Yeah, I mean, they practice their high ground pushes. They practice sending players off to play different angles. They practice their rotations, and that is finally coming into form today as we see them continue to dominate this lobby. 2 wins in 3 games. They don't seem to be slowing down at all, even when met in positions where things are really looking bad against them. They manage to constantly come back out on top. It seems like they've got a plan B, a plan C. And even as we pointed out with those drone credits, they don't even have to fully rely on those resources because they've just got so much in the bag to pull out that hat of tricks, the bag of tricks to pull out of the hat. There we go. We're getting those phrases down. But again, I mean, really exciting to see because I think that was our big concern going into today. And now that we're through the halfway point, is who could take M249 off that pedestal? And I think we're finally starting to get those answers, Dave.
Yeah, and I know M249 have been grinding New State since it came out, but the Panthers have been grinding mobile battle royales for at least 3 years now, too. So that experience definitely showcasing itself here today, at least. And, well, that's going to be that game. When we come back after the break, Cameron and Toffees with the highlights.
back. Game 3 is done, and the Panthers get another win. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I'd go as far as to say it's gosh darn excellent. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by the Cammy D as we break down the action here today. Cameron, thank you for having a name that flows so well into the Cammy D. That was a good game. M249, again, huge representation, but man, the Panthers seem unbeatable.
Yeah, listen, M249 played that position early. They had to fight for that center compound really early on in the game. A lot of people contested it from the mid game, even towards the late game when we saw them getting crashed. But the Panthers properly played their position from that hillside, taking advantage of the fact that M249 was so focused on defending their position that they just spread out and surrounded and conquered. And so even though M249 are getting the kills, the Panthers are going to stay on top, at least in in tonight's series, strictly because they're able to put themselves and to get the edge when it comes to placement points.
Let's go back and look at how that game went down while I try to process your accidental tongue twisters of Panthers' perfectly played positions.
I didn't even recognize that, but yeah. So there was a lot of hilltop spots to fight over for, not even just M249's compound, right? Which was a great sort of different showing, different terrain for these teams to have to work with compared to the more open area that we saw from the first 2 games.
M249 is just one of those. We kind of talked about in the green room a little bit. M249 for me is a team that hasn't really changed since the beginning of this thing. 3 weeks, 3 wins, crazy style of play. No big difference, right? The other guys that we're looking at now, the Panthers for me have evolved. They started at the bottom. Genuinely, their first week, they didn't do so good, but they kept trying new things. I think you saw they did some 2-2 splits. They're doing 1-3 scouts. They're making really smart choices, and I'm just blown away by that evolution.
Yeah, they're making choices that M249 are strategic in their own right. I really like how they consistently lean into the 2-1 splits with Sleep playing the off-angled character. But the Panthers, they're playing a lot, like, even more tactically focused, positionally focused. M249, if they have a chance for a fight, they're going to take it. They actually came to this compound, as we just saw a few clips ago, basically stealing this from Syntax. Jedi put up a really solid defense, but either way, M249 went for the aggressive moves. The Panthers, they more go with the flow and find, put themselves in a position to capitalize on openings that they find. And as you said at the very beginning, 2 out of 3 wins shows that has a very solid success rate for them.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at that. Panthers 45 points, M249 31, the Big Pickle 22. Bit of a discrepancy between first and third as the fall off begins. We're 3 games in. It's the halfway point. 3 more to play. It's still open options for a lot of these teams to get in, and some of them, like Violent by Nature, who only has 9 points, is a team that has qualified. Actually, let's get the casters here because I want to ask them about this. So let's bring in Clover and Mustache Dave, Diamond Dave, Farmer Dave. Talk to me about farming, because Violent by Nature, they qualified not in sort of what I want to call the free-for-all qualifies yesterday. They qualified by winning an event and doing really well. How are they at 9 points? Like, did they fall off? Like, why can't they farm more?
Well, talking to With No Honor before today's games, they told me that they wanted to work on their mental game here tonight. And one of those aspects were playing from behind. Now, I'm not saying they are doing
they're
as they're doing now
sandbagging
because of that. No, I'm not saying they're sandbagging, but the fact that they had the goal to maybe practice that, because they recognize throughout the 3 weeks that that's something that they're lacking here in preparation for the grand finals. When they do have bad performances, they easily tilt, right? So I feel like, although I'm not saying they're sandbagging, I feel like they're in a perfect position as of right now to kind of practice what they wanted to here tonight. So I'm putting that out there.
Interesting. I mean, there's a maturity, if that's the case, that they recognize that they often are playing from behind, and instead of having the hubris of most pros we talked to, which like, we're going to win this event, they know they're going to struggle and have to play catch up. I like that maturity. All right, guys, let's send it over to you two because you're the mature ones in the room. It's time for the cast. Clover, Mustache Dave, take it away. Cameron, let's get out of here.
I mean, we're definitely not the mathematicians in the room. And again, I mean, with the escapes, Toffees just has this one down. But I mean, yeah, we're at the halfway point today. There's still money on the line today. Regardless, everybody in the lobby is already going forward to the grand finals. And I mean, Dave, you bring up a good point. Everybody's still working on different things. You talked about teams focusing on high stress situations. You just brought up that Violent by Nature is working on their mental game. We know that their fragging ability is really, really good, right? They don't need to really work on that right now. But now that we're kind of flipping to the second part of the day, is there any point where you just kind of decide, all right, that's enough practice, let's just focus on winning?
I think if you're within reach of that top 4, right? Because fourth place $1,000, third place $1,500, second $2,000, first place $300. But then when we look at fifth and sixth, it's $750, and seventh and eighth is $500. So I think if you're on that right side of the leaderboard, you can kind of just keep maintaining your play here tonight, just practicing and smoothing out those edges here. But if you're close enough to increase your money bags at the end of the night, then yeah, 1000%. Don't just maintain, just go all out. You know, just get your guns, get your gear, get your custom kits, and just roll around the place having fun. Because at the end of the night, we have to remember all these teams are going to the grand finals, and the grand finals in the grand scope of things was the bigger picture ticket item here that all these teams had on their #1 spot for goals. So they already achieved that. They're already going. So right now, let's just try to get a little more money at the end of the night and a little more practice to prepare for the grand finals.
Absolutely. I mean, you bring up a good point. It's the big ticket item. There's a lot on the line for the grand finals. We know that there is huge skill from so many of these teams, whether they've got that mobile Battlegrounds longevity or whether they're a first-time Battlegrounds mobile Battle Royale, a player, right? If this is their first real event, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot on the line, and there's a lot to grow. And we're developing the new state meta as we speak throughout this event, and we're seeing teams develop their own as we see what is successful, what doesn't, what are the ways that teams can utilize certain aspects of the game, what are the ways that maybe they can adjust that. We've talked almost ad nauseum about drone credit spendings, and I still think that there's plenty of teams that don't quite take full advantage of the way that they manage their own drone credit transactions. Now, this circle, real quick, it is very similar to the last one. We've got a heavy focus of Anchorville once again in the center, Trailer Park and Play up to the north, Exhibit Hall down to the south. So a lot of good opportunities to start. The issue obviously being right now that we saw for a moment there is the Americas and Big Pickle set up in the center of Anchorville. Big Pickle did see eyes on M249 as they landed as well. So should be mostly quiet, at least to start for this very first phase, with a little bit of a back and forth trading between the Americas and Big Pickle. But I think when we get that next phase pop, just knowing what we saw with the last game, I'm expecting some early and mid-game fighting again.
Yeah, and if you got those drone credits, you might as well spend it because you can't take it with you for the next game, right? You just can't. So if you got 5,000 credits, I don't know what you're doing, holding on to it. And back to the Anchorville fight, that is going to be the Big Pickles versus the Americas. Now, the Big Pickles, they did get a knock. I think Bacon Rick was able to get one knock. So they are fully aware who they're versing. Doesn't look like they're getting ultra aggressive, as that road being a nice little divide between the two squads right now.
Yeah, I mean, really down to the south, that is the Big Pickle team, more than likely, unless we take a real hard shift down. They might have to reposition themselves moving forward if we take an eastern and western shift, not too hard, but if the circle goes anywhere to the north, that's going to spell a little bit of trouble here. So I think that's why we haven't quite seen too much crossing of the roads right now. Teams just waiting to see where that next phase goes before we fully engage in a long term, because I mean, we've seen it, right? We saw it with M249 last game. They were stuck out on the east for a very long time with Violent by Nature, and even a potential third party from Pure Love who was watching that fight for a really long time. And I believe it wasn't even until the end of phase 2 where a knock even happened out of that fight. So both of them were really trying to figure out who it was they were fighting. So that said, it looks like for right now, I think the focus here for the Big Pickle is to just kind of stay in a position to get those resources and then take the fight later on in the game. They're giving themselves some breathing room away from the Americas.
Yeah, and they're also trying to make sure that they look good, right? Because they are a team Winsanity, and we know Winsanity's been practicing. Oh, new state for a couple months now, looking to win. Now, little side note here. Oh, Angry Boy
Ooh.
from Doodle Dude. When Sanity did ask me to be on the team, and I said I just can't. I just can't. So there's a lot of expectations.
They'd be too OP, Dave. You can't let them. I mean, we'd be talking a different story. We'd be talking about how Team Win Sanity winning event, not M249. You got to give.
Yeah.
You got to give some winning
Give
chances
other
to
people a
everybody else.
chance. Exactly. So that additional pressure for the Pickles, I can't even imagine right now. But nice little knock there onto Angry. It looks like they are kind of gathering up. Remember, the Pickles do have a vehicle, I believe a Volta, but not the strongest vehicles for Sens because the recent patch that was done on the 17th a couple days ago, the speed and handling was nerfed a little bit. So it does look like they were able to swap that Volta up here for Vron. And they're looking to possibly make some moves over here after that knock.
Yeah, and there we go. I like this restructure. I like this this grabbing of the vehicle. Buhaus just starting to move into the other side of the city. So them having this compound along a different road, it's nice. The problem is, and you can see it there just in the distance, Americas have also, as they finished looting, they went west to east, and now they're still in this area. So couple more seconds. We can see 50 on the clock until we get that phase 3 pop, and we'll know exactly where the circle's going to go. But right now, I mean, this fight with Americas and the Big Pickle, it's just going to keep going a little bit slow a pace, but it looks like it's not ending it. Oh, is Doodlebob just going to engage? Is he just going to take the fight straight to them here?
So I think what Doodlebob might be setting up for, and we've seen it 2 games in a row, is that when they would send it to a fight, they would have one vehicle where they put it on auto and they jump out of that vehicle, nobody in it, but the vehicle still rolls, and that catches the attention of the opponents. And that split second, those couple moments of attention of the opponents firing at that vehicle is the perfect window of opportunity for the Big Pickles to exactly pinpoint where the enemies are. They've utilized that strat 2 times so far, and that might be what they're setting up here for again.
Well, real quick before this fight pops off, I think we've got Cameron Davis in here to tell us what he sees in this setup. Cam, what's the circle telling you right now?
Yeah, real quick is right, because I think a fight is going to break out on this hill that we're already seeing a couple of different teams try and set up on. It's the high point in this circle. It oversees so much. I think it's going to be able to get a lot of teams a lot of control. I'm going to get out of your hair, though, because I really do think this fight here is going to break off in just a couple of moments.
Yeah, I mean, Cam brings up a good point. We saw that position really play in so well for the Panthers, and I think everybody has that on their mind, right? That was a fight that they won out early on from the Americas, ultimately favoring them in terms of that chicken dinner at the end of the game. So now you've got the Americas, M249, Syntax, the Big Pickle, Buhaus, all in this area, all within just the high grounds here of the hillside. And really, I think we're going to see a bloodbath. We're at 32 alive right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see that number drop dramatically by the end of this next phase.
Yeah, Angry over here with the 4 times on the mini. Looking for sleep over there on the opposite end. And M249 going to have a really nice overview onto STX. Looks like M249 Jason with that MG3 here, running that back here once again. I've noticed them pick up that weapon a lot here tonight. The thing is with STX is they love playing compounds. That has been one of their most successful strategies here, is just hold down a compound and just playing them zones. That's what we saw all day yesterday from them. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking to just hold this one down for the majority of this game, especially with this 2-2 split, really strong. So if this compound in the front of the building does get pushed on, there's a good chance that whoever pushes are going to look to wrap around compared to where they directly push and crash their vehicle. And if that's the case, then the duo across the road has clear sight lines on those opponents looking for that wraparound. So this has been something that STX have been implementing here all week long, and it's really played in their favor.
Yeah, and that too, I mean, you talk about the things that teams are doing and implementing. We're once again seeing Sleep kind of break away from the team just a little bit, play another angle, get that information. He's just going to go ahead and take one of these vehicles that was left behind by the Big Pickle earlier. when they take that push to try and challenge Americas for this position somewhat. But I mean, you bring up a great point for STX. We did have throughout the weekends, I think, a lot more successful plays and points from them, but we also had a lot more city fights, a lot of games that ended in the city and ended in positions that they really utilized. Now, another thing we had a lot of was Jedi with the drones, and that is going to come into play clutch really well with M249 in their backyard like this. Any information that they can have, knowing even at the very least that you've got people this close to you. You can see Caveman's really been keeping an eye on the rest of the players that are up there on the rock. That could be big information that they can use moving forward. They're just outside the center of the circle for right now, but if this hard shifts to the west or to the north, then that could make rotating out of here a little bit tricky without having some kind of an engagement with M249.
Yeah, and M249 really good at calling in for green flares and red flares. That's their bread and butter when we look at drone credits. But STX, deployable shields and scout drones. That's their bread and butter. And no other team here has been utilizing the scout drones like we've seen from STX. We see Sleep looking at it, emoting, tossing out some cash money in the air. Obviously doesn't care about the drone. And I know they're joking up there on the hilltop, but that intel is being relayed right back to STX. So they, with that information, know for a fact that there's 3 opponents on the tippy top of that hill. So with that intel, they can assume that there might be an enemy on that off angle, which will allow STX to be a little more aware and cautious of their surroundings.
I mean, now the big thing, cautious surroundings, pure love all day today, right? They have been kind of just traversing the edge, taking these huge rotations, one point of the map to the other. Really good for getting that information gathering. They're working on their scouting. They've been caught out by a lot of these rotations, though. You can see this time they're choosing not to take the road, but instead go along the edge, using the hillside to their advantage. King did find a vacant compounds, but beyond this position, they're going to find a lot of challenges, right? You've got Americas to the south, M249 and Syntax out to their west and north. So Pure Love, just you need to be a little bit careful. They're going to send Cross across the street to keep that extra player up and handy. But Panthers, it's been quiet for them. Nobody's been in their area, really.
Look at this. They've dealt 23% of the damage in the lobby, with M249 with 20% right behind them. And I believe one of the team members from the Panthers trying to hop that ramp with the Vulture. Jumping off a little too soon. Yeah, jumping off a little too soon. And looking at M249, second most damage dealers in the lobby with a nice McLaren, that lime green paint job. They are going to see some drones out there in the distance that they might be able to blow up in the air. We haven't really seen it this week, but last week a lot of these teams were blowing those drones up in the air, and it was actually landing on their opponents and knocking them out. Although you might not get the elim points, that knockout is in the kill feed, so you will know exactly who's over there with that drone. Mm-hmm. So that's a heads up play, in my opinion, that we really haven't seen here. And talking about heads up play, Jedi with another drone scout, baby. Jedi.
If there was ever a stat that I would get, I just want to know how many drones has Jedi launched this weekend.
This week,
yeah,
yes.
Just this week, because I feel like that 10. Number's at least 20 for sure, right? It's definitely in the double digits.
Shout out to them, though. Shout out to
our
them,
stat
honestly.
guy's like, I can't.
Yeah,
but you know what? We know it's a lot.
There's going to be a scout drone MVP at the end of the season, by the way. Jedi up there at the top.
Ooh,
okay.
There you go. Good connection by Singularity. We love to see it, right? We've been waiting for some of these fights to pop off as the circle did center itself up more around Anchorville. It's almost a mirror of last game. We've got the compounds to south, though this time a little more prominently in the circle. They make up about 30%. Some more teams vying for these positions. Buhos, Pure Love, and Americas all in here. Singularity is going to take out King. Waste no time on the flush. And you can see just on the opposite side here of Pure Love, Buhouse are sending 3 to investigate what's going on here. So America's trying to very quickly establish some part of this town for themselves. But you can see, I mean, it's very crowded right here.
Chilling in the Ville. And the Panthers trying to breach those top mountaintops of Anchorville up there to the north, but it's going to be occupied right now from the Big Pickles with their 2-1-1 split. But talk about being occupied. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not moving a muscle. But they know, Clover. They know.
Oh, Singularity. That is a Hail Mary heal if I ever saw one. Down to 5 HP.
Ricochet grenade.
Oh, he didn't even get a chance to really pop it up. There we go. The heal's popping up just in time now as Falky pushes into the compound, trying to put some damage down between him, waiting for his teammate to help push up the stairs. Falky is going to fall here. Pure Long, getting Singularity. Falky actually was not in a position to help just yet, but you can see the throwables still into play. Pure Love trying to hold on to the upstairs for this while the rest of Americas takes the push. Long found out by a nade by Aaron. It's all up to Pandy, who tries to return the favor, but nobody was there. And unfortunately for Pure Love, they are pure out of luck as they are going to fall here. 3 still up for the Americas, but Boo House wastes no time to try to put the pressure onto Americas before they can recover.
Yeah, still 4 up too, and just overlooking that fight, trying to third party that. But we see Martin right now, that rooftop, they got to be cautious because there's a team all the way up there with sightlines. So I believe that's why we didn't see them get fully aggressive here and try to take out the Americas when they were hurt.
I mean, all right, back to these rocks. These rocks were huge, clutch and play. There's so many teams scattered out through this mix like sprinkles. I mean, look, you've got Syntax thrown in the mix here with the Big Pickle thrown in the mix now with Panthers. The circle is going to pull back away from the high ground, going down south, right where we actually, I believe, saw the circle almost end last game. So before this even set up, look, Big Pickle already restructured. Luckily, they had sent one down that way. Now they could take that priority compound. And that's going to leave Panthers stuck in a position where they've got to deal with the remaining members of Syntax Jedi with that off angle. We've seen what happens when he can play that solo snaky game, but you also have teams like Violent by Nature and M249 that need to find where they're going to put down, and that's where things are going to get really crowded here.
Ooh, I like this too. I like this a lot from the Big Pickles, using those deployable shields to create choke points. Just in case they do get crashed on, there's going to be only so many options for the opponent to run through, and that just makes those sight lines even easier for the spray down from the Big Pickles. So utilizing these deployable shields, I love it, and their vehicle placements as well to also help with that, because that's the Doodle Dude right there blocking that doorway. Looks like the Doodle Dude is going to be looking up there with the 6 times on the hilltop. But talking about the hilltop, we got to push.
Well, there you go. I was wondering when this was going to happen here at the Panthers having to hold off. Once again, Team America's Peel had a nade in his hand. I don't know if he primed that before he'd thrown it up. It looks like it didn't matter anyways. Malkin with the flush, and the remaining members caught off now. Peter Boy needs to take a quick break to heal, and Panthers still got to focus on to get to the zone. They did lose one, but again, I mean, Dave, the amount of drone credits that they managed to hold on time and time again still leaves them with options going forward. You can see the flare is out. They managed to grab one out of that crate as well. And so 6 teams alive. I mean, it's still with such a small circle, very, very crowded here. And part of the reason is just this rocky terrain. You can see now Kitty Cat driving right past Jedi. Oh, this snake game. Once again, we saw it in match 1. We're seeing it again here in match number 4.
Yeah, Jedi recognizing that there's at least 2 enemies in the area, not making a move yet. Just going to try to utilize that same snake strat they did in game number 1 to capitalize and get 3rd place, by the way. So we'll keep tabs on them, but they're going to be rolling right behind M249. M249 grouping up just a little bit more here, taking shots across the way on the Panthers, who just called in Legal. So Legal's going to be in the sky. This should be an easy point for M249.
Yeah, this is great here. And here's the other issue, right, is now when you look down at the compounds, we've got that compound that the Pickle is in. It's just outside his zone. You have the split happening from Boo House. And that was keeping some pressure to Team America's down to the south. But with the circle centering itself up on that open terrain, that hillside down to the west, this is really... We're at 17 alive. I imagine this is going to go down to 7 very, very quickly as we wait for those teams to rotate through. Big Pickle already setting up again. This is what we see from them. They don't waste any time. They don't wait to see what everybody else is going to do. They want to pick their spot first and play on it defensively. We saw the car for it from their win in game 2. Might see it here now because beyond this, even if their car fort gets destroyed, the rest of this fight is really going to have to be played tactfully on foot. As I say that, Panthers tactfully taking the fight to M249 as well as they sent to Malkin. Is on the chase right now. See if they can spot out Sleep, but oh, what an angle.
Yeah, the Panthers had the intel that the Pickles moved out the gas station, so they immediately went there. M249 recognizing that push, and they pulled up to take it right from the Panthers. So that was a pretty impressive pull up from M249, while the Panthers were trying to get a foothold in that newly acquired position that the Big Pickles just left.
M249, they've got 3 up and alive, but Boo House, they still have 4. They're the only team with a full 4-man squad, and White sending it first into the zone, but that's very close to Pickle. You can see they've got that up, that high ground position, but Kneecaps waiting for him at the base of the hill. Doodle Dude spotting out another player as well. So those snipers, really, I mean, this is a perfect angle to play this from, but White, I think reading the situation, just calling it out his teammates in the nick of time. Hey, there's somebody a lot closer here than I anticipated. We need to make sure we take care of them. And we're down to just 4 teams. It's 3 and a snake, right? Jedi hasn't been spotted out by M249. We saw what he managed to accomplish versus them in the very first match. But we'll see what can happen, if Lightning will repeat itself. But what's happened now, Kneecaps has been spotted out. That's huge for Buhos to play this angle.
Yeah, Kneecap's trying to be sneakier right there, trying to be that surprise factor, was called out. So that's going to set the Pickles down a member as Doodle Dude and Bacon Rick on the high ground, just letting it rip with the custom M249, 150 bullets in the magazine, as it is going to be just ringing down on top of M249 fan club down there below.
M249 is in a terrible position. The big thing, obviously, now is with that last member of Syntax taken out, they can really just turn their attention forward. The problem is everybody has their attention on them. Buhos has the angles, 4 players up. The Big Pickle, 3 players up, all of their attention on Sleep, the remaining member of M249. And it looks like, at least right now, both teams focusing on making sure M249 don't come away with the win. But now Bacon Rick, once again, turning his attention a 3rd time now to Buhos. 1 player knocked down to the zone. Sleep still alive. Can't discount him just yet. Look at Buhos down to just 1. They stood too long in the blue along the edge. And just like that, it is a winner chicken dinner. Big Pickle pick up a 2nd win for the night. Dave, you love to see it. There's such great proactivity from the squad.
Big Pickle, big chillin' out here. 2 chicken dinners, the Panthers with 2 chicken dinners. Shout out to Buhos Gaming, though. They have been somewhat consistent here tonight, and this is a team that I'm going to admit that I've been sleeping on. I haven't really been paying attention to them just because we have so many other teams in a lot. We've taken a lot of the spotlight. That's almost playing in an advantage to Buhos, who are just, quietly maneuvering themselves to the late game almost every single game here tonight, and within grasp of a chicken dinner as well. What, they had like 3 or 4 up at the end right there? That in its own right is a challenge, right? Especially in this lobby and with these zones up there to the north of Anchorville. Very challenging terrain to play in. So shout out to Buhos Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Kneecap, who again we know is Winsanity, was in that position, right, to really make things, I think, even worse for our Buhos there, as White did manage to hear him out, and the rest of the team came in to help out. They took out Kneecap. They were able to play that position. The problem is, I think they kind of had their attention split a little bit too long on M249, ultimately falling to the blue zone at the end. But just that way, like you said, I mean, to get themselves in a safe position, to not waste too long to backfill as other teams moved on. That's what we saw from them. That's also what we saw from the Big Pickle, and I love to see that aggression, that not wasting any time to act from those squads. They're active, not reactive.
And if Poro's watching, I'm just gonna say M249 wiping out the Panthers right there. Poro, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Though, that is that match. After the break, Toffees, Cameron, to break it down.
Game 4 is done, and while the same two teams keep picking up wins, Buhos says goodbye to the top 4. That's where the money is, but that's not where Buhos. Or maybe they are. They come in. Is bonjour yes or hi or bye? I don't know French.
It's hello.
You know French? Hey,
Hello.
Buhos! Welcome to the top 4. I haven't seen the scoreboard yet, so how can I know? Thanks, production, for not teaching me French, right?
Yeah, they really let you have to dry on this one.
Right? Well, I say oui to that. And highlights!
Yeah, bonjour to the replays.
Bonjour to the replays. There
Listen,
you
I
go.
gotta call myself out. I thought there would be a fight on this hill when there really wasn't. The way that the Panthers was positioning around that area baited me. They retreated when M249 arrived. But the fact that we saw so many people even just play a footsie game around that hill showed a lot of intention on how strong that position was. However, the circle continued to shift towards the west, and I think that the Big Pickle played it really well when they actually retreated away from a compound that was relatively central over to the hill, because it gave them all of this high ground that you can then now see them getting a whole bunch of kills from.
They sure did. I mean, the Pickles, they're playing really smart. They're almost like a weird, not weird. I mean, they're almost like this natural evolution of sort of between the Panthers and M249. Like, they're playing aggressive and looking for fights, but they're doing it in a really smart way, I feel like, Cameron. Like you said, they kind of pulled into the spot. You saw them maybe think about some engagements and choose not to take some. I don't know. It's very smart. And I guess that, you know, I've heard their pros in another game, so that makes sense that they would be showing up and putting up. What do you think about the Panthers at 53 points, though? That's pretty big.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
There's not much more to say about it than that. But following up sort of what I was talking about, the difference between Panthers and M249, and we saw this on the previous overall standings, that it's obviously still here now, is that the kill points are not that much further apart. Panthers do have a little bit more because they are able to get those end game kills, but it's the placement points that are making the biggest difference here. And if this sort of play style that the Panthers have carries through into the grand finals, M249, who from the very beginning were the team that were the team to beat,
right?
It looks like it's going to be an easy win.
It does, and that's an issue that I have. And I'm going to pull up the other two. Let's get Clover and Diamond Dave in here to chat with us a little bit more.
That was too slow.
That was good. That was all right.
Good try.
We're not. You made this an art form, Toffees, and I am just a cheap imitation.
You guys are doing your best. Dave reminded me of, like, my kid threw a surprise party for me once out of nowhere. You know, it's like, hey, what are you doing, buddy? Surprise. Okay, let's talk about the teams at the top. They're doing great, but here's my question. At the bottom, we've got some teams that are struggling, Clover, but the reality is they've all qualified to the grand final. All that matters today is money, right? And literally the top gets like $3 grand and the bottom gets not a lot. And the difference between positions is a ton of money. What do we say to these teams at the bottom? Like, should they be just going hyper aggro, hot dropping, getting crazy the last 2 games?
You know, I mean, Dave and I talked about it a little bit at the start of the previous match, you know, and I agree with his thought, right? If you're in the position to make a run for the top 4, to make a run for the money today, go for it. Turn it on, right? Like, just go for the wins. Obviously, you've had your chance to kind of work on the things that you need to work on going into the grand finals. But, you know, like, bring your A game already. If you're in a position where maybe that's not really your focus and you've probably wasted too much opportunity to make that comeback happen already, just keep doing what you're doing, you know, and maybe save it as a surprise for the grand final. You know, it's a tactic, right?
It is. It is. Is that the space stone on your microphone? Do you have an infinity stone just casually strapped to your mic? Interesting.
I don't even know. I think it's just the reflection.
It's the reflection off of that. Yeah.
I appreciate. Okay, I thought
really
she was over here
concerned all
putting the
of a sudden.
Tesseract together. Interesting. All right. Well, you know what? Game 5 is about to get underway. We're gonna crown a winner in only 2 more matches, so don't go anywhere. Cameron and I are gonna leave, but these two are gonna walk you through game number 5.
I want there to be one time where production just leave him hanging. You know,
like where they go down, like to the south, and
or you go something. Come on, make it happen. He's
help us
been
out,
too
production.
Smooth. Yeah, he's been.
He really is. You know, like you talked about, we need some practice time on this. So, but that said, I mean, we're out of practice time. This is the penultimate match for today, for our final day of open qualifiers. There's money on the line. But there's so much more than that, as we've talked about time and time again. Now, we are, once again, Trailer Park Anchorville. I feel like this has kind of been a good practice spot for all of these players today. No surprise to see the Big Pickle taking that northern position. Pure Love once again playing on the edge. And is that a hot drop? Is that M249 and yet another hot drop?
The Panthers, they heard it. They heard the devs talking about how, oh, the Panthers so much better. M249 dropping in Trailer Park. The Panthers drop spot right here. P19s, Clover.
Yeah, I think I remember you telling me a few days ago this is one of your favorite spots to see pop off. But talking about pop up, we've got trades left and right. M249 with 2 players already down. One fleshed out on the Panthers. Steve Malkin is just free-firing around every angle, hoping to catch out. Remember, Kit Kat down to 16. This is not looking great for M249 right now.
Through the tarp. I talked about it, I think, yesterday. That tarp is not hard cover, and that right there is just map awareness. The pre-fire through the tarp. You love to see it. You love to see it. Kitty Cat gonna be trying to heal on up while Jason with that Uzi and sleep with the L8.
I mean, you got to be careful, right? Leaving Jason alive, because you can see already the recovery that M249 have managed to pull back out from that. Kitty Cat almost got her health back up to full form. There comes the flush now onto Sad. So Peter Boy, Malkin, it was looking like this fight was starting out in their favor. Now I'm not so sure, and Malkin is actually going to break away. Knowing where this is, he's just going to go, you know what? All right, Peter, you're on your own. Peter has found out immediately if Malkin can get this vehicle and drive away, I mean, there's that potential recovery. We've talked about how good Panthers are with their credits. This is the time to put it to the test.
They're a good team. Grand Finals, I could definitely see the Panthers being top 3 easily. You know, top 4. But I know the Panthers are at the top of the leaderboard. I know they are. But after that, oh.
Yeah, that was not a leaderboard winning play.
Yeah, can you deny M249? And when people say they're probably the best team so far that we've seen in New State Mobile Mashup.
Absolutely.
You can't deny it. You know, they just hot dropped the top team tonight in the lobby and cleaned them up. Clapped them.
Do you think, I mean, is there a chance that's what M249 is working on today? Just hot dropping on areas, following other teams, and maybe looking for opportunities to come out with those hyper aggressions you've talked about, like the stressful situations, the mentality. I mean, that is the best way to practice it, right? Is to hot drop onto another team and a different team at that every match.
Well, Sleep was telling me that their game plan tonight was to feast on all the chicken. And, you know, after watching the first couple matches, I'm like, nah, I can't believe that. But, you know, after that drop on the trailer park, they did not have to go there. Their drop spot at the hall is in this circle. So they did not have to go to trailer park at all. So the fact that they dropped on the Panthers, who the Panthers go to trailer park, that shows, number one, they're aware of the lobby. You know, map awareness, they watch the VODs, they know who drops where. But number two, I think what that really shows is they're telling the Panthers, look, anytime we feel like it, we can drop on you and we will ruin your game, because that's what just happened. So the Panthers might have been feeling really confident, pretty happy tonight, I have to assume. But after that drop, they're probably like, holy camole, guacamole. Like what if M249 did that during the grand finals, right? When there's 200K on the line, they just, they're keeping other teams on their toes, is my point here.
And especially, as you point out, given what's going on with the lobby today, Panthers and the Big Pickle with 2 chickens apiece after 4 matches. M249 have to gently remind everybody, yeah, we're not in first place, we're in second. We're behind you right now. And yeah, we don't have the win, but we can still win against you. And that's the message that we just saw in this fight.
But can they really win?
I believe, 2 games left. Is this the game where we finally see M249 pop off? Because now, if you're Panthers, you're going to have to focus a lot of your time and resources on recovering from that early fight, and may potentially not have as many engagements in your favor until later in the game.
But when we're talking about win with the WYNN, can they really win? if you get where I'm going.
You know
Can
what?
they drop on this team
I get
and
it,
win?
right? And
Okay.
look, there's 38 points right now for the Big Pickle. They do have those 2 chicken dinners. They're making those smart plays. I would say they're probably one of the more successful teams that have been able to not only play rotations but play open terrain, right? We saw the car forts. We saw the way that they could really switch from an offensive to defensive very, very successfully. But, you know, obviously still the factor is whether they can keep up with M249 or the Panthers through the second half of this. The points are starting to get away from them here. After that top 3, though, there's a little bit of a drop off, right? We've got Buho with 25, Syntax, who have really been losing fights early. A lot of those points have come down to Jedi snaking out in the late game. I mean, not typically we see way more kill points for Syntax than we have seen from this. America's Pure Love, Violent by Nature. I'm not seeing their normal games today, so my hope is truly that they are working on things. This is not what we've seen from them in the past.
Yeah, I know we were complimenting Buho's gaming, but you just pointed out something really nice, that we're not seeing the normal kind of games from STX, from Pure Love, from Americas. So that could also be playing a factor in why Buhos are up there at the top of the leaderboard right here tonight. So looking at STX, I agree with you 1000%. They haven't been showing themselves here tonight like we're used to seeing. And what I mean by that is, like, I'm not even seeing the deployable shield usage that I've been complimenting them here all week on, that they've been showing up in the late game with every single time. Yes, these zones have been pretty complicated to deal with, like we see right here with the next circle, as Pure Love are just off center, big chillin'. So that could also be a factor in why STX are having a tough go at things here tonight. But we keep talking about it. These teams are qualifying for the grand finals, so there's almost a sense that you don't want easy games, right, Clover? You want to practice these very challenging hard shift zones and put yourself in that situation with that high intensity, that pressure, to see if you come out on top.
A little bit of pressure out from Americas onto Buhos. This is really just going to keep Buhos further on, right? None of these teams are in the zone. This is not a fight that's going to pop off, but it's just kind of letting them know, hey, they're here. Maybe hope to pick one off. And, you know, I want to kind of double back real quick on Pure Love. We saw the circle center up on them. And, as you hold that thought, because Buhos are really taking this rotation even riskier. So now they're driving past a second team. That is going to be Syntax. Miraculously, though, they've actually survived for the most part of this rotation. I say that waiting. Okay, I think we're at a safe distance now. They've survived this. But back to Pure Love, because right now they're at the center of the zone. They have been playing the edge. They've been on the chase. We've seen them rotate halfway around the circle. The circle shifts. They rotate entirely around the other direction. It's been almost chaotic at some points. So they have traveled the furthest at over 1,000 centimeters prior to this match. And in nautical miles, because I know, guys, we've been giving you the nautical miles, that is 0.581. But, you know, it's like when you have that time traveled, sometimes you don't always have as much information that you want. So that said, though, America's Syntax. Buhos kind of pulled both of these teams into each other. And now America's taking the fight to Syntax, who have struggled to survive these early game, really just, I'm going to call them slaughters, because they have been slaughtered, and that's not typical what we see from them here. Jedi holding an angle, did see one. White's going to run up the stairs, though. Koba accidentally knocks over a teammate, but he does get another member of the Americas in that engagement. He's going to have to stop to heal, though. He's the only player still up there for Syntax.
Jedi, half HP. Also, Violent by Nature have with no honor across the road trying to get that wraparound. Koba, though, not slowing down. Gonna be proactive here, trying to confirm another elim point. Gonna be vaulting through the window, getting another one. With the peek out from Jedi. 1 HP with that UMP. The UMP with the higher rate of fire up close and personal compared to the AKM. Just winning that engagement.
You know, it's heartbreaking to see, because we were literally just talking up Syntax and what we needed to see from them. The fact that they're not winning these early fights, that's inside of a house. Those are the fights they win. Those are the fights that they were just absolutely dominating. And you hate to see stuff like that. Now, good green flare purchase there from Buho. They're going to work on rezzing up some of their teammates that they lost in those rotations earlier on. They lost White and Drip, so should see a recall for one of those here momentarily. But, I mean, again, back to STX and some of the other teams that are struggling. I'm excited that they're working on other things, but I hope that they don't get to a point where they can't go into the grand finals prepared to shine. And that's where my fear starts to set in as we come forward to the penultimate game. And it just seems like even just the simplest fights that they should be winning out, they're not.
I want to see M249 push this. They see the green flare in the air. They're going to see the player. They're up there on the high ground. And Buho is going to be calling in another green flare, trying to blow up that drone in the air. Probably going to do so. But I want to see them just full push this, just because they hot dropped here this game, right? So you got to assume after almost wiping out the Panthers, who Malcone did get Peter Boy back up in the blue, you have to assume they're feeling good, though. They're feeling confident this match.
Oh, no, Drip. You got to feel confident. Look, they're hitting these shots. Jason got it! Oh, with the SLR, and 249 are going to pick off that recall that Buho tried so desperately to get that player back. And
now they know who it is.
Yeah, they know exactly who it is. And look, that high ground, I mean, that gave them that advantage, right? Because you've got that member of Buho that's not only dropping, but they're dropping down into the dip. So seeing that, though, look at those parachutes coming down for Americas and the blue. Just you got to be safe, right?
Oh, Buhos, they knew for a fact after that knock from M249 that after M249 recognized which team it was, they knew that they were going to push. M249 were sending it to the compound. Meanwhile, the duo from Buyos were like, nah, we are out of here. They got their vehicle. We see them going all the way down there to the south. That's how you know a team has so much respect on their name that a squad doesn't even want to attempt a compound defense.
Yeah, and I mean, smart play too for Buho, right? To read that situation and not waste any time to reposition. The circle did center itself up around the exhibition hall. Pure loves compound that priority spot. So as M249 sends Sleep to investigate, try to see who is occupying that space. The other team that we know is proactive and likes to waste no time, the Big Pickle, coming in a very similar rotation off to the east. And so now for the teams that are a little bit slower to get in the circle, that is teams like the Panthers, teams like Americas, and even Violent by Nature. I'm going to be a little bit worried, wondering how they're going to get themselves in a strong position without losing players, especially with so many taking similar wraps to get in position. But nice spot out there by Pandy taking out Sleep.
Yeah, Pandy and Long have been really nice here tonight with hitting these long-range sniper shots. I was going to say, though, we are near the hall, so this is the backyard of M249. This is their terrain. This is their home. They know all the hilltops. They know all the cover. They know all the bowls and dips. So we got to keep tabs on them. They also got 2,500 drone credits that they can utilize here. Now, I would have called it a GG for M249, but Doodle Dude picking up the P90, that's going to be hard to win against. You know, I was going to say, that's going to be hard to win against, unless it looks like M249 calling in a red flare, unless they get a P90 in that care package to match the Doodle Dudes out there. Looks like we picked up some batteries.
Possible. You know, I mean, what point do they need to rename themselves the P90 fan club, you know, instead of the M249 fan club? Is that the play here? But all right, here we go. You brought up Big Pickle. You brought up their position. M249, you say that this is the terrain they land, the terrain they're familiar with, but now with so many players starting to look for that spot in the zone, exhibition hall is actually still empty as well. That could be a potential spot that we see the Panthers put down as their remaining members manage to break away from Americas and Violent by Nature. So the northern side is going to be potentially a kind of a free-for-all for all these teams, and that's where my fear starts to set in for M249 if they're prepared to play this defensively.
Yeah, and unless you got a knock on M249, you're not going to know exactly where they are. And I think the reason nobody's opting to go into the hall is because they probably assume M249 are holding it down, right? Because that is going to be their drop spot. So, up here in the north. Ooh, America's pulling up.
I mean, really good spot out by Americas. We've seen them play the hills. I know we talked about M249, or excuse me, the Panthers and the high ground, but it's also been the way that Americas is like to play right now. But unfortunately, Singularity is going to get spotted and punished there by Sleep. So although M249 caught off guard initially, they are going to recover very quickly as it's now just up to Aaron and Falky. A little bit of return fire there onto Sleep, but he's going to waste no time sitting on this. Remember, he is out on an island away from the rest of the teammates. Aaron is going to try to keep him on the edge of zone outside of circle. But the issue here is if Americas get tunnel visioned into this fight with Sleep, they're going to allow the remaining members of M249 to act.
Yeah, looking at M249, Cairo just put 2 fresh batteries in their vehicle too, so unfortunate for them. Jason might be calling in a green flare. It looks like Sleep was trying to go for that wraparound flank onto the Americas, but now possibly getting sandwiched between both the Americas and Violent by Nature. Gonna be pulling back to their team members. Next zone goes up. Pure Love, Big Chillin' still in the zone with the hard cover.
Yeah, Pure Love's getting Pure Love from the circles right now. They've been, their compound is great. They haven't had to move for quite some time. My only problem with that is they probably also don't have as many resources or information on the rest of the teams in that late game. But that said, M249, you called that recovery. We can see they're back up to 3. They got Cairo back up into play. They're only down to about 920 credits, though. So still getting that pressure from the Americas along the edge. But Americas actually turned their focus a little bit to Violent by Nature, try to go for that wide wrap, and it's going to take them right there into the Americas. So they're going to catch them off guard here. And in the kill feed as well. You can see a little bit of love coming in from Big Pickle. They're all the way out to the west, but they've got eyes on Violent by Nature, too.
Yeah, they do have this high ground, but the blue zone gonna close in here soon, so they will have to reposition. And they know there's a lot of enemies over there on that west side because they've been third-partying it as Doodle Dude with the mini 8 times.
Oh, down half. Come on, dude.
Oh, the reload. Oh, they got him.
Long.
Oh, Long from the compound, stealing that point out of the sky. And I don't think the Pickles appreciated that because now they're going to be rotating on a hilltop overlooking that compound. That's Pure Lover holding down.
Yeah, you know, you gotta give credit, right? Pickle putting in all the work there, only to be stolen away. But look at this, Falky amazingly still alive. I mean, just the resiliency of Team Americas through all of this, driving right past Pure Love's compound. That scout, that information Aaron's gathering in about whether or not they want to crash this compound. We've seen a lot of crashes from Americas, especially when they feel like they've got nowhere else to anchor down. They're just going to go for that Hail Mary clutch play. So as they're still driving around in vehicles, that could be what we might see from them if they're not caught out on these rotations. But this hillside that we've seen Big Pickle set up on just outside of the exhibit hall allots them line of sight on all the teams. As you can see, Doodle Bob connecting there on M249 to try to wrap around the backside of this. Bacon Rick keeping that pressure, and M249 are just going to put down right here. They've got nowhere else to go. Jason falls. It's only up to Sleep yet again. Trying to stay alive, but nowhere to go. That's it. M249 taken out of the equation.
Yeah, the Pickles, their map awareness to be able to spot out that vehicle rotates and get as many shots and even the vehicle explosion on it before they even got close. Real heads up play right there for the Big Pickles with 7 elim points. Next zone does shift and that hilltop no longer in play, at least the cover right behind them. So all that action, all those shots, all the kill feed, mayhem. I'm looking at Pure Love. They are definitely expecting a push from the Pickles here very shortly. So they're going to be looking at that hilltop.
Yeah, I mean, Pure Love really got to sit pretty comfortably in that compound for a long time. Although they do have a knock, they should be able to recover. And they've got that compound for a little bit longer. So resource-wise, them and the Big Pickles coming into this final fight the strongest. Everybody else a little more fractured. America's down to 2. Buhos down to 2. The Panthers only up with 1 if they can't get this res. You can see the pressure that they're receiving from Bacon Rick. So almost a 2-horse race in the last of this game, but I don't want to discount anybody else just yet. A lot of that factor is going to go for this next circle. Phase 7 could potentially take us, as we see now. Malkin, he's just got to sit in the shack. I mean, this is probably a heartbreaking situation to see, but there you go. You got to give him credit.
Yeah, I believe Bacon Rick rocking the custom SLR with the long barrel increases the damage as well. Malcolm finding out firsthand how much that hurts.
Go Pure Cross. Keeping that watchful eye on the smoke, seeing who else they can spot out. And here we go. The send starting to come now from Big Pickle. Seeing if they can clear up anything in the smokes and the cover that the Americas have sent for themselves, as well as center circle. So Bob just across the street, that's in throwable range. And he's got a little bit of cover here in the tower. So you can see the tracers coming across the screen that's coming in from Pure Love and their compound. So unfortunately, Bob not yet in a position to stand up unless he can get a little bit of help from his teammates. Might be able to take some of the attention away from Pure Love. But there you go. Another send. Dude takes a little bit of damage on that transition. Hasn't been taken down just yet. And Bacon Rick trying to see if he can find another safe angle on this. Unfortunately, Pure Cross is going to get that knock onto Dude, so he wasn't able to get up the stairs safe.
Yeah, they need to take out the Americas before being able to reposition and focus on the Pure Love. And I believe they're recognizing that right now as the Americas looking to toss some long grenades. Doodle Bob tossed the smoke, probably going to be attempting to get the pickup on to their Doodle brother down there with the P90. Doodle Dude. Oh, but Bob also spotted, even though they had that guard tower cover.
This is a tough game, unfortunately. As we see now, all eyes up on that high ground. The high ground can come in clutch until you have to leave. It makes you a really vulnerable position because everybody can see you coming down from that hillside. There's not a lot of help here. The smokes, although giving cover to Americas, are at least for right now giving Bacon Rick line of sight break. And you can see the smoke wall coming out from Pure Love as well is going to give him some help here. He is going to spot off King sitting in the blue. Might just give this one up to the zone, but seeing if he can at least pick up one more point before he goes. The play zone is ultimately going to take out Bacon Rick and Pure Long and Pure Love now taking the fight straight to the zone. They've got control. Americas have to push for them. Aaron is going to spot one as Cross falls down. Things could go either way for either team here. Aaron, the last one still standing up for Americas. He seems to know where Long is, but focusing on getting that kill there onto a member of Pure Love. Spots out Pandy, but unfortunately just didn't get him as Pandy was lying prone. 11 HP, tries to heal. The zone is going to do the last of the work. And we finally have a third winner on the board. Pure Love picking up their first chicken of the evening.
Pure Love playing the long game, finding a solid position, a solid compound to hold down. And what they did, they just made sure that everybody on the team stayed alive to that late game, and they popped out that compound with 4 alive. Down to just 2 here in this 2v1, but regardless, they had it on lockdown because they were the only team not impacted by the blue zone. They weren't taking any blue zone damage, so they had the zone in their favor, and they planned that one out pretty well here, in my opinion. And that's going to shoot them up this leaderboard, putting them in a nice spot to get some additional money here tonight, Clover.
Yeah, it was a very well-needed jump for them if they wanted to make that run for top 4. Pure Love have been kind of lingering down near the middle to the bottom of the leaderboard through today. And, I want to give them credit. Their ability to pick apart the Big Pickle, really focusing just on that one team so that they didn't have to focus a push from both teams. If they had allowed Big Pickle to rotate successfully, then they would have had to worry with both Americas and the Big Pickle moving forward. So really good mindset there to kind of take that fight tactfully, pushing ahead. And ultimately, though, it was getting a little close. I was wondering there if Aaron was going to be able to pull off an insane 3v1, but kudos to Pure Love. They really deserved that chicken dinner.
So, do the Panthers have to worry about another hot drop in the final map? That's what I'm looking forward to, because after that last game, the hot drop from M249 totally kind of, I want to say, destroying or deflating their balloon, their morale just a little bit, because they were doing so well here tonight, this evening, that after that hot drop, they might be looking, if M249 do hot drop them again and win, they might be looking at losing maybe $1,000 here if they get bumped down to second place, which obviously they don't want to happen. So match number 6 here, Clover, probably going to be a spicy one.
Absolutely, and that'll be something I'm really looking forward to hearing Toppies and Cameron break down on the desk. But before we get there, we've got to take a very quick break before we go into our final match of the evening. Don't go anywhere.
The penultimate match is done, and with one left to play, Pure Love makes it purely amazing as they come out with a victory over Americas to clinch at the end. That brings us up to 3 different winners over the course of 5 games, but it's coming down to the wire. Let's go straight to highlights, and then we can get to the board so we can look at exactly who is competing for the cash. It's highlight time.
Straight on in. Let's go.
Bring it on in.
Highlights for Toffees, for you specifically. So you know what? Why don't you take
highlights? Okay, that's M249, and then that's also the Panthers, and they're shooting at each other. Pop, 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 pop. Is that how we do highlights? No.
Okay, I'll take over. Let's leave it to the experts.
You're so much better than I am.
So again, as Dave said, we're getting a lot of circles that are on Anchorville, but these same circles are also continuing to hard shift off of them, which just pulls more teams to fighting on these extremities. M249, though, they're always thriving in the chaos, however. Their ability to take fights, come out of them with at least 1 or 2 people alive, and then immediately get into a position to be able to respawn their teammates back in to then go back up to full force is really a sight to behold. They didn't get as far in this game as we traditionally saw, but now Pure Love, they were able to take control of the end game. The one thing to note, though, is that while, yes, they were able to win the game that they were supposed to win, which is always an important skill to have in this game, they don't actually have that many kills because the circle hard shifted onto them in the mid game. They just sort of like sat around. They didn't have much to do in terms of defense. So I think they only picked up, what was it, like 4 kills themselves, whereas the Big Pickle, while getting 3rd place, got 10 kills, which is how they've actually been able to jump over M249 fan club here and get surprisingly close to the Panthers' first place position.
Yeah, it seems like the Pickles are very smash mouth. They've got a good style of play. I'm starting to feel like maybe some of these teams are getting answers to M249 because they are meeting them with equal aggression and winning. And I'm not sure M249 is used to that second part, right? Like, I think that they've had a lot of equal aggression thrown at them, but have yet to find very many contenders who can kind of take that fight. And that's what I'm a little bit worried about. Actually, let's call in. I want to get Mustache Dave and Clover in here because, in particular, Dave comes from the...
I don't have the timing, man. I can't do it like you.
It's tough because you have to start from the bottom. Okay, so you know the mobile scene. We know that we're seeing some COD pros right now playing on Big Pickle. I've heard that there's a PUBG mobile pro team rolling up with Noah from YouTube that's going to be incredibly strong. Does this spell trouble for M249 that they're meeting teams that seem to be able to take them in these fights?
Yeah, all types of pros, right? From all types of mobile battle royale games coming into New State. It is such a new esports ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they have that experience, and I think that experience plays a big factor in the mental aspect on knowing how not to get pressured, tilted, or whatnot, or even arguing within the team comps. But I think M249 have the advantage because they've been playing New State since day one, right? They've been grinding since day one. I talked about it last week that I'll log on to New State, and even after tonight's games, the team, they're playing just regular matches after the tournament for a couple more hours, right? So they're just playing New State so many more hours compared to these pros from other matches or other games, that is. I think M249 have the advantage still here, Toffees.
All right, well, the advantage here is for the two of you because the final match is about to get underway. We're going to figure out who takes home the big cash. It is time for our last match of the night. Cameron and I, let's go.
Let's go. All
what
right.
happened? What happened?
I love it. All right. You know what? It's okay. Toffees, even with that, you still made it look good. So, but you heard it here, right? We've got one more match to go. M249 still have not come with the win. There was some point in that match where, I mean, you pointed out that's their stomping grounds. They looked like they were in a good position, and then things not so much because a lot of people had really similar ideas on how they wanted to wrap, how they wanted to rotate. I think we've talked about the way that teams have been studying VODs. And I mean, if you know that a team like M249 is winning all the time, do you think there's even a potential that some of these teams have been studying M249 and thus learning how to best them?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you always want to follow and imitate the #1 team in the lobby, you know, get some tips and tricks from them for sure. And I think a lot of teams have definitely kind of developed a good understanding of their play style. As we're looking at the line,
Ooh,
Jedi
all right.
just parachute in right there.
M249.
Nice, yeah, nice looking skin. So M249 gonna be dropping on Pure Love. So back-to-back games with some hot drop early game action here. And oh, Sleep, dude!
I always feel like Sleep's the first and also the last player for M249 when you see these engagements, right? We can't discount him just yet. I think there's still an opportunity M249 to get bought out. But all right, here you go. Both teams know who's here. I think M249 anticipated it. We've seen them hot drop and bully a lot of the teams that have been winning today. The exception to that, I think the only one we haven't seen them hot drop yet is the Big Pickle. In part because the Big Pickle just really changes up their drops each and every match. Additionally, we'll probably start to see it in the kill feed here, but we also have a hot drop going on between Syntax in the Americas. So this is going to be a true testament to see if Syntax can survive an early game fight. Again, Caveman has already been knocked down. Koba with that M24 is going to land a shot. So all is not lost yet for Syntax, but this is their last opportunity today to end the last game before the grand finals on a high note, right? You don't want to come out of a weekend feeling a little sullen when you're looking at the way that things could potentially play out going forward.
Hopping in the Nova, looking for some rotate action over here. And yeah, I think the Big Pickle's real flexible, right? To your point, real flexible in where they drop. And I'm not discounting the fact that they're pro players. You know, they've been pro players in other mobile battle royales for a couple of years now. Like, that experience is important, and it's showing how important it is and how impactful it is here on the gameplay. We see them on the overall leaderboards. I was just complimenting the fact that M249 are some real new state grinders, right? And it shows too, right? So there's two sides to that coin. And I think that's what's going to be so interesting coming into the grand finals, when you throw in those influencers with it too, right? So the grand finals, it is going to be very spicy, very interesting, and these teams, they're going to have a couple more days, right, to prepare. So whatever they do within that time frame, we might see these bottom teams that just barely qualified here to the grand finals. We might see them look completely different in the grand finals, right? So, because like you said, they're going to be looking at those top teams and looking to adapt to their play style, or even taking some tips and tricks from them based off the last 3 weeks here that we've seen in the opens.
Yeah, I mean, because again, there's teams that are in the grand finals that we're not seeing here today. They've either made it on weeks prior, previous influencer events, or even just the couple that we got to bring in from the round of 16 yesterday, teams like Strangers BD. And so even though they're not here today, they are also in that presence to watch these teams learn what they're doing, learn from them, maybe change up their own personal meta, and hopefully, as you even say, get all that playtime between now and next week and to prepare themselves for the grand final. All in terms of preparation. And what we've been seeing, though, you know, Violet by nature, we're watching them rotate right now. This was the team that gave M249 a run for their money yesterday in their lobby. They were constantly traveling back and forth. They were second in kills and points at the end of the day. I expected so much more than to see them with 16 points after 5 matches. So I really hope this is just a day of them working on random things that aren't resulting and translating into points. Because I truly believed at the start of today that this was a team that we could see challenge M249 in the way that we've seen it with Panthers and the way that we've seen it with the Big Pickle, who will be showing up in the grand finals as Team Win Sanity.
Yeah, and there's a couple things from multiple teams here that they do really well. The Big Pickles, their reaction time is phenomenal. STX, they utilize their economy. Ooh, hold up, though. You were just talking about a possible fight here. Cinders on the broken wall with the barrel. Nice little angle right there.
Yeah, you're getting knocked down to 21 HP, but he's still in it. He's not going to take that break to use any of his meds just yet until he could make sure he secured a little bit more damage. But here's the issue. By the time he finally does, kneecaps around the wall is going to clean him out fast. Now, Jedi, last hope here for Americas, is with no honor. You can see is just going to finish bleeding out now. Doodle Boy should get rezzed up by Bacon Rick, but you can see Jedi has heard that smoke, kind of read the situation, thought now the time to push, but Decap still at factor, and oh, and he turned away at just the wrong moment, so America's unfortunately going to fall. This was a very successful push coming in from a Big Pickle.
Oh, they're shooting the crates too. Shooting the crates, adding a little bit of salt to the wound as they're going to be picking up
that's like the modern day. I don't. What did Poro call it once? Like bad manners, something.
BM.
We have our PC terms for things, right? We can't say all the terms we like to on broadcast. But
hit him with the emo. Hit him with the emo.
Oh
honestly.
yeah,
Just
the little celebratory. The putting down of the flag, so to speak. You love that.
Yes, yes. And kind of what we were talking about before that pull up. Every team, the top team, they have like their specialty, like their niche, right? On what they're really good at here in New State. And SM249 are one of the best teams, but they do have room to improve on, right? And I think they recognize that, and I think that's why they're using today's lobby to possibly try some new things. Like we saw in game number 1, Kitty Cat with the frontline entry fragger, right? Usually we see Kitty Cat in the back lines playing that sniper role. So they are for sure changing up some things. And when we look at the grand finals, I know we saw them hot drop 2 games in a row, but when you have 200K in prizes on the line, you're probably not going to hot drop. So there's a lot of things. And I guess what Toppy's was saying with the Big Pickles, I think this is like the first week we've seen them, and they have just shown up here in this tournament, and they've been doing really well.
Yeah, and I think too, I potentially, obviously New State is a very new esport, right? But when we look across other esports historically, when we get those influencer teams or teams that kind of come in from a rival's perspective, I think sometimes there's a bit of a disconnect from the esports players and influencer players, right? You might be good when you're streaming, but are you good in a competitive environment? And the answer, in my opinion, over the last few years has trended towards yes. That I think that there is huge room, right? Because as you point out, those players are playing all day, every day. They're building their reputation, not only understanding the game in every aspect, but also in understanding the meta. So when we see teams like Team Win Sanity and what we'll probably see from Team Noah from YouTube, as well as Surfin' Boys, that you've got a lot of players with a strong understanding of how to dominate in New State. And that is what it makes me excited to see how they pair up against teams like Team Panthers, who have that esports experience across Battle Royale for multiple years. M249, as you pointed out, that have excessive playtime and have been playing since day one. It makes it really excited to see in the way that this is going to break out.
Ooh, talking about breaking out. Nice little rotate right there between the Big Pickles and STX. Now, STX, they're probably looking to get some elim points this game and possibly even a chicken dinner because they are really playing catch up. 7th position gets you $500, but if they can breach that top 6, that's $750. So that's a little more money in the pocket here. And STX, these zones just not have been in their favor tonight. But with their current position kind of playing off center right here, they're set up in a good spot here for this match.
And this is what they need, right? They don't need to be fighting along the edge outside of zone, struggling for a position, getting to kind of turn things a little bit defensive for a little bit, I think can maybe help them have that recovery. 28 points, it's not too far out of the top 4, right? Eight kills, that's all it's going to take to jump where America's is right now. If they can make sure to outscore Buho, Pure, America's this match, especially with Violent by Nature already taken out, which I hate to see. They didn't put down a single point this game, but
happens.
You know, I firmly believe. I think they're just trying to hold and hide all their cards until next week.
Pure Love taking some shots out there, big pissed after their drone got stolen right there. And I think that might be one of the benefits of playing the edge too, because the drones, they always come from the edge of the map. So you have a good opportunity to try to yoink those opponents, their sweet loot that they're calling in. We can see Pier are not happy with that one because their custom kits were taken right from underneath them. And talking about Pier, we got Big Luke with the hot take, hot stats here. As Pure Love has traveled the furthest here, about 0.81 miles. That's a lot of traveling here, Clover.
Yeah, that was a lot of traveling. And right now, a team that is traveling, M249, wrapping in the backside of this. They heard the shooting, trying to investigate to see if there's anything they could pick apart here with Panthers. And again, I mean, they're looking for the fights. They're looking to get involved. And that's something that I've really been enjoying seeing from them today. So, yes, they're in third place with 49 points, but I don't think we've really seen them lax a whole lot. But as I say that, they're going to have to break away just a little bit. It's not quite the safest spot to put down just yet. So they're going to let Panthers and Pure Love battle this out just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I would not want to find myself in front of that Electron right there. That thing looks like it'll splat you in a second. And looks like M249 going to be possibly pulling up onto the Big Pickle, their arch rivals here. The Big Pickle, they were able to successfully defend that gas station against Violent by Nature. Looks like M249 avoiding those shots for the time being. Sending it up there. Nice little off-center position.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of just outside of Mesa. They found themselves a nice position, as you said, just barely off center. It's a good place to play from, especially with nobody else to their north, northwest, and down to the south. It is the Big Pickle, which, I mean, if you're going to be close to a team, this might not be the one I recommend for right now, as they're tied in second place versus Panthers in terms of points, but they have been dominating in terms of damage and kills. So the Big Pickle, Bacon, Rick, and the rest of the crew, they're established here. And until that circle moves, we'll see in just a few seconds, we'll know whether or not they can keep playing defense or if they're going to center it up. Because, again, they like to sit center. All right, they don't have the zone. So they're going to reposition. They know M249's in the area. I'm curious to see if they're going to send a Mesa or maybe even try to wrap big and go around the street. That high ground is just barely in Mesa. And that could be a potential spot we look at Big Pickle from playing as well.
What a spot, too, for M249. So M249, they're still in their vehicles on a rotate for the next zone pop. So they were prepared to prioritize positioning here. And right when it popped, they immediately went right here, or dead center. Now we see them getting on these rooftops to get those additional sight lines. And remember, they wrapped from the west all the way down to the south, right back up to the north. So they have a lot of intel on where possible teams might be coming from. And we see it right now. We see it. They're taking some shots onto the Americas, as the Americas are looking to center up as well here.
Yeah, you can see a lot of teams had the same idea on what compound they wanted to put down on. So Sleep, lying in that pressure, looks like he's taking shots at Aaron, JJM for Team Americas. Falky G is going to try and find a compound. He did get one for free out on the eastern edge, so America's continuing to play the edge right now. And M249, at least for now, has mostly held off any type of incursion. You can see Pure Love got a bit close, and though at angle, Angry Boy keeping Jason off the rooftops. So this is where the closeness can start to come into play, and we can see those snipers making big moves for teams as they're locked into their compounds. Look at that Koba and the kill feed with the M24.
Clutch, Koba, and the kill feed right there. America's with a 2-2 split, too, and they do have a green flare on one of the duos. So I do like that. But there's a couple teams down here in the south. The Panthers, one of them, Clover, all the way down south. They got about 3 different teams possibly gatekeeping them, or at least going to cause a roadblock. And I'm pointing out the Panthers because they're currently our first place team. Like you said, tied with the Big Pickles. And the difference between first and second, $1,000. So the Panthers do not want to get taken out early right now.
Yeah, and you know, too, the high ground, it's a thing they like to play from. We've seen them take late on those rotations if they can get the place that they want to play from. But right now, they aren't really breaking away from this fight with Buha. I think they've read that it's just Martin left. As Martin tries to send it down, he's going to get caught out by Legal. And now Panthers can finally turn their attention to recovery and reconnaissance. They've got an open rotation to the west. If they take that act quickly, I can see Mesa being a successful point for them. The edge still has good places to play defensively. There's still compounds available to them, and that's the gameplay that we like or we've seen rather the Panthers prefer to play. Unfortunately, though, given the circle and the time that's left as Phase 4 is closing in, they're having to hang around to the south, and that area is crowded right now, occupied by Syntax and the Big Pickle.
Yeah, they're just going to be hugging the blue. And one good thing about the gasoline vehicles is the battery doesn't get drained if you are in the blue. So they got 2 V-Rons on their rotate as they're trying to avoid the sight lines of STX. And now the sight lines of the Big Pickle, the team that is hot on the trail to try to earn some more money here in this match.
Oh, did he lose a tire? I'm not sure if that was a little offensive or defensive driving there from Panthers, but all 4 members were able to get in safely on rotation and spot out bonus, a member of the Big Pickle. See Doodle Bob stuck up there behind the boulder. Not a lot of places to go. So Panthers do have a position here to play in zone, but they've also got to be careful. Bacon Rick just on the edge of this compound. So this is the play, right? First and second place. Those teams engaging one another right now. The favor starting to lean towards the Panthers.
Doodle Bob with the move still. He was surviving the shots from the Panthers, but then stood still behind that boulder and got one tapped from Kitty behind over there. And once again, M249, really solid spot here. They have a nice opportunity to probably take some shots onto Pure Love.
Oh, here we go. The crash onto Rick. Panthers read this. They know that there is not a full squad here. You can see Rick already running to the backside to see if he can get any kind of line of sight there on his teammates. A good shot by the M4 onto Sad, but he's going to instantly pop those meds. Bacon Rick is just going to get in the vehicle, try to drive away, but hits the fence, gets caught off guard. He's actually going to get Peter Boy down. So amazingly enough, Bacon Rick is still alive, but okay, never mind. As I say that, he just got spotted out by Legal.
Peter Boy bleeding on out outside the warehouse, and that was a pretty big pull up for the Panthers because now they have hard cover right here on the edge of the play zone. And they took out one from the opponents that are in second place. That's a huge, huge come up right there. And they got drone credits.
I love it, right? And that line of sight too, right? I'm gonna use Poor's word, the line of demarcation, that open field right there. They get third party. This crash happening here from Syntax. They're gonna push into Pure Love. Jay White getting a knock there, and you can see members left and right of Pure Love are pure gone. Koba cleaning up house, but unfortunately they're getting third partied here from up the hill. Big Pickle is going to knock down 2 members. That's Jedi and Koba, both taken down, but luckily they've got a little bit of smoke cover. So this is really just spray and pray coming in for the Big Pickle uphill.
Calling pure points right now for STX. STX, they are trying to chase down that 4th place position, the $1,000. Right now, they're sitting at around 750 as America's pulling up with the drive-by. Uzi's out, leaning out the window right here. And did they just wipe out the Big Pickle?
Yes, they did.
Oh, Americas, let's go. Still
that's huge. The Panthers, at least for right now, don't have to worry too much about losing their first place spot immediately. The Big Pickle was in the chase. America's 41 points. They've got the high ground. But the Panthers left their compound. They read that in the kill feed. They challenging that position. Simultaneously, M249 pushing this from another angle as well. They had the same idea. Legal finding an opening knock onto Singularity, lying prone. You can hear the throwables in the background. This is a 3-team fight.
Oh no, yeah, M249 looking to get involved, actually leaving the compound that is in the next circle, and on the hilltop, America is trying to defend from all the angles. Angry Boy trying to defend against 3 right there, taken down from the Panthers.
Here's the question. Syntax is not engaged in this fight. Nobody is in the zone, and there is a crate and coverage up for grabs. If you're a Syntax, your choice right now, get involved, third party this fight, or go for the zone. But unfortunately, as I say that, Sleep had the same thought of mind, playing that off angle that we so often see him do, using himself as an insurance policy now as Jason and Kitty-Cat are gonna fall. So M249's dream not yet stolen, but they've got the first foothold in the zone.
They do, but they were in that compound with 4 up a moment ago. They decided to push out, get involved, get aggressive, and they paid the price. And The Panthers still 4 up over here, Clover.
Was Falky still alive? Oh, he is. I think Panthers might have miscounted and assumed that they got him all. He's going to continue running out in the blue zone. He's got 1 first aid. We're going to see him try to pop right now. 10 bandages beyond that, but outrunning the blue, it's just not looking like it's in the cards. So Falky going to try to keep that dream alive for his team as long as he can. You can see those 2 solos there on the right-hand side, the little green blips next to those team names. Panthers, 4 up, 4 strong, and 4 in the zone. My heart breaks. Syntax has taken so long to figure out what they wanted to do, but they have now been punished for it. Spotted out, picked off 1 at a time here by Team Panthers. The last player with nowhere else to go, and all eyes on him here.
Nice little taps out there with the custom mini. STX, 70 limb points though. They are
3
definitely popping off
solos.
this game. Two alive for the Panthers too. So the Panthers aren't out of this yet. They're not out of the trouble yet.
Jedi is alive. Jedi is alive. He's snaking and he's crawling towards the Panthers. He's ignoring the zone entirely, hoping not to get spotted out by Sleep. We have seen this play from Jedi now 3 times tonight, and it has worked well in his favor every single time, though not for the chicken dinner, but always for those surprise kills to potentially ruin this for somebody. Is a 2v1v1 set up right now, the zone in favor of Sleep, who's got the compound and the shortest distance to travel into the circle now as the blue moves. Jedi, it's now or never. Where does he act?
Jedi, if they can get second place, that's 6 points, and that might put them up there with some more monies at the end of the night as Jedi is going to be popping up, taking some shots. Did they get the thirst, though? That opens up for Sleep, though. M249 versus Peter Boy.
Oh, they're still, Peter Boy was lying prone to pop off those meds. You can see, though, the Tommy gun is out. Smoke walls are thrown. Sleep knows exactly where he is. The shield is dropped, and this is the coverage to play from. He has a general idea where Malkin is, but Peter Boy actually was attempting to get the res at the worst time, ending finally in match number 6, M249 getting their first chicken dinner of the evening, and they'll close out the day with 62 points. You love to see it. Good job, M249. Dave, we wondered when they'd finally get that win. It was now.
Yes, M249. Winner, chicken dinner, the final game here for the grand finals. The thing is, the Panthers absolutely dominating this match with 11 points. I think they left here with about 11 in total. So M249 awfully close to possibly taking that first place spot. But Clover, I don't think they were able to acquire as many points necessary to do so.
Yeah, I mean, even you pointed it out, right? M249 left their compound of safety, tried to third party that fight on the hill that the Panthers were taking up, ultimately had to send Sleep back, and Sleep having to play the rest of the game as a solo. You kind of have to wonder, would things have been different? Would they had more limb points? Would they been in a stronger position in the late game had they not done that send, right? Had they held on to the compound a little bit longer? We know Jason loves those rooftops, but ultimately, that wasn't meant to be. They still did manage to pull out that clutch chicken dinner because there have been so many opportunities for that to have gone any other way.
And who has been just that clutch solo all night long? We've seen this player at least 3 games tonight. The last one alive, Jedi. These players, they need to watch out for Jedi because Jedi alone definitely knows how to play their role and just continue to acquire points for their team here, which is a skill set in its own here, Clover.
Well, speaking of skill sets, we've got a skill set from Toffees and Cameron Davis, so they can help us break down not only the match that we just saw, but also the day. Because guys, we're done. The qualifiers are over now.
Oh, well, cool. See you later.
See ya.
Bye.
Whoa. No. We're not done. The players are done. We're not.
Oh, standings. I got it. Okay. Hey, Jedi's good, but don't sleep on M249. Or sleep on M249. That guy's wild, bro. Wild.
Okay, add another one to the sleep pun marker. I think we're at like 13 now.
Cameron, you should have seen yesterday with the pickles, man. Oh,
well,
dang.
You know what? Cameron, your insults are getting tired. Let's go to the scoreboard right now. That was for you. All right, here's the awards. The Panthers coming out on top with 74 points. Y'all calm down. M249 in second, Pickle in third, Americas in fourth, and then it's real close to taking it to Violent by Nature, which I'm not even going to talk about what's going on there because I have no idea and I can't wait to see what happens.
Hey, they're in the grand finals.
You're right. They are in the grand finals. And maybe they get some money. Let's take a look at the money for today because that's what we played for. The Panthers get that big ticket cash, $3,000. Violent by Nature, they got 500. They didn't even have to work as hard as Buhos, so I guess they're the big winners at the end of the day. M249, 2K, and the Big Pickle, $1,500. Not bad for a first-time show-up, Clover.
Yeah, you know, not too bad.
Not too bad.
All right, here's the thing. I'm so proud of the fact that Panthers showed up today because I was so worried after watching them Friday and Saturday that they weren't. I'm so glad that N249 finally won that chicken dinner. But the Big Pickle, guys, that has me so excited as well to just see what's going to happen with Winsanity's team next week.
Okay. The problem there, though, is that that's a really good teaser, and I think that we're going to rightfully so be watching them. However, when you look at them compared to the Panthers and M249, they're essentially making a roster move going into the grand finals. Maybe what we saw today will continue in the grand finals, or maybe changing a whole 25% of your roster could set them back actually a fair bit. So I think that's definitely going to be a bit of a coin flip for me. If you're a betting man, if you know, I think more realistically, Panthers at M249 are going to be a lot stronger of a expectation going into the finals.
Does that mean that you're doubting Winsanity? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Interesting. I like that. I like
it's
that.
Roster change doesn't matter who you're swapping in and out.
That
Roster changes a week ahead of time. It'll make a difference. That's
I like it.
That's it.
I'm just gonna give you a hard time. I do think that's a great point. Dave, real quick, M249 and the Panthers, they started the show by fighting at the end, and they ended the show by fighting at the end. Cameron mentioned it. You know, are you on board with this idea that this is it? These are the two big dogs, and everyone else is trying to be part of the pack?
I'm just happy that finally M249 have some competition, right? Because they had 2 weeks of just breezing through these lobbies and just racking up the money for the prizes on these Sundays. So now the Panthers showing up, some decent competition to keep M249, I think, on their toes and looking to continue to improve their gameplay.
I like it. Cameron, you said you were tracking a little bit today because the way this plays out will affect the seeding. Well, we have the official groups of the grand final, so I'm going to have you walk us through it because the seeds are in. Let's do this. Group A.
Ooh, Group A has both M249 and the Panthers. This is going to be huge. This is already, I'm going to be calling it the group of death here. You also have Syntax with Jedi himself as a potential X Factor. This is going to be a very, very dangerous group. And look, Team Sanity is here. 3 of the 4 members of the Big Pickle. Who is left to be even in Group B?
I mean, I don't know. I think you're right. Is Winsanity kneecapping the team? We're going to find out. Group B, let's take a look at it. Dave? What, anything in here? You know what? Okay, man. There we go. Hey, what do you like? What do you like?
Send it. What do I like? I think out of the 3 influencer teams, Winsanity's team is definitely the best one just based off of what I've seen here. Looking at this group in particular, Americas. I'm going to go with Americas.
Yeah, I agree with Dave there. You know, and again, we have a couple of teams that qualified this weekend but didn't make it out past the round of 16. Here, so already know that a little bit, right? That's going to be hard for them to play up against some of these teams, just and the way that we've been watching them in the past. But America's that consistency, the way that they've been playing, they got a lot of practice in today. Angry Boy, Falky, Insane, Fraggers, Aaron. He's got the drive by just the rotation down to. I think of as perfect science and Singularity. He's just really an all-around player for this team. So definitely keeping an eye on America's, and maybe even again, given that lobby, especially Violent by Nature, I think shouldn't have any issues. Cinders is such a scary player, so I want to see it. I want to see that team actually show up to play because I still believe in my head meta that today was just a practice day for them.
So I know that they're telling me that the show's over and we should go home, but I don't want to. I want to see something real quick as a quick. I want you guys to tell me so that I know what to be excited about next week. So in these 2 groups, and if we have a chance to maybe show them 1-2 real fast, let's do so. I want to know which one is the group of death because only
A.
4 teams
A.
from each group gets to advance. So we don't need to show them. You guys just know it's A.
Hey,
Hey,
A?
Yeah.
A?
Yeah.
Dave?
M249 Panthers.
Yeah. Hey.
And Winsanity.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Group B
Yeah.
is
Already.
easy.
Your love's an
Group
A.
B is easy.
Like,
Like, Group B
look at
is
this.
Ever like the
Oh, wow.
luckiest draws to be landing in Group B. I'm just gonna call it out right now. You guys people complain about the RNG of battle royales all the time, incorrectly, might I add. Getting in Group B is even better than getting a circle shift, I'm gonna say.
Wow, you're right, because the paydays are going to be skyrocketing as you get to that top 8. So this is Group A is going to be gnarly. I cannot wait to watch next week. Guys, that is it. We're wrapping up for the day. I love final thoughts, though, so I got to get them before we sign out. I'm going to start with Dave, go to Cam, and then Clover, you get the final word. Mustache Dave.
M249 Grand Finals champions.
Let's
Putting that right now.
go.
Right now. I'm calling it early here.
All right, you hear the confidence. That's group of death. He's still confident. I like it.
Ooh.
I like it. Cam, what's your call?
No, Panthers. I'm sorry. It's easier to get to the top than it is to stay at the top. M249, they're not the force that we saw them get at in the first week here. So I think Panthers put out a significantly better performance. They got the kills and the placements to boot. They're going to be the grand final champions.
I dig it. Clover, final thoughts?
You know what? Team Sanity. I know we talked about the fact that Kneecaps was in, but Winsanity's still pretty scary of a player. And we know he's got those hours into New State. So my mind's on them. The big pickle, still up big wins for me, baby.
Over the Panthers, Clover?
I do love the Panthers.
Over
Right?
the
But you
Panthers.
guys already picked. I had to pick third. I had to pick something different. I had to pick something different to keep it fresh.
We're allowed
Okay.
to agree here.
Yeah, we are.
We
Plus,
disagree.
y'all sleeping on Noah's team too. I think that they look really, really strong. So I'm fascinated, and they have an easy group to get out of potentially. So it should be fun to watch. I'm excited to do so. That's all the time that we have for today. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Also, I want to say thank you for tuning in. This is my last night with you. Rachel Seltzer is going to be coming in next weekend to take you through all of the finals action, and it is going to be a blast. So make sure that you are here at the same time, at the same place, as we crown the first ever mobile mashup champion in New State. $200,000 on the line. If you miss it, you're gonna regret it. From myself, from Cammy D, from Mustache Dave, from Clover, from everyone in production, and from Crafton, thank you so much for spending your weekend with us. And until we see you next weekend, play more New State. gentlemen, welcome to week 3 of the New State Mobile Mashup. This is the penultimate week before we move on to the grand finals, where the top 16 teams in the league will slug it out over a prize pool of $200,000. 2 tickets to the last dance are on the line tonight. And we're still following possibly the biggest story of the season. Team Vengeance, initially qualified but forced to forfeit their spot due to a roster change. This week is the team's last chance to get back in the grand final. Lots of pressure on them, and we'll see if they can rise to the occasion. The other team you should be keeping your eye on tonight is Wartime. They looked impressive in the early rounds of last week's Open qualifier, but their ace shooter, Koto, was unavailable to play Sunday night. With him on the bench, the team finished in 8th place and did not qualify for the main event. Look for them to bounce back strong tonight with Koto returning to the active roster. And we've got a special guest joining us tonight. That's right. Noah from YouTube will be calling all the matches and breaking down the map callouts for us in a brand new original segment. 16 teams are eagerly waiting the match to get underway. There are 2 tickets to the grand finals up for grabs, so let's drop in. This is the New State Mobile Mashup. Welcome back. My name is Toffees, and it is my privilege to be your Sherpa as we continue through the final week of qualifiers on the journey to the grand final. But why talk about the journey when I can show you exactly what the path looks like? It has been a grind for the last 3 weeks as we've done 3 influencer events and 3 open qualifier events, all with the goal of getting to the big show, including the 4 wildcard spots. We will have a grand final where 16 teams will get their shot at $200,000 in prizes starting on April 1st. That is a very big event. That is a very big deal. It is a very big responsibility, which they would never trust me to handle alone. So we found the best, the brightest, the masters of mobile battle royale, and we brought them here today. This is one of them, perhaps the one with the nicest shirt, the finest hair, the best smile. It is 7 Worlds Gaming. My man, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Toffees. Thank you so much. Man, I might have to take a clip of that and just post it on my Twitter. I appreciate that.
Hey, you know what? You want me to do like an answering machine for your phone? Whatever. You let me know. I got you. I got you. And I know you got me as we get ready to go back through the memories of games in the past. It's highlight time.
That's right, baby. It is highlight times, and why not? Let's start with a big surprise over the weekend, Wartime. It was the team that didn't qualify, but they did have an outstanding player, Koto. He was able to put up an amazing performance. Sadly, though, he didn't get a chance to play Sunday, and the team wasn't able to qualify. And I think I'm hearing reports. Oh, what's that, Cam? Oh, they actually have been eliminated today as well. So I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing what they can do this weekend.
Sounds like a catastrophe.
It is. And then we have the real killers. Now, this team missed qualifying by just 9 points. They were very consistent in the final day, but it just seems like it wasn't good enough. Hopefully, with the experience they have gained, Toffees, they might be able to put a better performance here today and make it to the grand finals. And look at this, by the way. Look at this Ilum.
This is what we call creative kills, okay? Oh, hey, you want your loot? Not today, sucker.
I love that a teammate was just waiting for it and just waiting for the right time. As soon as it dropped, they were like, okay, now we can shoot it. Now let's go to raw material. They have been a strong contender. This past weekend in the open qualifier, though, they had an absolutely awful weekend. I'm sorry I had to put it like that, okay? But it is what it is, and it was just awful. Hopefully this team will be looking to retain the great form that they have had in the past, and maybe today will be that day that they can qualify and get, if I'm mistaken, is it 2K in their pocket? Is that right, Toffees?
It is. I mean, it is. And to stand, they are raw material, but what we need is refined material to show up today. It's time for them to put the rubber to road and take everything they've learned and make it work.
That's right. And then we have another one. I mean, Strangers BD. A lot of you currently watching have seen this team play over and over again. Let me just rewind you in case this is your first time ever watching. It's Strangers BD. When Winsanity was here, they placed 4th place. When Choco Taco was here with that whistle of his, they ended up in 6th place. Hopefully today will be the day where they can improve on the performances and maybe they can qualify. And then we move on to Obey. This is a team that we really haven't seen as much as we have seen Strangers BD. Luckily for Obey, they have acquired a lot of experience in the past weekend, as they ended up in 7th place, actually above Wartime, which Wartime has a lot of great players. Hopefully we'll be able to talk about them more in the future. But with Obey, it's a team that honestly I'm gonna be looking to hopefully surprise everybody today.
And now I'll surprise all of you at home with a reminder of who qualified for the grand finals already. There are currently 7 teams that have punched their ticket. M249, Burn in Silence, Pure Love, the Panthers, our most recent juggernauts after last week. Instinct, Violent by Nature, and Syntax also joining them last week as well. We will be seeing some of these teams in the lobby as we go forward. In a little bit, we'll talk a little more about which ones are going to show up in our first coverage today. But it has been interesting, to say the least, to watch some of these teams thrive. Like M249, they seem completely unstoppable. These guys are just that good.
The Panthers? Can we give ourselves some credit here, Toffees?
That's true.
The Panthers finally made it, and we called them out since the first day, too.
Yeah, they showed signs of brilliance. They understood Battle Royale. That is a key to winning here, which is why we have invited our influencer. This is our special guest today. This is a man who understands Battle Royale like no other. Excited to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Noah from YouTube.
Yeah. Thank you for that that great intro, man. I'm excited to be here, excited to watch some awesome new state content and cast alongside 2 of the best casters in this call right now.
You've learned the first rule of casting: mercilessly suck up to the other casters, because
you guys are the best, man.
Synergy. All right, but let me explain to you at home before we get into this, because I'm excited about casting with you, exactly what the influencer event is. It is a unique format. It is not the open qualifier, but it does result in 2 teams advancing to the grand final. Our teams dropped in with 31 other teams, I guess the better way to say it, earlier today. They've played to the round of 16, where we will be joining them, and then the top 4 teams from each of the groups in the round of 16 will advance to the round of 8, where we will crown 2 champions who will head to the grand final to play for $200,000 in prizes. Now, if one of the teams on that list has already punched their ticket, they will still get the money. We're not going to take money away from you, but we will pass that ticket on down the line to the next highest qualifier. Noah gets it. He's probably got stacks of that stuff in his Porsche out back, right? Is that
yeah. No shoes, though. No shoes.
No shoes. Oh, Surfing Boy comes from the grave to slap us around. He's not even here. I mean, he's living rent-free in our heads. All right, let's talk about the teams that are playing, because we are kicking off this event with Group B, and it is some titans in here. Is there a team that you think we should keep our eye on to start this, Noah?
So as you said, there is a lot of teams that have already qualified, so a lot of these teams are really good. But honestly, the one that sticks out the most for me personally is going to be Pure Love, just because they have gone into these competitions week after week after week. And one player that I have to give a shout out to is going to be Long, just because when I saw his name and then saw him spraying up across the map, I just thought, okay, yeah, long shot. Like, I was watching this dude spraying across the field with these, like, high Excalibur scopes, and I'm just like, I don't know how you control the recoil like that. Insane player, insane team. Excited to see what they do.
Absolutely. And let me get the team that you want to keep an eye on, Seven.
For me, it's going to be the Panthers, man. I'm hoping they make it to the next stage, and I'm hoping M249 makes it to this next stage so we can see just a battle of giants. I know they already qualified, but I like the madness.
And they're 2 sides of the same coin. Panthers, raw aggression. Pure Love, raw strategy. And in between that, my pick, Vengeance, raw desperation. They got to qualify. They got 2 more events to do it. Let's get into match number 1 as we kick off the Big 6 here at the New State Mobile Mashup. If you're just joining up, my name's Toffees. I'm joined by 7 Worlds Gaming and Noah from YouTube as we kick this thing out. It is a gnarly circle to start us off, Noah.
Wow. Hey, you guys know my favorite drop spot is going to be Lab, and I see that right there near the middle of the zone, a little bit on the northern end, but honestly, with the water just cutting out the other half of the map, that might be a crazy hot drop.
Absolutely. And talk to me about hot drops so far in the events that we've watched, Seven. Real deal? Is there a way to plan for them? Do they just happen by accident? What's the story?
Yeah, there's really no way to predict anything. I mean, this is VR Extreme. We don't really know which map we're gonna be getting until we actually get to the map. What I am looking at right now is how many teams are gonna be going towards lab. Are they gonna be willing to stick to that? Remember, these teams are only gonna have a chance, Toppies, to play 2 matches. Do you really want to take that early fight? If it's me, guess what? I'm looking at those $2,000. I'm gonna be backing away. I'm gonna be going to the shack into the middle of nowhere.
Well, we got 2 teams that are looking, 2 groups that are looking to fight. We're going to jump in with La Familia and Violent by Nature. Violent by Nature is going to have the pink on your screen right now. La Familia will be green, and these 2 teams had no interest in passing off the drop. They're going to go head-to-head right out of the gate. Now, with the amount of drone credits you start with, you think that's a good call, Noah?
Honestly, you know what? I talked about this a little bit behind the scenes with you guys. I would think going into this, your strategy would be, okay, every player is good. You have to have confidence in their slaying ability. Go in, just try to get as many kill points early on as possible. And if you lose a player or 2, don't sweat it. You do have those drone credits. You can go ahead, back out of fights, and revive those teammates in the mid game. So I definitely think this is a good strat, and there is a lot of teams here, a lot of fights about to go down.
Big with no water, tries to come around the outside. He got an earlier knock. He gets knocked down that time around. He was hurting from the first engagement, and now he is flush. So that is going to set them back just a little bit. La Familia is down 1, but it is not a dead player. In fact, it's about to be back up and running. So they are going to be 3 strong, while that very aggressive flush against Violent by Nature does put them down a man. Though, after that fight, I think it was overextension, 7. Everyone from La Familia has been able to sort of fall back, group up, and replan their next move.
Yeah, I think they will be able to. What I'm gonna actually, no, I take that back, Toppies. I take that back. They're gonna be looking to take it to the fight. He's backfiring.
Ooh.
Oh, I said plan their next move. I didn't expect that next move to be to a funeral as the fight continues. It is. Shiro's got to try to get it on this one. VBN down to 2. La Familia just like that. Down to 1 player left as you see him trying to crawl away from the others. Maybe get them to leave him a little longer while you res your friends or buy something safe. Shiru is going to come around here and try to make the save. But again, VBN is already going for reses. They're back up to 3, and Shiru's got to do this by himself. He's not running away to his credit. He's going to go the distance. He seems like he wants to make the fight. Grabs the vector, pushes the left side corner, back to the right side. They're using the sand cues against him. You can hear Jedi off in the distance. He can't see it. Remember, we see the labels. They do not. So as far as Shiru knows, everyone's still inside of this building when in reality, it's just Peel. Peel was not ready for the vector. He does get splayed down. Shiru's going to immediately reload, get ready for the counter push. He knows it's coming, goes for the flush, get the easy point, lock it up. Jedi coming from the distance, but you don't have the high ground. Shiru does. He opens the spray. It doesn't matter. Jedi is taking the high ground, and after that, La Familia stands no chances.
And I love that Jedi right there decided to absolutely free fire him. He knew that the other player had a vector. He's like, I'm not taking any chances. I don't know where you're going to be at, so I'm just going to pre-fire, spray and pray. What was it, that one from Toppies last week? I can't remember.
Accuracy through volume, my friend.
Yes, sir. There it is. That's exactly what I was looking for. Accuracy through volumes. That's exactly how I play. Is that how you play, Noah?
Oh, I heard that phrase be thrown around multiple times, and I just thought, man, in New State, that is how I play, because I just grab a DP, I get that custom on it, have the 72-round drum mag, and, you know, if I spray all 70 shots, eventually 1 or 2 of them is going to hit the head and just knock someone down. But, yeah, that was crazy that we just watched the last player of LFM actually push the 3-man fight. I was surprised to see the 1 kill, and then they got the wash, so at least they got some points, but honestly, in that situation, I feel like I personally would have just tried to get away and then you know, hopefully get another green flare, because you can use the green flares in this game. That's something to bring back your teams 1 at a time. But, you know, credit, at least they got 1 kill point there, but unfortunately the entire team's out with just 2 points in the first round.
Well, what's crazy to me, sorry to cut you off right there. I wanted to mention, we were expecting such a huge hot drop in lab. I think all of those teams decided to just back off. They thought maybe everybody was going there. They were like, you know what? Let's just play it safe here. And they actually ended up hot dropping themselves a little bit more north. Luckily for them,
it seemed like everybody saw each other
and
then decided, okay, let's not go to lab because there's going to be like 6 teams, and then just like went everywhere around lab. And then, yeah, like you said, that ended up being a hot drop as well. That surprised me. I was really looking forward to the lab action, and then nothing happened there.
So what you guys aren't able to see right now is that both of the players who were killed in that opening fight by Violent by Nature have been recalled. They're currently dropping back in to join their team, so VBN will be at 4 strength relatively soon. Now, the other thing to keep in mind regarding that hot drop situation is those of you at home who maybe aren't familiar with the new Extreme format, you're dropping with a full boost bar, a gun, 600 drone credits, but the other thing to keep in mind, Seven, is that loot is tuned up. It is a higher chance of getting good loot across the entire map. So does that maybe encourage teams to say, you know what, you can have the lab. We'll go to these quote-unquote trash compounds because maybe they're not as trashy as they used to be.
It definitely does, and I think that's one of the reasons why we end up seeing hot drops. Obviously, the map is a lot smaller, but I think that extra loot encourages this team to be a little bit more confident in themselves that, hey, we might end up getting the weapon that we like. We might end up getting the attachments that we like as well, so why not? Let's try to see if we can take that fight. That's why we saw some people with a Vector right off the bat with an extended mag. The amount of loot that you can actually gather in BR Extreme, I personally play it a lot, and I absolutely love it.
All right, I'm going to cut off for just a second here because while VBN has managed to get all their players back, a little team called Vengeance sniffed out the trouble. Headshot drive-by. What? Easy drop down. Jedi came out for the flush but gets caught from behind. That is the worst horror, is when you get shot unexpectedly. Nice smoke going to come out. That'll buy him some time for a flush and a res. But this is Vengeance. This is the team that qualified, had it revoked due to a rules issue with the way that they presented and changed rosters, and now only has today and this week's open qualifier to get back into it. Do you like this aggression from them, Noah?
Honestly, like I said, early game, take as many fights as you want. As long as you do have the ability to get 1 or 2 players away safely to recall the team, just go for those kill points because those are so valuable. You never know what kind of like end game circle you are going to end with, so you can't always guarantee those placement points, but if you're confident in your team's ability to strategize with those green flares as well as just have gun skill, I say go for it. I love it.
That's a good point. I mean, Seven, the placement points only really come by getting to the end. A kill point is a kill point is a kill point, no matter how you slice it, dice it, or when you throw it in the hopper. That's a lot of value to that.
It is, and something that I'm actually enjoying here as we're looking at this map is how Violent by Nature decided, you know what, we already had to deal with one fight. We really don't want to have to deal with another fight here in Anchorville, so why not? Let's start rotating. You can see the 2-2 split that they currently had with Peel and with No Honor in 2 vehicles, and I think Cinder's just trying to figure out how he's going to be able to make it out of there. Luckily for him, though, it seems like Vengeance is backing away. What I'm enjoying, and something I haven't actually seen before here, Toff, is pure love with the 2-2 split. I want everybody to keep in mind, with the influencer tournaments that we've been doing, Pure Love has been a very passive team, and sometimes they appear to be that team that doesn't really have that switch, right? When you talk about a champion, something that you want to have is have this switch. You can be aggressive when you need to be, and you can be passive when you need to be and be patient. Pure Love has always shown me patient, but they have never shown me aggressiveness. Maybe sometimes here and there, but not to the point that I wanted to. Hopefully today is going to be that day that they're going to show me the aggressiveness that I expect out of a champion, because this is a team that's already qualified to grand finals.
It's an interesting dichotomy. I think ever since General Sam released his Rats versus Chad's video a while back ago, the categorization has really branched into a lot of different titles. And the reality is neither one's ultimately the right choice, Noah. Sometimes it's that honey badger, that team that can find the balance between ultra aggression and deep passive strategy play that seems to thrive to the top when I'm watching.
Of course, and Seven has mentioned multiple times, you know, he hasn't seen the aggression that he wants to, but regardless, Pure Love has constantly put up those points that they've needed to, so, I mean, they're 2-2 splitting right now, or it looks like they're finally starting to cover a lot of ground up there on the northern end of the circle, but, you know, they're getting the intel they need, and they keep playing their placement, and it's working out, so, I mean, if it's not broken, what, Seven, you don't fix it, right?
Nah, you gotta fix it.
True. You gotta fix it.
He just wants to see the action.
Right. I say let's poll you two.
See what happens here.
Noah, are you a rat or a Chad?
Oh, I'm a Chad. Come on now.
All right,
like I said, I'll take those fights.
All right. Seven, are you a rat or a Chad?
Yeah, you should know. You should already know. I'm willing to take the hot drops. I'm willing to push the action. You're never going to see me snaking. That's all I'm saying.
20 kill win or I'm going down first.
Exactly.
You guys crack me up. I built my first treehouse when I was 7, and I have not left the bushes since. Rat life forever. But I totally get it, because I think that's the beauty of Battle Royales in general, particularly here at New State, is there are a lot of ways to play it. And all of them are viable if you know how to perfect your style of play, whether that's pushing with a Thompson and like an extended barrel, or doing this and trying to get those outside long shots with the M24s and SLRs. Either way is a good time. Now, let's check in here with Pure Love. This is the team that you said you wanted to keep an eye on. So far, they're doing exactly what we want to see. They're making point-to-point rotations. They're doing 2-2 splits for scouting and then collapsing into the circle. And they're doing it on a really good time frame, Noah.
Oh, I agree completely. And it seems like, despite, again, Lab being kind of the central of everything, I don't think anyone's looted this yet. So they're getting the entire POI to themselves. They just shot up a red flare, so they're going to be getting a weapon of some kind here. And wow, yeah, they are going to be stacked going into endgame. Hopefully they play their position well. They might even be able to zone hold this team above them. I'm trying to see which one that is. 5 here. Let's see what happens.
Vengeance
people are
just
closing
got a
in on them.
gift.
Yeah, freebie, right? You know, they deserve that because they wanted 4 points and VBN ran away. So instead, the new state karma gives them a drop to make up for their trouble. I like that. I like it, 7.
I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it. You just gonna sold me on it. So the only problem that they're having right now is that they have a team 6 that is gonna be looking at them. Syntax is gonna be like, I mean, if you're gonna make that push, we're gonna make you pay, and that's what they're trying to figure out right now.
Might not be as free as you think.
Yeah,
it's a little out there in the open. It might be a little bit of a run, risky.
What's crazy to me right now is Syntax doesn't have, at least Caveman doesn't have that M24 customized. Please, you got the money. I see it right now. You got 1,010 credits. You could customize 2 weapons if you wanted to. Go for it, please.
And he's out of sniper ammo. I just noticed that. That was his last shot he just took.
And then for those of you at home who are watching something, you may notice that we've added to the Observer client literally this week. Is it on the left side of your screen above the players' names? You can see what the collective amount of drone credits the entire team has between them. So you can sort of keep track in your head of, are they able to go green? Can they pull in the P90? Are they pooling their money for something else? And that's just a fun thing that we can track as we go along. Now, Syntax is a team that just qualified, but they made a roster change after the first week 7, which I find interesting. Cave Girl used to be on this roster. That's the girlfriend of Caveman. She does not appear to be on that anymore. Is that something that, you know, I guess that's a sign of a good pro team, the ability to make the hard choices and make substitutions as needed?
I was scared there for a second. I thought you were gonna make me go full on TMC here, but I'm not going to. Okay. I mean, yeah, it could be changes that they might have seen. Hey, maybe we have a player that plays a better role with an SMG. We've seen SMGs being super strong in this game, and right now, what I'm gonna be looking at is Team 5. Which rotation are you gonna take? You can do this crazy rotation. You can go straight if you want to. That's what I would like to know. And since they are the team that's the farthest from the circle, they need to start making that rotation quick, because we see Team 8 right now, they have a straight rotation right here. And I love that Team 4 is currently taking full advantage of Factory. They're making sure they set themselves up. What I am hoping for, Top, is we've seen teams do it over and over again where they set themselves up, but they are too passive. I'm hoping Team 4, if they see anybody driving by, they start shooting at them right away.
Let me ask you, Noah, if your team 5, which is the machine gun, they were out there on the very edge, you saw the arrows, what would your play? What would the call to your team to be in that difficult situation?
So Choco Taco, when he was doing his clipboard little plays, made a great point to always rotate the edge of zone and kind of rotate around it. Use that zone as your friend. It blocks off 50% of, you know, where opponents could be, because going into late game, typically you don't see people just tanking the damage.
Right.
And that's typically my go-to strat. So I'd love to see them approach this 2 different ways. One, just late rotate with the zone, keep rotating with that river, and just sort of clear out behind them and hopefully get a third party on the 6th or 3rd team there in the open. Or they could just full send it with multiple vehicles and just try to overthrow Factory.
I like it. And we'll keep an eye on it, because 5, it looks like they've chosen for the direct approach. We'll see if that pans out for them and continue to track it for you. Also, for those watching at home, if maybe you're new to mobile titles, just a reminder, you can't kill your own team, particularly with car damage. It does work against other people, though. There is no team killing at this particular moment. So
looks like
keep that
Cross
in
was
mind.
going for some right there on 5.
Yep.
Just driving through. And that's pretty interesting to see that Pure Love is doing the 1-3 like intel split. Pure just Cross over here just driving straight through the middle of the map and letting the rest of their team know where to go. And I think their team collectively has 3 vehicles, making 2 now.
Yeah, so this is Pure's actually perfected this, I think, ahead of some other teams, 7. This idea that they load the trunk up with 1 extra set of gear, and they send a solo scout to all of their locations, and they just have a green flare on standby. So they say, find us a spot before the blue closes. If you die, we've got more stuff for you we'll find somewhere and you just drop back in and you've got a rekit. And I think that's very smart.
I think it is very smart, but I think right now with this zone, they're kind of running into an issue that I thought Five was going to be running into, that it's going to be running into right now, which is they were so far away that they decided not to move in right away. I would have loved to see more urgency out of them. It seems like they decided to take a little bit longer to loot, whether it was to fill up the trunk of the car, whatever it might have been. And right now, they just can't find a perfect spot. And if we actually look at the map, Pure Love is currently in an insane split. I mean, they're not even close. They have 2 in 1 vehicle in the middle of Team 3, which is going to be the Panthers. And then now you have Pure King trying to figure out, okay, where am I going to go? Because right now, my teammates are all the way over here, and we can't even see them. Look at that.
Oh, man. Poor King right there just driving in circles. It looks like the rest of his teammates finally went down to your favorite right there, the Panthers, which, I mean, if you saw the radar, that was to be expected. The Panthers had them swarmed, and then you just have another team in the back third-partying them. So I feel like there was a little bit of a misplay right there. They had everything. They had all the loot from Lab. They had all the loot from their previous locations, and they had 3 vehicles. And they just kind of scouted everybody. We were like hyping up their strategy of how they perfected the scout, and then that just happened. I mean, maybe it was just bad luck because they didn't know what they were driving into, but I feel like they definitely should have stayed a little bit closer together.
Yeah, it just comes down to timing. I think that's what it comes down to. Timing. If you're going to send a scout, you have to send that scout super early. You cannot wait until those teams that were close to you are going to start rotating. Obviously, they don't know that. We have the advantage that we're able to see the map. But these teams, I would feel like they would have enough knowledge of the BR to know, hey, if we're going to send a scout, it has to be quickly, Toffees.
Yeah, and I think that they'll also, learn a lesson that any Southwest Floridian will tell you, which is don't go in the Panthers' territory if that's their hunting ground. Like, it's a bad idea. And he learned that pretty valuably there. Now, the shift does go north, and King is going to be ecstatic about his coronation as he gets to sit there. I think originally he was sent there because he's got the green flare. So they figured, you go call back our lost player, we'll go do some scout, and then now he's just down to 1. But Pure is relatively comfortable in this last man standing, hold the line sort of scenario. What no one's comfortable with is what's about to happen as Syntax tries to transition. They immediately get shot at by Violent by Nature, who's back up to 4 strong. But they can't get too aggressive because they peek out too far. They'll take fire from Savage as well as Vengeance, who's also watching them. And there it is. You can actually see Crown gets a knock on Koba.
They are going to be watching them right now. What I'm going to be looking at is, luckily for them, they do have some rocks, especially the Panthers. You can see them right now trying to get shot down. What I'm going to be looking at, too, is which teams have taken advantage of those drone credits early on and which teams are going to be using the shields. We've seen them over and over again, Toffees, where they come in handy. I'm not seeing anything right now.
Syntax went from a prime position with 4 to nothing left on the map, Noah, and that was in the matter of seconds.
Oh, yeah, that took half a second, and then boom, the whole squad's gone.
Wow. And that was the worst, too. That was like dying with a whimper, not a bang. You know, like, you don't want to go out with a whimper, you go with a bang.
Like, if I'm going to die in a game, I want to at least die in, like, an epic gunfight, explosions everywhere. Not just, like, I'm driving my car, boom, dead.
Yes.
Like, just gone.
You want to get hit in the chest, not Forrest Gumped in the backside. So
yeah,
it is what it is. They're trying to survive. I get it. There's not a lot of real estate out here. There's not a lot of cover, Seven. That's a tough part of, or sort of tough feature. What we're looking at right now is there isn't much outside of the 2 compounds that are already taken.
There's really not a lot of cover, and I'm actually surprised Pure King decided to take some shots there into Savage, considering that it didn't seem like they even know he was there. Luckily for King, he does have a little bit of heals, and I didn't notice he has a shield as well, so he might be able to wait until Team 1 Savage gets distracted here by the machine and maybe try to push into that zone. If there's ever going to be a time, right now is that time for Pure King. Just start snaking, baby. We want to see it.
I don't know, honestly. Like, I don't think they're going to forget about him. He was lighting up their vehicle in the tower, and there's really only one exit from the tower. And just sitting there eating zone, I don't know. I don't think he's going to make it out. I'd love to be surprised. But look at that. Team 5 is also kind of approaching. So King is going to have a lot to deal with as he just sort of crawls out. Maybe, like you said, they get distracted. But this is looking real bad. I'd hate to be in that situation there.
I like what Noodles did. Noodles ghost rode the car a little bit further, jumped out, and then squatted down. And now he's going to make a big push on Savage. Before they even see him coming, they will go 1-1. That does cost, but it opened the door, I guess, for machine gunners to show up a little bit more here, Seven?
King's finally moving.
what I'm looking at right now is Vengeance has just been sitting pretty. They're like, okay, we're just gonna wait until you guys do all your stuff. We're gonna try to position ourselves a little bit closer towards that circle shift, set ourselves up, and hopefully get the win. If you see there, West Honor does have, I mean, with no honor, does have a little bit of a height advantage.
So Savage is forced to go south. They're now going to tuck in behind Violent by Nature, who has the lone real estate here left on the map. That'll ultimately end in their death. Pure dies to blue, denies the point, knowing only 4 teams advanced. That's a pretty important choice, or could come into play later. Meanwhile, Vengeance has spread out and taken over an entire side of the circle. That does mean that they will have to go 1v2 up here against the machine guns when they come up over the hill. Aggression is going to be in the pole position to do that. You can see him in the distance. He goes down during the opening engagement against Sins and makes it a 1v1 because they do manage to go for the trade. Worst Horror is tracking as best he can. He does manage to get that shot down. So that will now make it Vengeance versus VBN. VBN inside the compound. Vengeance on a 2-2 split on opposite sides. But that circle pop is like a nail in the coffin of Violent by Nature.
Yeah, I would have liked to give the advantage to Violent by Nature because they had all the cover until that circle got popped. So that's going to put Vengeance in a great position, especially if they have, you know, shields to work with. They could just set it up there and zone hold them, and this is a troublesome position, especially because they do have the high ground as well. So it's like, yeah, you know, you do have the compound to work with, but that's really not going to do much for you.
And then they use Aggression. They've tucked him in behind. Aggression opens fire, does get the knock. He evens it up. It's a 1v1. They actually have Worst Horror is still down. Crown from the distance tries to get the angle. Aggression reloads that dinner plate. Peel is down now too. VBN is down to 2 players. Jedi takes some fire from the left side. Doesn't have a lot of options. The blue's going to close. He's going to go for the bandy. And he ends up just going down nice and handy to the blue zone. That helps accomplish the goal for Vengeance. A team that has a desperate need to requalify comes out with game number 1. 7.
Wow. Yeah, just wow. The way Aggression was able to play that whole final match, final circles, I absolutely loved it. I loved how they took advantage of Factory. They were the first team there, and then once they noticed a lot of teams fighting, they decided to be patient. They decided to play their game. And at the end, Aggression and Ben just being able to get the angles, being able to, in a way, win those 1v1s. And if they didn't win a 1v1 because one of the players did get knocked there, they at least had some backup to help them out.
I'm fascinated to see how it goes. There's only 2 games, Noah. There's literally only 2 games to make it to the top 4 of this group. That, I mean, I don't know. I've never played at this level. I know you played last time we did an event. Do you think that's a like, how's that pressure affect somebody who had a bad game this time around?
I mean, honestly, if you have a bad game number 1 going into game number 2, you absolutely need to full send. You need to make up those points as quickly as you can, because at the end of the day, if you got early eliminated right in the first game, worst thing to happen is you're just gonna not get enough points in the second game, early elim again, whatever. You know, you're gonna be out of it. But if you do have a good game number 2, at least then you do stand a chance of qualifying. So all those teams that had the lower points, they're gonna have to full send. They're gonna have no other choice.
That's a fascinating take that I don't think I've really thought about a lot in the past. Like, normally you say, oh, you lost game 1, that's going to be a really stressful game 2 because you got to qualify. But the reality is it kind of removes the onus of performance from you. I mean, the idea of 7 is that you can go in and be like, well, we're almost out anyway. F it.
Nothing to lose.
Right. That's
might as well go for the hot drop. Go for the hot drop. Maybe this time will work out. Maybe this time you'll find a Vector with the customized kit right away. It happens. It happens, okay?
It does
you love
happen.
that Vector with the custom kit. You're always talking about it.
I got in so many wins, okay?
He's got so many wins.
You guys saw how much work it put in. When we come back from the break, we're going to go to the highlights so you can judge whether or not the Vector is everything 7 says it is. But we'll be back. Me, 7, Noah. Don't go anywhere. Game number 2 coming at you. One is done and two's on the way, and we are back with a vengeance. They say vengeance is best served cold, and in this situation, they came in cold but went out hot. In fact, they were so hot, we couldn't even show you the way that game ended just there. But don't worry, we will. Do you know why, guys? Do you know how we're going to show everyone at home what happened in the last match 7?
Tell us.
Well, normally I'd show you the highlights, but I'd rather talk about it because it sounds like a little bit more fun.
Listen, I don't know.
Well, so here's the thing about vengeance, okay? And for those of you at home who are watching, this is a unique situation. I'll lay it back out very quickly. They registered for week 1 while X-Bin, one of their top players, was on vacation. Totally get it. Makes sense. Whoever registered them added somebody else as a sub, you know, in case somebody got sick. That's also totally makes sense. The problem is, in the craft and bylaws, you cannot make a roster change after you qualify for an event. That is to protect the players, right? Imagine qualifying for a $200,000 event and they're getting dropped the day before play starts so that they could pick up somebody from maybe another team that didn't make it. That's not cool. So those the rules exist. That said, when X-Bin came back, the team had qualified. They didn't expect to. And so they sat down, had a powwow, and decided to give up that spot because they believed they could requalify with X-Bin. And so they're okay with it. They understood it, but we're really getting a feel for the risk. And you can keep that in mind, how intense that commitment is from the team as we take a look back at the highlights.
Let's do it.
Yes, I was waiting for it, man. You left me on a cliffhanger right there. But I love that you talked about all of that with Vengeance because the best player on that previous match was actually X-Bin. As we are going to be looking at some of the highlights here. Let me just give you some quick stats. Let me hit you with the Luke stats, okay? X-Bin ended up getting 3 elims, and then on top of that, he was able to get 369 damage. So the confidence for them to do that, Noah, for them to be like, yo, you know what, we'll give it the spot, we're definitely gonna be able to make it back, that just speaks volumes of their confidence.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I would personally, I don't know if I would be able to take that risk, but they believe in their players that much that they're just saying, all right, we'll just do it all over again. You know what, we're not worried about it at all. So I think that's crazy. And I mean, it's working right now. Look at that, first place, 19 points. They could just sit back and do nothing next game.
19. And remember, seeing that asterisk is to remind you that they have qualified for the grand final. I will also tell you, Syntax, Pure Love, and the Panthers also technically have asterisks on there. So those teams have already qualified for the grand final, which means the onus of qualification is on the other teams in the group. Vengeance, the first among that. But Machine Gun Nest, going to be relatively happy, I think, with their situation and where they are right now. What do you think? You think they're good? You think Savage is moving forward? Which of these teams that are not qualified stood out to you, Seven?
I'm going to have to go with, well, you got to do this to be okay. I got to go with Vengeance. I mean, I love the way they were able to play it. I was even saying it during the match. They were being patient. They weren't trying to rush anything that they didn't really need to rush. Even when all the fights were going on, if they didn't have the third party, they just were patient. They were silent, and they were making sure they didn't give the other teams any intel. Sometimes the stuff that we kind of see is teams get a little bit too eager. They get a little bit bored, and they want to start shooting at people just because they might be close by, or just because they might be thinking that they can pick up a quick in point. Vengeance didn't do that. Vengeance played their game, and it worked out wonders for them.
Speaking of playing their game, let's take a look at the other group during the round of 16. Group A is also in progress. They've wrapped up their first game, and Nori Aim wraps up that match in style with 20 points. M249 Fan Club, who has won 3 of our 4 qualifier events, is in second. Strangers and What Haunts You below that. Saying that is one thing, but no, the other side is like, there's a lot more teams that have not qualified and don't have their asterisks in that lobby, which I guess is nice, but also scary because M249's in there, and they make lobbies unpredictable.
Yeah.
I mean, it is nice to know that, they can't take one of your qualification spots, but they're going for the money, and I feel like they don't care how much money they get. They want more. They just keep coming for it, and I would be terrified to be in that lobby. Like, they can't take one of your qualification spots, but they can eliminate you in the game and make you lose points and potentially, take away your qualification spot that way. So it's scary and relieving at the same time. I think either way, I would not want to be in that lobby.
The thing is, we have to say, the thing is, right now, if they do end up in the top 4, they are going to be moving on to the finals here today. So they are, in a way, taking your qualification spot to get to the actual grand final. So M249, we know it's a strong team, and I mentioned it earlier. I want to see M249 versus the Panthers at the end of the day.
And while M249 may come from Group A, there's somebody else here who comes from YouTube, but is also a master of all of these different places. And it's time for our new segment, Noah from Factory.
Factory, okay, that's what we're going with this time. All right, so Factory, it's a map. We had seen it actually get played there near the end zone. Vengeance had taken it over, and once they had held that ground, it was basically just a, fort for them. They sprayed up players all over the open field around them, and then that led them to actually have that early rotation to the final circle with all the other teams fighting. But as far as Factory goes, it's a close quarter combat area. You have the crates that move around, so there's a lot of moving cover. I'd recommend if you are in the Factory, you want to go ahead and pick up a submachine gun, though, because it is so close quarter combat, and that's Factory.
That's Factory, and that's
Factory.
Sometimes a death sentence for some people. Noah from Factory, Noah from YouTube, Noah from Twitter. Really, if you type Noah from
News
all of the option. There you go. I like it. I like it. I will say, you guys. Rebrand? No, not yet. Not yet. Not until you guys win an event, which I keep waiting for and hoping we get to see at some point. Now, if you guys at home think you've got what it takes to win, if you think you can handle a team like M249, or more importantly, just want to cut your teeth against them and get better, now is the time. There is an open qualifier tomorrow. You can still sign up for it. Head to the link down below, esl.gg/NSMM. The link has actually gotten easier, as has signing up. Also, I'm going to throw this out there. This has been very important, something to consider. That also gets you access to the competitors' Discord. So if you're looking at creating teams, finding competitive players who have the same mindset as you, sign up, because it comes with the ability to build a community. Get there, get in the game. It's going to be awesome. Plus $200,000 in prizes. If you're not playing, you crazy. In fact, I'm on the assumption that if the 3 of us knuckleheads weren't sitting here right now, we'd probably be trying to get some of this Noah money that is on the line.
This Noah money.
Noah
We'd
money.
for sure be teaming up, too.
He'll be carrying, okay? He will be carrying.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we are about to get the game underway. Match number 2 is about to kick off. I am excited about this, and we're going to go into it as soon as it's ready. 7. Tell me, in that last match, who do you think maybe showed moments but just wasn't able to come through with what you needed? Or just tell something about what stood out in that last one to you.
Violent by nature. When we talk about Vengeance being able to hold their ground, being able to position themselves, Violent by nature was also being able to do the same, but at one point it kind of all fell apart. Their patience ran out, and also the circle just didn't favor them at all. One of the other teams I'm going to be looking at here is Syntax. They're sitting currently at the bottom with only 2 points. They're going to have to do a lot more if they want to be able to get up there. Luckily for them, with Vengeance and Violent by Nature having such good games to start off with, it is kind of close in regards to being in the top of 4th place. Right now, they're only 5 points away from the Machine Gun Nest. So if they can put up a great performance here, if they do end up getting hot drop and actually win that engagement, I can see them maybe passing on the top 4.
You know, I want to bring up Syntax again because we watched them a few times in the last game, Noah. I thought they were doing well based on what we saw and how late in the match we were watching them take fights. They only got 2 points off of that last game.
Oh.
Like that.
It's Battle Royale, man.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
That's fair.
You think a team's going well, and then boom, circle pops on the other end of the map, and Violent by Nature saw that. So it's Battle Royale. Can't ever just assume someone's going to be doing good because they had a hot drop.
Here, no, I'm gonna put you on the spot real quick. Do you usually like to play the edge of the circle or the middle of the circle?
Off the drop. Honestly, like I said, I have my few go-to areas like mall and lab, and those are typically hot drops in the public matches. But if I was doing a competitive, I'd probably try to land. You know, I land in the middle. I'll just pretend I'm a Chad because this is hypothetical. I would go in the middle. I would kill everybody.
I thought you were gonna be giving out your future strats right there. I was trying to help out the other competitors in case in the future you do decide to participate in this.
Panthers lands with the pistol. That's the perk to this mode is Machine Gun and the Panthers are both going to be landing with pistols and full boost bars, so they can take the fight right out of the gate while they do manage to try to get their armor up and running. Khaled does get a PP Bison with that red dot right out of the gate. We already see that Malcolm is knocked from the Panthers, make it a double as Khaled is now down. Sins grabbed that MP5 and it was just a little bit too strong. And now they're down 2. I don't think they expected this 7.
Like, yeah, they definitely didn't expect this at all. And I love that one of the players right now from the Machine Gun Nest also has a sniper. He was like, you know what, this might be helpful later on too. And you can see the Panthers started deciding to back off. And this is the play right now. Remember, you have the green flare guns, back off, see if you can maybe rank up some more of those drone credits with the other teammate that's alive and bring back the players that are currently dead.
Yeah, a situation like this, you just pretend that you showed up, you know, you showed up for your Tinder date and that person didn't match their profile picture. Maybe they're carrying an axe. Just nope out. Say, this isn't for me. Get out of there. Get out of there. And that's what the Panthers are going to do. Smart play. Live to be another day, especially because of the rankings. They picked up, I think, Panthers 7 points in that last game, which is not going to be something that they're happy with based on their performance last time around, Noah. And so I think that they need to sort of play that middle ground in this one, right? Not over risky, but also don't be safe, right?
First of all, I gotta say that was a great analogy. Never heard that craziness before. But yeah, second, I love the play. You know, you have half your team go down instantly off drop, and then the other half know where those 2 players have been eliminated from. So I think that was a smart heads-up play to go ahead, just run away in the opposite direction, grab a vehicle, and see if you can just slowly regain after that drop. Get those 2 teammates back, get looted up, and then just try to play endgame and pick up some kills that way.
Yeah, there's no downside in being willing to walk away from a fight in this particular game. I mean,
especially at a disadvantage.
Yes, this is Battle Royale. Anybody out there who tells you to treat this like an old-fashioned esport, which is 5-on-5, is out of their mind. As the field continues to develop, as mobile becomes more popular, as Battle Royales do continue to rise to the top 7, I think a lot of esports players have had to reprogram the way they think about some of these fights. Because at the end of the day, sure, it's a 4v4 in a city, but like that's not the game.
They definitely do. I think a lot of people usually, from a viewer, right, from a viewer side, they're like, why don't they want to take that fight? Why are you scared? And some of the players actually might be afraid that they might end up thinking, oh, you weren't confident in that fight or whatnot. But it comes down to, hey, do you want to win that money at the end? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what one person might be telling you on Twitter. What matters is you getting that money in your bank account. That's
there's a reason those people on Twitter aren't in these games right now.
Exactly. Tell them, Noah, from Twitter.
But there doesn't have to be, because you guys could sign up right now at esl.gg/nsmmm.
Use the link.
Use the yeah.
Hey, that was smooth. That was smooth. I like it.
You set me up. It was like a t-ball game. All right, there's no way I wasn't gonna smash that. So it was a nice one. All right, Cross. You like these guys? You like Pure? The last game. I don't want to say it was purely a failure, but it wasn't pretty, no.
Yeah, no, definitely not what I was hoping to see out of them in game number 1. Hoping here in game number 2 we see a little bit of improvement. I'm trying to find them here on the map. You guys see them?
Oh, left
okay,
side.
Yeah, the left end, yeah. I'm looking at their position, and they're doing their go-to strat of splitting with the different vehicles and just trying to pick up intel, but they might end up getting themselves in a little bit of trouble there, driving straight to a team that already has positioning.
I can't tell if they're gonna try to take this fight or if they're actually gonna try to position themselves to gatekeep them from the zone, because if we're able to see that circle right there, let me actually,
like
you know what?
it.
I love then when this map comes up. You can see that they're not inside that circle. And you know what?
No.
Let's actually highlight a little bit more.
Hey, you wanted to see some aggression out of them. Here it is.
So Pure decides,
maybe,
but it's smart too, because they do know if they can park in a spot that gives them extract capabilities, the blue's not going to hurt them too much. They know that 7's going to have to move. That's La Familia. They could try to pick off a kill or 2 here. That's all they need. They're currently sitting at 5 points total. The qualification cutoff is currently 7. So literally, if they can pick off 2 or 3, maybe even 1, it just gets them in a better spot to keep grabbing points. And they have complete escape culpability, because here, if they get countered and pushed on one side or the other group just dissipates and resummons. So I like what they're doing. Very strategic.
I was gonna say, my question right now is, why just go out towards the blue?
Why not?
That makes absolutely no sense to me.
It doesn't hurt.
Extra sneaky. They're like, they'll never expect his way out here.
It's like tickle blue.
Strange.
It's like tickle blue right now.
Instead of setting themselves up to gatekeep the enemy, they're trying to let the enemy gatekeep them. It makes no sense.
We got a drive-by happening here. Hold up.
So it looks like
strange plays happening, but I think they're definitely going to try to play aggressive here.
Well, they're trying to push them into Cross. They want them all looking at them here, and then Cross is going to hopefully step out.
One vehicle, though, so they just spray up that car. Yeah, this is going to happen.
That is going to happen. So Pure is going to go aggressively at this push, and the reason they were willing to go aggressively at it is because of King's location. They knew that if they chased, they would open fire. They'd probably both teams take massive casualties, and then Cross was literally 60 yards away with a light machine gun watching the fight. So even if they lost 3 to say 2, you know Cross would be able to just finish off anybody who was left. I think that was, you know, like some peak planning, man.
Yeah, Cross was in a perfect position. Like that worked out perfectly. I don't know who's taking notes right now. I don't know who's coaching for their team, but that was beautiful. And just like that, they're in a qualifying position. I mean, they already qualified, but that puts them even higher.
$2,000 is $2,000 and bragging rights. Plus, there's the other side of that. 7, you've been in esports for a long time. There's something called invitationals, and that happens a lot in esports. And the teams that get invited are the teams that A, make a name for themselves, and B, make big plays, right?
That's right. It's not only the bragging rights. You're also looking for the new state developers to be like, hey, you know what? This team actually performed really well, and they were entertaining. Not only that, they were able to showcase different strats. Why not? Let's invite them again. I want to go back to that pure love play. I'm actually looking at it again, and boy, that was some serious planning into that. It seems like they were hurting that car into that player and get him completely surprised. That I'm just shocked that teams are already doing this in New State Esports.
Very, very smart. Let's jump over here to Jedi with Violent by Nature. We saw them taking some early fights last time around. They're now pitted against Savage. Savage is inside the blue, but barely, as they do try to play Gatekeeper. Jay will go for a res, but you can see with Violent by Nature starting to get their spread here. Peel is going to go ahead and continue to smoke that building as they try to find flanking positions to continue pushing forward here on Savage. Savage lumped into one spot. Needs to figure out how to get out of this house. The longer they're surrounded, the worse it's going to get for them. Violent by Nature has managed to not only push out of the blue, but literally surround this compound on escape side as they continue to throw grenades through the door. Jay, forced to jump outside off the back of that explosion, comes around the blue, open fire with effect, takes turn damage, hits a 1-for-1. He goes out for the flush, make that a 2-for-2. As a lot of players are down. Up on top, Carpal's trying to find the angle. He can't quite get a grip on that nade as he tries to throw it out the window. make a little play here. Cinders with the dodge podge. Jedi up on the high ground. And Carpal still trying to make a clutch, but he just can't get a grip on it.
And as Jedi's pulling through here, that's just going to put Carpal in that much worse of a position.
And all he's going to do is he's down to his last molly. He's got a flash on standby. If anything, he's just hoping for the best. Goes for the Thompson. Looks like he's got that extended barrel on it. The res is going to come out, but this flash will not clear the doorway. All of the players are about to be back up on Violent by Nature. Carpal is going to have to try to do something. He does see Jedi. The nade comes through the window. Goes for the spray. Jedi takes some damage, but Carpal's down to half. 24
time.
He's got to heal. The Blues on him. Now they know they push the stairs. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. VBN walks away with 4 in the hopper and 4 standing upright.
That was beautiful by VBN and Carpal. There was just a lot of undecisiveness there. He was trying to figure out, do I want to throw that Molotov? Do I want to throw a flashbang? He just wasn't sure exactly what he wanted to do. Hopefully, he'll be able to go back and watch the VOD and realize, hey, you know what? Maybe I should trust my instincts. I wanted to try that molly right away. I should have just done that.
It was resource management, right? Like, how many of us are Elden Ring right now with, like, 16 talons in our bag, right? Just use it. Otherwise, you're going to finish the match and never have gotten that kill or thrown the molly, and you'll regret it. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Noah, do you like to hoard supplies?
Honestly, I do. I'll like end up getting eliminated with like 6 grenades in my pocket, just waiting to have the right moment to use them. So definitely in that situation, you know, it wasn't a bad play to throw every piece of equipment you have, just because, you know, if you die, you can't use it. So I like that play. There really wasn't much you could do in that situation. VBN played it really well. None of them just, you know, pushed in individually up the stairs and gave away free deaths. So I definitely think, you know, as far as the situation goes, that was the best play you can make.
Absolutely. And this is VBN still out in the blue, and I think this is maybe the justifiability of what we saw Pierre do earlier a little bit more, Seven, is the blue damage right now. VBN's been sitting in it for at least 2 minutes, is akin to a maybe 4th grader kicking you in the shin. It's annoying, and you probably want it to stop, but it's not going to kill you. You can fight back. You can heal yourself. You'll get over it relatively quickly. Now, if this circle locks in, that changes pretty dramatically, and you will start to feel that damage. So VBN should be packing up and rotating very soon, because when we close out this phase 3 and it switches to 4, that damage does go up.
It definitely goes up, and I love that you mentioned as soon as the circle closes in, because guess what? I think VBN realized, okay, this circle's closing in. We need to start moving out, and they are currently doing that. And another team that was looting in the blue zone is going to be the Panthers. The Panthers are now starting to come in. The only issue that we're going to be running into is that the way they're currently trying to come in is covered by everybody, and they do have the height advantage. They're getting lucky. Oh, legal! The M24 is just nasty. Oh, man.
That is nuts. The machine gunner nest gets a nice little defense. We immediately see Panthers try something else, and they pivot off, but you can see they're headed right towards Syntax. So, like, literally, the Panthers just don't have a lot of options. Actually, Syntax just left. Panthers may be able to get away with a backfill. I can tell you nothing else is going to happen over here by the machine gunner's nest until they potentially get crashed again, but I'm not sure that's going to happen as Syntax is passing to the west of them. And this is huge for the Panthers. The Panthers are still watching as everyone else rotates towards the middle. They may be able to just go play some sort of defilade and survive until the end. So here's Koba as Syntax is, well, they're right in the thick of things again. And it didn't work for them last time, Noah.
Oh, yeah. You know, like what happened last game, they fortified and then just unfortunate circumstances. Right now, they're kind of surrounded by teams. Lucky for them, Vengeance is going to the southern side of the zone, so they might be actually getting a little bit of luck on their side, and they might only have to take on one team here, which would be just the best case scenario for them.
And luckily for the Panthers, I was going to say, luckily for the Panthers right now in those warehouses, they're actually surrounded by a fence that it cannot be destroyed, whether it's by machine guns or by a car crashing in. So they're getting super lucky with that.
Oh my gosh!
And I'm pretty sure Vengeance is going to be aware of that.
So they'll lock in. Meanwhile, Cinders is going to take a shot unexpectedly to the face, I think. Some nice shooting there. Is Vengeance also suffering some damage? The back and forth between these two teams. Vengeance has the better position, and to be fair, Violent by Nature can pull off of this fight if they want to. There is Western real estate open. The issue is, are you comfortable abandoning players at this stage of the game? Because it's a lot harder to green smoke people in, Seven.
It definitely is. Right now, I mean, it's just pure luck for them. They're truly having the time. Yes, they are gonna have to worry about vengeance as we're seeing right now. But if they wanted to, they could revive some of those extra players that they can knock. And as I was mentioning earlier, that fence. Let me tell you, I play this a lot. And when you have a fence that you don't have to worry about getting destroyed by the enemy team, it's gonna give you just some extra comfort. It's gonna give you some extra time to play out of how you're gonna be playing, and you don't have to worry about getting crashed in through the fence by the enemy.
But how'd you learn that? I have a vision of you driving around the map just bumping into things for days at a time.
That is exactly what happens.
Exactly what I did.
Watch his streams, yeah.
Today's stream is What's Breakable with 7 Worlds. I like that.
And then he says it's on purpose, but in reality, he just can't control his vehicles.
It's on purpose. It's on purpose. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, wow. Look at this rotation.
They actually escaped, yeah. But they don't know what they're rotating into, unfortunately, which they had the entire, as you said, western side of the map to themselves, and they go to the east, where there's going to be 2 or maybe even 3 teams waiting.
You know, sometimes you look at these.
Oh, no. Look at this.
They're just waiting for him to come in. And I will say this, as you looked at the map, you saw a whole empty space. If you don't know the map, that alone should tell you how bad the cover on that side of the map is the fact that Violent by Nature chose to drive all the way around to where the fights were because there was nothing to hide behind on the west.
And now, as you said, that Violent by Nature decides to just back off with at least 2 players, check that airdrop. And something that we got to keep in mind is some of these teams that were taking a long time, whether it was in the blue zone or just taking a long time in a certain compound. Since.
It's just open season right now.
That's the downside of the zone. The late green, there's nothing. That was the edge of the zone. Like, that's how bad it is. If you green post 4, everybody can shoot you.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say, as Stain's just unlucky streak continues there, we gotta keep an eye on some of these teams that are actually gonna have the shields. It's looking like the next circle is not really gonna have that much cover. You're gonna have some trees here and there, but not any actual buildings. If you're able to utilize those shields, and for the people that do have the vehicles, remember, we can definitely use those as shields as well. Just blow them up. You don't have to worry about the enemy blowing them up. And that's exactly what the Vengeance is doing right now. They're going to be the first team to rotate and try to get that high ground.
With no honor, it's another shot there on Syntax as the fight breaks out. Violent by Nature's on the opposite side. So Syntax is fighting a push here, but also dealing with snipers from the machine gunner's nest. Peel is going to push in. Coda tries to get a nice little play. Koba drops low, and he is just going to hold that angle. Peel comes around the back, gets that knock. He's trying to find Caveman. Syntax in a similar position as last time. Things are unraveling quickly as Peel comes around the right, sees the knock man, goes for the last member standing of STX. He's in the back corner. He gets flashed and has to fall back, so Peel can't continue to push forward. Caveman tries to capitalize on it, but he's already at 11 HP. Falls back, turns around, lickety split. He is done. Syntax puts up a fight, and Caveman tucks into the back and tries to survive, as his namesake is wont to do, but it will not happen, as Violent by Nature comes in and absolutely dominates. Remember, this is a team that rotated here out of desperation, and they walk away with, well, I'll say 3, because I don't think they're going to go back and get...
there's no shot. That's a lost cause over there.
Uh-oh. Speaking of lost causes, let's jump into this fight right now as Vengeance comes forward already, taking a major punch to the face against Machine Gun Nest, and they will be eradicated. This is the Vengeance that I am used to seeing, Seven.
And this is the Vengeance that I was trying to highlight to you guys. The rotation that they did, I mean, they're currently, I was trying to highlight they're a shield. They have a shield. They set themselves up for greatness there. They were the first team to rotate there. They knew that was going to be one of the highest points of that final circle. Everything that Vengeance is doing right now is working out perfect. I do hope they are able to pick up X-Men, though, because that was a major player in their previous win.
Hopefully they can recover before VBN pushes in, but they got the pressure on right now. Unfortunately, though, only one player pushed forward.
It was the scout, but it's Jedi. Jedi puts in some work as he comes up and over. Crown's got that P90. He wants to make a play. Vengeance is already down to just one player and tries to make it happen. It won't. That's it. Easy.
Across the map.
Well, that's the issue. So there's that. You saw that little shield out there, and I think that's relevant there. Seven is like, there's so little cover here. Even that shield seems minuscule and irrelevant, right? Like, everything is so spread out in this part of the map. It's gonna come down to range, and I think there's a chance we see a team win from outside the circle for the first time.
I think so too, and I think right now with these two teams fighting, Team 8, which is going to be BBN, and then we have Pure Love fighting, guess what? The Panthers are just chilling, and something that I'm enjoying right now, Khaled was thinking about maybe trying to go get a different angle. They're not too close to each other. They're trying to find a split. And as I say that, the Panthers start getting shot. I'm just caster cursing them here.
Yeah, well, I think I'd have to give it to VBN right now, just based off of the position. They have the high ground, and then the zone's not going to force them immediately. So both Panthers and Pure Love are going to have to rotate and just find their way out in the open to the zone. But yeah, VBN's just going to be able to spray both teams from their high ground position. A lot of cover to work with, and then not too much pressure. So just based off of the map right now, I think I'd have to give it to them.
And honestly,
just got knocked by fall damage. Sorry, I just had to point that out.
It's fine, but not to take anything away. Most of these teams are now very aware that they've all qualified for the next round. So what you're going to see here is very likely going to be some cheeky shenanigans, if you will.
The vehicles came in unexpectedly. I was not expecting that. So now it's about to be just like, yeah,
they're just having a good time. Game 6 scrims, if you will.
Oh my gosh.
Jedi out here is getting tailed around by a car. He tries to go around, but it's just a firing line. Pure going for the pub strat of drive a car until they hate you. But they roll it.
Oh no.
Who drove? Someone's fired.
Oh my gosh. So that's what the caster curse feels like, huh?
Yes, that is exactly what it feels like. They're down to, they aren't out of it though, because they managed to get the kill, so there's time to go for a res. The Panthers though decide it's time for car v car violence.
Yeah.
Slid jumps into a vehicle and drives over the high ground.
Does the zone. Oh my gosh. Well, so basically everything I talked about zone positioning just went out the window because every other team had 3 vehicles. Was not expecting that.
And more importantly, qualified, right? Like they all thing and went, oh, we're through to the next round. Let's hijinks and
full send energy, baby.
Which I love. I mean, we saw M249 do it, Seven, when they did the pan attack on, I think it was Burn in Silence a week ago. I don't know if you got to, you may have missed that, Noah, but literally M249 was qualified and they said, forget about it, threw their guns to the side and pan raided the last man and ended up pulling it out the last second. But it was a very sort of, hey, we made it, which
they're just that good right now.
Yes. But it also speaks to everyone else in the lobby is that you have to take your risks early, Seven, because once these teams with asterisks get to the point where they're like guaranteed the next round, they don't do anything that's logical. They just play out their minds. And as a pro, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing them try out different strats. You mentioned it. They don't have the pressure of having to qualify to the grand finals. You're already there, so why not just try crazy stuff? Teams, I got to tell something to the teams right now.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they start realizing the support player needs to have more shields. I was hoping to see a lot more shields. You saw how wide open that area was. We only saw one shield that whole time. I want to see more. You have that cover. The game gives it to you. Why not use it?
Absolutely. That's the end of our first set of games. That's the round of 16. We're going to wait for our second lobby to also wrap up, and then we're going to come back with the 4 top teams from each side. Before we call it and take a little bit of a break here to get our lobby set up, Noah, this is your first time with us here. You got a chance to watch 2 games with some pretty hard-hitter teams. What's your takeaway? What would you get, or maybe a pep talk for the other lobby that's about to join this chaos?
Pep talk. You can do it, yay! No, I think my takeaway is exactly. I mean, maybe I'm just like blinded by my own strategies, but those teams that did take those early on risks and just challenged fights early on, and then again, if they had a player to get dropped, go and get those revives mid-game, they seem to be the ones that were most successful. The players that took those early risks got those squad elims because that's 4 points, which is almost half of what an entire win is. So definitely getting those off the rip valuable. And then once they had all of that loot, the momentum of the points, they just kind of steamrolled mid-game, picked up another 1 or 2, and then positioned for end game, got those points. So definitely, the early aggression and then mid to late game strategies, those teams ended up coming out on top.
Well, we are going to find out which teams came out on top of the lobby to join the Big 8 going to the grand final. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Seven Worlds and Noah from YouTube. We'll be back after this break with the final and the top 2 teams who advance. Well, the first 2 games were crazy. The last one was pure insanity. As Pure makes what we can only guess is a YOLO we've qualified already send. And ultimately it cost them, but it doesn't matter because we know which teams are advancing to the round of 8. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by 7 Worlds Gaming and Noah from YouTube to break down all of the action. But why talk about it when we can do it, gentlemen? It's highlights.
That's right, the highlights, and we are gonna start off hot with some of these teams. I mean, by the way, the barrel rolls, some of these players were trying to hit, Noah. I feel like we don't really give those enough credit, but barrel rolls are amazing in new state, and they can actually help you dodge some bullets and get to safe cover.
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't use it as like an offensive movement just because it's not like great peeking a corner like that. But as far as a defensive maneuver, trying to get away from players, trying to get to cover, it is fantastic, especially at those longer ranges. I find it, for myself personally at least, I'm not a professional, although Toff says I am. It's very difficult to hit players doing that.
He's being modest. He is a pro, okay? I have played games with this man before. He always gets at least 20 more illims than I get.
Ooh,
and I'm not even lying. But going back to some of this ones, I actually wanted to give Peel a shout out from BBN because he was the player with the most illims in that previous round, at least for our group. He ended up with 8 illims. If he can maintain that kind of form here in the finals, they might be able to put up those 2K in their pocket. And I feel like Pure just decided to blow themselves up there at the end. I want to go back and watch it at some point again just to make sure, but this is the standing Stoffies. Violent by Nature with 29 points and Vengeance with 27 points. Those are actually, they ended up fairly close to each other.
3 asterisks make the advance. Vengeance is the only team that has not qualified for the grand final to make it into the round of 8, which is good news for everybody in the group because the top 2 get to go through today. So Vengeance is going to be doing a great job there as they didn't eke through, they earned their way through, and we cannot stress that enough. Let's take a look at Group A, the group that was playing as we watched B. They were off stream, but M249 continues to dominate with 39 points for the advance. Nori Aim, 7 even nation. Wait a minute. Are these guys connected to you?
I have no idea what you're talking about, sir.
Interesting. 7 Nations Army and Strangers BD. Let's put them all together and meet the 8 teams that will be taking the field in the Noah from YouTube Influencer Final. Pure Love, M249, 7 Nations Army, Vengeance, Nori Aim, Violent by Nature, the Panthers, and Strangers BD. You know I like to hear you pick your favorites. Let's go, Noah. Who you like here?
So in the first round of what we just watched, you know, I was being a Pure Love fanboy and really just talking about how much I love Long. But, I mean, if there's one team here that just stands out more than any other, and that's M249. I don't think any of us here are going to disagree that that's got to be the favorite to just dominate here. They've won every single thing they've done. And then even in that last bracket, I saw that they had more elim points than placement points with like 20-something, which is just crazy to think. So that's going to be my top pick is M249.
I like it. 7, who's your pick?
Yeah, by the way, what Noah was trying to tell you is in our group, the top team had around 29 points. In the other group, M249 had 23 points just on Illims.
Yeah.
That is just ridiculous, and that's why I'm picking M249. I mean, I've been talking about it the whole day. I want Panthers and M249. I want to see that madness, even though Panthers has been so-so today.
All right, because I like a good contest, I'll pick the Panthers, but I also like to learn, which is why we have our brand new feature, Noah from Mall.
We're doing Noah from Mall now. Man, they just keep changing my name. Okay, so talking about Mall. Typically on the 8v8 map, it's in the center of the zone, and again, in these public matches, it's going to be a hot drop central zone location. But in 4v4 in the BR Extreme mode here, we don't see it as often be even on the map in general. It was in our last one, and we had La Familia land there, where they ended up getting a whole lot of loot credits and like the drone credits, loot, everything. They were prepared for fights, and then Pure Love comes out of nowhere in the vehicle, drive by just wiped the squad as they were trying to rotate out from zone. And then Pure Love pretty much had all of the loot that Maul has to offer, which, like I said, it is a high tier loot zone. So definitely Pure Love, they had anything that they needed to work with in their inventory. And then, I mean, we saw how it ended up finishing in that match. They just drove off of a clip, flipped, but, you know, they had their inventory stacked.
Absolutely. Most people go to the mall to lose money, but Pure goes there to get absolutely loaded as they come out with some big points from that one. Now, if you guys think that you know how to come out with the big points, if you think you've got what it takes to hang, there's one more chance to make the grand final where we have $200,000 on the line. Tomorrow is when it starts. Sign up at esl.gg/NSMM. Why not? This is a great opportunity, and tomorrow is your last day to start the grind. Honestly, I feel like if Noah wasn't sitting here with me right now, he'd be playing. Like how could I would be? How could you not? Take
How much does it cost to enter? Let me hear. How much does it cost?
Is free 99. Don't let the 99. Free 99. It's available to everyone, and think about how much you could make. That's awesome. Plus, like, you can play on your phone. Like, that makes it even easier. Like, you don't have to sit like.
Sorry,
in the
I had
house.
to make it rain.
Was that a money gun? Did you just money gun us out of nowhere?
You want me to do it again? I got it.
Hold up.
More money gun. Wow, are those 20s in your money gun? What?
No, we're talking pure hundreds. We're talking hundreds, baby.
Yo, we got cash. We got cash for day.
Hey, Toss, where you at? Come on.
I've got some pictures.
What is that? You got pictures?
Just throw them up in
the air.
Big cash. Let's get in the game, baby. We're rich. We're loaded.
This could be yours.
This could be yours. You too can have the kind of money that just allows you to throw it around. Sign up now.
Unscripted, by the way.
Sign it up now. That was unscripted.
We're just that smooth.
Why do you have so much? Okay, listen. I expect this kind of stuff from Seven.
Always got to be prepared.
Okay. You're like that UFC guy who just carries $1 million around in a backpack or something. That's just wild. All right, I have a new. I know who I'm invited to dinner next time we're in town. I'll just leave it at that. Let's take a look at the jump. It is gonna be Sunbury Alamo, the opposite side of the island that gets the feature. 8 teams, time for the drop. Now, if you are one of the teams that is not qualified, Seven, 4 of the teams in this lobby already have asterisks. We're giving away 2 places. That means you only have to not be the worst. What's your plan?
Right now, with so many teams qualified and just egos on the way, I'm going to be looking at Chester. Look at all this going on right now. They want that madness. They want that vault that's in there, because if you're able to get to the vault, you might have a chance at getting one of those airdrop weapons right off the bat. And we do have some action here as Maul as well.
Ooh,
Noah,
Maul.
you talked about Maul. We got some fights early on.
Noah from Maul, and it's M249, of course, getting the first blood. Like, they're landing hot. They're shooting right away. How do you already find 2 full autos like that? Can we hear? How is that possible in the BR Extreme mode?
I mean, I love that everybody else landed was like, look, we started with pistols. And he's like, I got an AK. It's ready to go.
Yeah.
Let's do this thing.
The extra loot.
It really does. Pure Love here. You got that Bison. It looks like Long's going to try to make a little bit of a play, though he is working at a deficit. You can see, look at the comms. This is my favorite part, is you can see the little configurations on the left side of the screen when they're talking to each other, and just how overly lit up that is right now, which is a big deal, because comms, especially in a fight like this, are going to be the difference between success and failure, Seven.
It definitely is. Right now, what I love too is that you're seeing continuing comms from the players that are actually not even on. The players that are really there. They're trying just to relay information and looking at their players, their teammates that are currently alive, and trying to see stuff that maybe they have not seen. Sometimes a lot of stuff that happens between us when we're in a fight like this, we might end up getting tunnel vision. Noah, I know it happens to me a lot. Does it ever happen to you, that tunnel vision?
I mean, I would be lying if I said it doesn't. It happens to everybody. But, you know, the best of the best can limit how often it happens. But speaking of tunnel vision, right now, I just can't stop looking at the comms. Now that you pointed it out, it's just so visually pleasing to see it all in sync, and it's just constantly lighting up for every team. Oh, man. M249, full high ground position as well. I think that's worth noting.
Absolutely, it is, and we've seen them play up in this position before. They're very, very, very good at it, and it just really comes down to a tough decision. And honestly, neither of these teams. This is a little bit of a pride game, isn't it, Seven? Because both these teams have asterisks. Both of them are going to the grand final, and both of them can take the risks to sort of establish dominance.
That's right, and that's what I was trying to get to at earlier. These teams have just egos at this moment. You want to be able to talk smack the other team on Twitter because trust me, it happens, especially in mobile. It gets spicy. These people want to be able to talk smack to each other every single night. And right now, Pure, I'm actually enjoying what I'm seeing out of Pure. They decided to back off. They know that they currently aren't gonna be able to get that height advantage. So you know what? Let's try to find a way that we can gatekeep M249 because M249 with the height advantage, they are gonna have to jump off at some point. Okay, they're not even in the zone. They're gonna start getting pushed by this circle.
So
we talked about how that first circle doesn't really do that much damage. It's like a mosquito flying around. It's gonna annoy you, but it's not gonna do that much damage. So at some point, they will have to jump off, and I want to see how Pure Love is gonna be able to just put themselves up for this push.
It seems like Pure's sort of taking a spread around the outside. I saw them deploy a smoke and then move away from it. They're really just, it feels like, trying to keep M249 on their toes. Last time M249 fought here, we saw them doing sort of a head-to-head peak battle with another team, and they dominated there from the roof. But Pure's taking a different tact. They're using a very, kind of ratty strategy, to be honest, Noah, of locking up knowing where M249 is going to have to run when they leave and sort of locking those spots down.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely. There's really not much they can do right now just because M249 has such great positioning, and we see Sleep now kind of making that lurker, rotation around to see if they can catch anybody slacking as far as Pure goes. Right now, it's just going to be a waiting game for both teams, but the good thing about Pure's position, it's starting to fall apart a little bit now, but they were kind of gatekeeping M249 from being able to loot the rest of Mall. So if it did come down to the zone, just ticking away everyone's HP, M249 really didn't have much looting potential besides just getting what was on the roof. So they were just playing the patient game, and they still are. But honestly, I don't know how they're going to get out of this situation because M249 is just swarming together, and they have a man advantage right now.
Also, they definitely do. I would have loved to have seen Pure just kind of go to the first floor and back up to the other building too, and use that outer fence in the area of Mall because once again, that fence, it's made out of concrete. You're not really going to be able to destroy it. There is some areas where it does have wood, and they might be able to expose your cover if they decide to shoot at it. But if you're going to be able to set yourself up, right, you already know that you looted all the floors below M249, so they're not really going to have that much to loot from. Set yourself up for that step. You know they're going to have to push out, but they just decided not to.
And now we're going to check in with Seven Nation Army, one of the teams that has not qualified as they butt up against Violent by Nature, a team that has. We're going to take a look at Vengeance here as they are eluding away. This is the team that needs to get some points. And it is worth noting that if you were to look at the minimap, the 4 teams who do not have asterisks by their name all did very wide jumps to corners of the map, whereas all the teams that have qualified to the $200,000 grand final seem to have gone for hot spots more towards the middle.
They definitely have. I mean, right now with that middle, though, it's pretty much split, right? Within that river, where you really don't know where you're going to go to. And I'm loving that the teams are kind of going more towards the Alamo Island, going more towards that bigger piece of the pie. Right now, it's working their way. It's all going to come down, Toffees and Noah, to where this next circle is going to go. Who's going to be positioned the best way? And guess what? Pure Love and M249. I mean, actually, M249 are still over there just trying to figure out who's gonna make the first move.
Yeah, they don't want them to escape, man. And right now, it's honestly a guessing game, though, on whether or not, which island's going to be getting zoned. So they don't really have much to worry about at the moment just because this isn't really ticking for too much damage at the moment. So they might just sit there and wait to see where the next zone goes, to be honest, and then decide whether or not they really need to book it or they can just hang out longer.
Every time that you rotate in this game, you put yourself at danger. If you have a set position inside the circle and you have control of it, any changes are putting yourself at risk, whether great risk because you don't know anything or small risks because you've gathered information or scouted. Rotating can hurt you, Seven. So there is a validity to, I think, what Noah's bringing up, this idea of just wait for what's next.
That's true. And that's actually the way a lot of people like to play. And right now, look at this. I mean, they have, for the teams that decided to be in Alamo, they're truly sitting down great. They're going to have the bigger pie of that land area. And guess what? With Teams 3 and Team 6, they are going to have to worry about this river. Who's going to decide to make that move? Because after the next map, I mean, we're only going to have one bridge. You're not going to be
That's
able
true.
to access this bridge or this bridge. I mean, you can, but the zone is going to start hurting. And if you are going to make the swim, you have to make sure it happens when a team is distracted. So making that rotation early on, and I would love to see Toppies, the 2-2 split. We saw it last week, and it worked out wonders for some teams. If you can get a 2-2 split on that bridge, the only bridge that's going to be available on that zone, it might end up working out for you.
I can't believe after everything this long into the game, we've only lost one player so far, Noah. That's kind of wild.
Wow.
Pure's down one, and that's it.
Yeah, I find it funny that after that whole Pure M249 standoff, M249 just left, and Pure's still sitting outside of the zone. I believe they're still at the mall right now, just eating it and probably looting up, seeing if they can eventually get that one player who did get eliminated back.
I've been to the food court. Sometimes you just need to stay at the mall.
You just want to stay there forever, huh?
Those samples. There's no, Panda Express samples are the legit.
So that's why you didn't have any money when we were throwing it around. That's where all the money goes.
To orange chicken samples. Yes, that you've got me. You've got me. And all of the pie metaphors are hitting real good too. Let's take a look at the Panthers up here on top of the hill. These are guys who have already qualified. They put up a lot of points, but they like bragging rights. I expect to see them continue to look for some fights because coming out in the lead of the lobby means a lot to them. And I got to assume, Seven, that everyone else is starting to get irritated with M249. Like, that's a lot of money they've taken.
They definitely are. And the thing with M249 is they tend to be the passive team. The only time we ever see them fighting early on is if they do get hot drop, which we just saw what happened there. And in a way, they ended up winning that hot drop by taking one Ilum point. With M249, what I'm going to be looking at them doing now is just going to a place, finding a good compound to just hold it into the next circle, slowly start moving in, let the teams fight it out, especially on the other side of the island, because right now I think if I'm not mistaken, we have somewhere along the lines of 5 teams on just one area that are very close to each other. So with M249, they're just going to be playing their game, playing that patient game. And now, hey, guess what? Andy's coming back for Pure Love. So it's going to be a full reset here as we haven't really lost anybody.
So whatever they got out, they definitely needed. Now they start. Nori Aim's going to come in. This is a chance for them to put some points on the board. They're a team that needs to qualify. They want to get off to a good start. They played slow. They dropped long. This is our first chance to see them get into a heated battle. The problem is that the team that they are fighting are the Panthers. This is a team that has taken no prisoners and has been very strong. Colin, in particular, has been very well represented in these fights. Looks like he does have an off angle. They're down to 3 inside of this compound, and maybe that'll give a little bit of an advantage to Nori as they try to work their way up. What? Never mind. Vortex goes down. Colin immediately pushes in. Legal comes from the opposite side to try to cover. Look how spread out they are. And there we got C-Miner trying to stop another team from getting involved as Nori Aim starts to realize that if you're going to push a fight, you got to finish it fast because there are a lot of hungry animals out here looking to get a little extra points.
They definitely are. They gotta be in the lookout right now. If they might end up getting third party. Remember, this area is becoming smaller and smaller, and you are gonna leave yourself exposed for that third party. As the Panthers are fully aware of that, they're making sure that nobody's gonna be creeping up on top of those hills, on top of those mountains, and make a push towards them. It has happened before. It could happen here, as we do see currently 7 Nations Army starting to push up and try to find an angle, so maybe they can get some third parties.
I mean, they need to do something. This is taking way too long, to be completely honest. And there's only one player there. Like all of this work is going into getting one Panther, and he immediately pounces, gets the kill, ducks back into the smoke, blind fires the corner, reloads, says, I hate doors. Meanwhile, Scalona up on top is trying to fight another Panther. These guys don't hunt in packs. They're cats. They work on their own. Hunter has got himself a nice knock there on Saz. So that'll be another cat down. As one team's trying to push forward. A lot of damage coming out. Crazy is down. And he is going to try to crawl for a little bit of hate. And meanwhile, Colin's still up here.
Still happening.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
He got it. Yeah. He goes down, takes 2 points with him. Then we go to Hunter, who's got a Panther in his sight. I'm not sure this is legal, but he is definitely poaching.
He definitely is, and with Nori Aim, I mean, that was maybe one of the worst plays I have seen in New State. You have the numbers, and you decide to go with just give the player 1v1s. That is, Noah, I wish they were just all pushed together.
Oh yeah, especially in those like stairwells. That's the worst spot to do those single pushes. But at the same time, I will like give him a little bit of props because you don't want to just all push together at the exact time on those stairwells because that's when you just get sprayed together because of how condensed they are. But yeah, like, come on, just like run up, together a coordinated push because that should not have taken the 5 minutes it took to eliminate them.
Yep. Especially because there's no friendly fire. Like, you're not going to get knocked from your buddy. Like,
everybody just go in spraying. What is it? Accuracy by volume?
Accuracy through volume. If all of you are stuck with 30-round mags, it doesn't matter. That's 120 rounds headed down range, right? Like, just push. Sometimes it has to play that way. But live, learn. That's the whole point of getting involved with the beginning of a scene, is kind of figure out what works for your team. Now, let's jump over to here. We see more drops coming out as we get to witness M249 Fan Club continuing their they're playing more passive than I expected, Seven. Not really passive, but compared to what I'm used to, a little passive.
Yeah, I think this is what I was alluding to. They're just going to play their game. They're going to be patient. They're going to be seeing what the other teams are going to be doing as well. What I do love right now is that, guess what? The game is just teasing everybody. It's like, hey, here's an airdrop, middle of the river. Does anybody want to take it? And nobody's willing to take it. I'm going to be looking right now at these two teams on this side, Team 6 and Team 1. If it goes to the other side, how are you going to be able to rotate? The one thing that I would love to see, if they do have to rotate, that we got a chance to see previously, is just send the cars to the river. Don't be scared of doing that. It's gonna put you at a least of a risk of actually being exposed to maybe people shooting at you, and you can always hold your breath a little bit longer and let them think, okay, maybe they're not gonna be making it out of there. Maybe the teams will end up getting shot by somebody else, get their party, and then the opening will happen for you to actually make the move. So it's gonna be interesting of how that final circle is gonna play out.
So it looks
I'm
like...
I'm going to point this out real quickly. Sorry to interrupt you, but Pure took 13 and a half minutes to finally get out of the zone for the first time since it closed in. And now they're just sitting there and kind of getting shot at, but they're all still alive. But they sat in the zone for 13 and a half minutes.
I can't believe he's going to land. That is, but again, like there are players who love the blue. I think Chaco was talking about his buddy Bob who lives in the blue.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
We're 15 minutes deep and only 3 players in total have been finished. Everyone keeps getting brought back.
It's the first game fallacy. A lot of these teams think that if I play passive on the first game, somebody else will make a mistake. Which, what's your take on that, Seven? This idea that I'd rather they mess up than I do.
I love it. That's the way I like to play. If you don't have to take on a fight, trust me, I as much as I love taking a fight, if I don't actually have to take the fight, let everybody else take the fight. And then Pure took 13 minutes to get out of the blue, and now we know why. Because as soon as they got out of the blue, they were going to start getting shut down and get eliminated.
And
that's in the blue for like 13 more.
Yes. Well, that's what that's why I call it the first game fallacy, because you do get teams that take this idea of 13 minutes, and you're right. I agree. In traditional Battle Royale, if I don't have to take the risk, somebody else should. But there's also that side product of, if they had just crashed middle early like they normally do, Seven, then that probably would never have happened. You know what I mean? Or they took the fight early and they got to rest a little longer.
Yeah, I think it has to do with that fight with M249. Maybe they weren't expecting M249 to be there, which is surprising to me, or maybe they did just want to take that fight and try to something different. Something that you mentioned earlier, Toppy, is we see the Panthers here being able to just pick on some fights from the Nori. Oh man, Nori, I just feel bad for them. Nothing has worked out for them so far in this match. What I was going to say with Pure and M249, maybe they're just trying out different strats. Remember, these are teams that are already qualified to the grand finals, and so this is the first match. This will be the time to try out that strat, because that's another team that you're going to see in the grand finals. How are they going to react if you do hot dropping? So they could have been just collecting some data.
Yeah, no,
that is true.
Yeah, I think a lot of other teams are. I think in Nori's situation, I just think that they feel a little bit outclassed. I hate to say it, but it's the first time that I've seen them in the final, and they've got some great shooting. They've had some great moments, but it doesn't seem to be coming together. And I think that that's fine. Like, if they come back tomorrow, you get a whole lot more time and games to really get your feet under you. And this isn't the last tournament either. We're going to be back in the future. So get as much competitive experience as you can. Another team to look at is Seven Nation Army. That is the orange 3 on your map right now. This is another team that we haven't seen a lot of and are not qualified for the final, and they seem to have pretty good positioning knowledge, Seven.
They really do, and I was actually looking at Violent by Nature there. That's the only team that's on the other side, and that's actually outside of the circle. They're going to have to make a push across that river. as I looked at that, if they actually decide to crash those vehicles to the river, they're going to have to cover by the cliffs of that river. So it might end up working out in their favor.
It'll be interesting. It's one of those things, too. I think that once that blue closes, if they maybe come in a little bit, like crash their cars a little bit after the blue's locked in, then there's a chance nobody even notices them, Noah, because once the blue closes in a battle royale, a lot of us stop looking.
Yeah, for sure, and especially in these late games. Oh, okay, you see they're actually
they're going
doing
for it.
exactly what Seven said, yeah, with the vehicle strat crashing it, and they're actually getting the free drop as well. A little, you know, get it if you can. It's like a fishing bait, right?
Maybe that test dummy. Who's gonna go for it? Who's gonna go for it? They're like, yeah, we will.
Yeah, but for sure you can catch some teams sleeping if you are that crazy psycho team that did like hold out in zone quietly and just snaked around. But it seems like most of the team did get past M249, and they could be in a position to just either hide and wait till other zones are out or other players are out in the open, or they could just fight M249 and take out the big dogs. But as I say that, there goes one player from the team to M249.
Yep, and the thing right there, Noah, is though, even though he did get not, even though he is gonna end up getting eliminated, I love that they decided to keep one player back. That way, when after they crash those cars, he would be able to relay some intel. Hey, there's nobody there. This is actually where I'm getting shot from. So if you're gonna go for it, this is now the time to actually make that push. And now we're seeing it, Violent by Nature, Cruelly making a push, Cruelly being aggressive. So everything worked out perfect, even though they did end up losing a player in that rotation.
I like that.
Yeah, I'd say that was more of a distraction player back over there. So the rest of the team could just safely rotate. So that was definitely a heads-up play. And that's a team player you have right there.
Yeah, sacrifices for the team. Not trying to make the highlight reel, but trying to make a real win happen. Cinder's going to lay down as Violent by Nature does continue to try to push forward. They're going for those reses. They may run into trouble as Nori Aim is very quietly, you can see in your mini-map, sneaking around behind them. And that could be the end of Jedi, as I don't think they have any clue that that's about to happen. M249 is going to play the water line, but they're outside the circle. The real story is Vengeance, who continues to have to put up big numbers in order to qualify, has a compound and has a lot of people in their gun sights.
They definitely do. Atomic FPS, the only player alive right now. You mentioned it. He's being super quiet, and this might end up working for him. I'm hoping if he doesn't have to, don't shoot anybody, goes for those placement points. It's going to benefit you massively. There's no reason. Oh, stay down, please.
Yeah.
Just stay down.
That turned around quickly.
Yeah. Look how much we talked about the damage in these late circles. Look how fast Atomic FPS was dropping there, and the circle's closing quickly. He's going to have to pick up and just run for it. M249 though has completely engaged Violent by Nature, so they are not going to look behind him. In fact, Atomic's biggest threat will now come from M249 or the blue, as it looks like he may just accept his situation. He's taking a ton of damage out there, and that does mean that Violent by Nature is in a much better position than they were a minute ago.
They're about to lose Jedi from the back, but that turned into M249 unknowingly saving him, and then Atomic FPS is just going to end up getting eaten by the zone. And once they got weak, you know, starting to heal up in that zone pushing, there's really nothing you could do because you don't have the time to sprint out of there without healing. So there's really no other option but to just eat the zone and try to heal up, hoping you get maybe some placement points.
All right, Kairos and M249 now pushing up as Vengeance tries to hold the ground. They do the first peek. Kairos goes left to right, got that vector, trying to make a play here. Has to fall back to the right side. He hears Violent by Nature making the push. Kairos is going to be the first one to push in. He ends up going down. Violent by Nature locks out the outside of the wall. Meanwhile, Scalona from the distance trying to cause trouble. These guys are uncontested, and they have the circle. Congratulations on your win. Let's see what happens on the other side of the map as the chaos continues to unfold. Jedi is out. M249 is hurting. They're down to 1. Vengeance needs to win this to make it a 4v4. Kitty though, is a legend already in the short time that she's been in this game and will continue to be, as this could be huge issues because Vengeance can't afford to wait and hunt down Kitty. They're gonna have to go and take the fight with 7NA, Noah, and she just pops up behind and takes them all out.
Yeah, there's nothing either one of those teams outside the zone are going to be able to do here. I don't know if Seven Worlds out here was cheating the system. We're seeing some crazy elims. Hold up.
Kitty got a nice shot over there across the way. Hunter's trying to get a good shot out. M249 did ultimately go down, but it cost Vengeance 2 players. 7 Nations. Army is 4 strong with the circle. Vengeance is hoping for the best. the Rumble, but it's not enough. We're down to one. A hope, a prayer. It's been the man they dropped out of qualification. So he'll be the last to stand, but ultimately falls, though with 7 eliminations is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I think 7 was cheating the system behind the scenes there with the radar, putting it right on Team 7. Like, that was crazy. They had buildings, they had every opponent in front of them, no one behind them, and zone. Like, there was no way they were going to lose that. The new stage gods just saved them. But yeah, crazy game, and on top of that, how many elims did they have as a team? They had a lot.
Yeah, 13. 13 to start off.
That's a 23-point game right there.
Okay, 7, how much can we attribute that 13 to their position? Because there will be people who are watching that are like, oh, they just got the circle and the circle and the circle. Like, is that due to location, or do you think that they went out and actually got those?
No, if you have the circle, take full advantage of it. We have seen teams before get the circle and take 0 advantage of it. That actually speaks volumes of Seven's Nations Army. They were able to use what the game give them. There's nothing wrong. If you, for some reason, position yourself, you end up getting the circle, hey, be blessed. You're just going to have to worry about people pushing towards you, and they did just that. They did seem to be wanting to third-party the fight between M249 and by nature early on, which is good, too. They weren't just waiting for things to happen. They were trying to be proactive, and they make sure they position themselves, too. They make sure they got the angle. So, overall, what great game by Seven Nations Army. Now, in the next game, if for some reason you don't get blessed by the zone, I would like to see how they're going to be reacting to that.
Is there a chance that you'll sponsor this team? Maybe change the name to 7 Worlds Army if they do well? Maybe
Nah, I still want to do this show.
Oh, fair. Okay, yeah. He's not an owner yet.
Yeah, not a public owner, we should say. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced
either. It does seem very suspect. Well, my name is Savis. I'm joined by 7 Worlds Game, and we got Noah from YouTube down there, and we are going to be back in just a couple of minutes with game number 2 of 4 in the final. 2 teams advance. The rest cry. Who's it going to be? Don't go anywhere. It's a big game, number one, as the Seven Nations armies continue to refuse to be held back. They march on to a strong beat, and they collect another white stripe as a victory ribbon is placed on their jerseys. It's a good game for them. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Seven Worlds and Noah from YouTube. But before we talk about what's next, let's take a look back at what was. It's highlights.
It is highlights time, and I want to actually see if we're going to see anything else from the Seven Nations Army, Noah. We talked about it. They kept getting super blessed by that zone. Here's pure love. You even mentioned it. They were in the blue zone for 13 minutes. As soon as they got out, they just went back to the lobby, waiting.
Yeah, they got as many points in 13 minutes as they would have gotten if they immediately were wiped from M249 there in the beginning. But you know what? Hey, at least they had fun playing. They didn't have to just sit there and watch. So, credit for them for at least enjoying New State a little bit.
They got to use those drone credits that they had in Mall. Actually, they didn't even get to use them. They're still with them. And then we had Seven Nations Army. Yeah, that's right. From
Full
the blue
advantage.
zone. That's about it. Seven Nations Army, though. I mean, they didn't have to do anything. How
team
blessed
right
can you get right now?
I mean, being blessed by the zone is one thing, but being able to take advantage of it is another. And they definitely did 13 elim points here in this lobby is crazy.
That's a huge amount of points. And you're right, it is a very strong lobby. Vengeance, another team who would like to qualify, is going to come in second place. And then we got the asterisks behind them, which is kind of a big deal, Seven, because 2 teams advanced this week.
2 teams will be advancing, and I'm looking at some of the other teams there towards the bottom, too. I'm going to be looking at Nori AIM. I mean, technically, even though you're currently not there within the top 2, you could make a push. You could possibly make that push to be within the top 2.
I'm glad you mentioned them, because I couldn't even see them so far down there. So hopefully they pick it up and come back this time around. Now, we've had a really good feature. We've got Noah here visiting us today, and he's been teaching us really about locations, how to get out of them, what they offer. So let's do another one of our popular segments. It is Noah from Water.
Oh, from Water? What am I supposed to say about the water? I don't have any notes for this. It was wet. There was a crate. It was crazy. That's it. I don't have anything else for you, man. It's water.
I mean, that's it. I was scared of it for a portion of my life, and then I almost died, and now I'm still scared of it. That's not true. I like it, but I did almost die to it. It's crazy. You're right, though, and that is the situation that water presents, though, for a little bit serious for a second, Seven, is like, it's like a road that there's no cover, but it's worse than that because you can't take your car, you can't do it quickly, and it's wet. Exactly. No one likes to be wet, right? I don't. It takes forever to dry off this and get this hair fixed. Like, you think this hair just happens naturally? It doesn't, Seven.
I'm just gonna bite my tongue. But yeah, anyways, in regards to that, in regards to the cars and the water, okay, it played out wonderfully for them. We were saying, what is the team that's gonna be on the other side of that river gonna be able to do? They did exactly what I wanted them to do. Crash into that river, held the person back, whether it was for distraction or to relay information, and then make that push as soon as the other team started fighting. It worked out wonders. And luckily for them, Nori AIM decided to just heal off, because if he didn't decide to heal off, somebody would have paid from BBN.
Absolutely. All right. Now, while the rest of us sit here and wonder if Seven will ever button that button so we can see what the actual text on his shirt says, I want you guys to take the time and go sign up right now. The last open qualifier starts tomorrow. You need to sign up for it. ESL.gg/NSMM, because a lot of letters smashed together makes the most sense. Get there, get in the game. $200,000 on the line. I cannot stress that enough. Okay. The next match is about to get underway. This is a situation, Noah, where I think there's no other option but the bottom teams to go ham. There's 3 games left. There's 2 teams that need to qualify at the very top of the board, right? Then the next 3 all have asterisks, and the bottom 2 need to qualify but have almost no points. I think the numbers are 1 and 5. So how do you approach the next game if you're Nori or Strangers?
So you guys were talking about this a lot in the beginning. A lot of teams were ego dropping is what you were calling it. So a lot of those teams that have already qualified have just been going to, you know, either the designated hot drop, like what is on the map, or they've been going to like the first POIs. So if I was one of those teams that is lower in the standings right now, I would probably just, you know, full send it at one of those first locations and see if I could get like a quick 4-point squad wipe, just because those 4 points make up such a huge amount. And they're not like, yeah, okay, the teams that haven't qualified, they're down in the standings, like low, but they don't have to beat many teams. They don't have to climb back out of so many points right now. So those 4 points are going to be a huge difference. I would say just go for the early kills. I've been saying that all night.
Well, that was a giant clock tower. I agree with you. Go for the early kills, make those plays, but the clock tower was just so there. All right, let's see
that. It was crazy.
It was. It was wild. No, you can't climb to the top as far as I know. Play is going to come in. It's right down the middle. It's actually a pretty good circle, 7. I would assume South Island not even to be play into this one. So this reminds me of the circles we had our first week.
Yeah, and look at the 3 teams now going towards where Chester is at. They want that. They want that lock rate. Okay, they want to be able to get that airdrop weapon right away. Something that I actually wanted to mention is if you're 7 Nations Army, are you gonna want to be aggressive or are you gonna play like passive with such a huge cap that they have right now? If I'm 7 Nations Army, I'm starting off to play passive. I'm gonna put myself into a location and see if maybe with the luck that you currently had after that first game, hopefully you get blessed by the circle again.
But passivity is a tricky meter, right?
Yep.
I mean, the idea is like you can be passive on the edge and pull a pure, and then what do you get out of it? Or maybe when everyone else is dropping, you just rotate first and find a spot near the next circle where you can hopefully get 4 if somebody crashes you. But you have to move early, and so your passivity is maybe less gear but a better spot. And I think that that's what these teams need to find a balance of, is sort of knowing when to risk it and knowing when to sit and wait for the biscuit.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, you never know what's going on. We have all the intel here with the map and the location of all the teams, so we don't really know what 7 Even Nation has in their mind right now. But I don't blame them for trying to go for Chester. Off the start, at least. It looks like they finally pulled away once they saw that there were other teams. They are up in points right now, so they don't really need those initial encounters. But if other teams get crazy numbers, they can catch up pretty quickly. So hindsight, you know. Personally, I would just keep playing my style. And I've done this in other BR tournaments as well, is I will go. I've actually publicly tweeted my location in a tournament. I said, I'm going to land here every single time, and I did the entire time. We ended up winning. So I would say, you know, if it's working out, keep doing it. Keep risking it. Keep going hot.
Yeah, I will say, in the professional PUBG PC scene, teams specifically, as soon as they can, share their drops on social media, hoping that will encourage other teams not to go there because the risk is too high for early fights. And I wonder if we'll start to see part of that. But I will touch on
mental games.
It is, right? As we follow 7 Nations Army on their transition towards the mall, Pure is once again in a face-off against M249.
Yes.
They lost one, and I got to ask you, 7, like, obviously you both qualified. Maybe this is a jockeying for dominance situation, but Pure doesn't strike me as the kind of team that should be jockeying for dominance with M249. Is that an incorrect assessment?
No. You're absolutely on the money. Remember what I was saying about Pure Love? They usually don't tend to be that aggressive team. I think what that team is doing right now is they're just collecting that data. They're trying to see what's going to happen if they do drop with M249. And so far, it's not working out for them. They have lost. They have been the only team out of that hot drop that they have lost just one player, and then they have to back off. And then you have to figure out, okay, you know what? That's not going to work, which I think what it comes down to is just collect as much data as you can. I wouldn't be surprised. They've done it twice now. I thought it was only going to happen on that first match. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they try to do it on the next 2 matches too, because right now, Pure Love, I mean, sitting with 0 points, yeah, you got nothing to lose. You know, you're already in the grand finals.
Absolutely
2K
not.
sounds nice, but just collect more data.
Data points are always good. I also kind of wonder to a certain extent. Now, we assume that these teams are going out and doing tons of research between matches. That probably isn't always true. I'm sure a lot of these teams are just having a great time. And it does seem like Pure took the strategy of we're going to drop middle in the last couple of games, like high value. And it just so happens maybe they're learning on the fly that M249 also prioritizes high value middle drops. And the real question is going to be, how long does Pure commit to this before they say, okay, we're going to have to reprogram the way that we approach this? And I will say, I'm going to pivot off of that, Noah, to you, because you said you wanted to keep an eye on them today, based a lot on their stats, I think, in some of the previous performances they had. What's your takeaway? Wow, nice shot. What's been your takeaway on Pure since we've started watching them today?
So honestly, I don't know if they've been intentionally landing on M249 these games. I definitely feel as if they might be trying something different, like you guys had mentioned. They're just trying to go central zone off start and see how that affects their playing style, and they just had really bad luck. M249 just happens to be there, and they might just be the better hot drop team. But you know, at the end of the day, experience is the most valuable thing you can gain. So them learning, you know, the timing of drops, you know, if other teams are going to beat them, or just how to perfect their hot drops.
Yeah.
You know, I think that experience is going to be number one right now. And at this point, they have 0 points, right?
Yeah.
So they have nothing to lose going to this game number 2. If this doesn't work out, okay, just keep full sending it, keep learning from what's happening. You learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, and you also learn from fighting good teams. And there's no better team to learn to go head-to-head on a hot drop with than M249. As we can see, Pure is getting better about this. They did manage to take out a member of M249 in that push, but it doesn't look like they have any interest in leaving either. I think both these teams are trying to send a message. Kitticat goes to the scope and now has absolutely uncontested fire.
Oh, damn.
Like, I don't know if you got, Kidda pulled out the sniper rifle going, oh, I'm going to have to stop someone from peeking here. And then he just ran through the open. She's like, well, I guess M249 it is.
Yeah.
That quickscope was filthy, okay? Let me just put that out there. There's no way I'm going to be trying to do that. Something with M249, as they do win the engagement here between Pure Love, is M249 seem to be getting a little bit too cocky there. Once again, I gotten them a chance to watch him now for 3 weeks, and I feel like that's still an issue that they need to fix. For some reason, some of these players, sometimes they become very impatient and they might feel really confident. I mean, they have won 3
We're back. 2 games left to play, and it sounds good for VBM as 17% of the damage done in the final 8 has been done by VBM. These guys came to play, and the scoreboard proves it. Let's take a look back at the last match. It's myself, it's Seven Worlds, it's Noah from Twitter, and it's the highlights.
Let's go.
No, you know what? Let's start off right off the bat, man. How are we feeling about Pure Love and M249? Do we want to continue to see the hot drops that we've been seeing out of them?
I mean, I don't mind at all. I love hot drops, so it doesn't even matter what team's going. But yeah, seeing M249 just absolutely, communicate and play super well on the hot drops, I'd love to see them fight anybody. Pure Love, we'll talk about it a little bit later. They're definitely going to need to, do some work. So again, same for them. I'd love to see them hot drop anybody. But, just for the sake of the rivalry right now, sure, keep throwing them at each other the rest of the day.
That's what I was waiting for right there. That last part, just for the sake of the rivalry and just for some egos too. I mean, this play though, the Panthers, Cinders, for him to be able to come up, hit those shots. The Panthers didn't even know what was going on, which is crazier to me.
What angle did Cinders have right there?
That's how good of a distraction Jedi was in right here, Kitty Cat. We gotta give this player some credit.
M249 spray. Oh man.
Spray for the win. Luckily, I mean, M249 being able to collect some points there. They are currently in 3rd place, and we do have 1st place, Violent by Nature. Keep in mind, though, Toffees, they already qualified for the grand final, so we're going to be looking at 7 Nations Army and then Vengeance. And Strangers BD putting themselves within 2 points of pretty much being the top 2 in a way, because the ones with that little asterisk have already qualified to the grand finals. It's going to be interesting as we get to the final 2 games.
Well, let's put this in perspective. At the end of the last time we showed this, after game 1, Vengeance was in the top 2 positions. Now they're not even in a qualifying position. So it is anybody's game at 50%. There is some distance to go. In fact, let's take a look. I think I want to go to our new segment that's been teaching us everything we need to know. It is, Noah from YouTube on Noah from Last.
Oh, man, Noah from Last. Man, you guys just keep killing me with these segments. Okay, so we're going to talk about the last place team, which is unfortunately the one that I was saying let's look out for. That's going to be Pure Love. They've got 1 point right now, so how do they come out of this? And honestly, it's the same way they got into it. They're just going to need to keep hot dropping, and instead of just dying off the start or waiting 13 minutes to get 0 points, they should just try to get those kills and successfully get those kills, because right now there's no other way to climb out of this deficit playing slow, just playing placements. They need to be getting those elim points. So off the start, I'd love to see an immediate squad wipe, take that loot, and just quickly go find another squad. And then when you're hearing gunshots, go third party. They really have nothing to lose at this point, everything to gain. So I would say just full send energy, do what you can, try to make up those points as fast as possible.
Forget about the last 2. The stress is off. Make your play. That's Noah from Last. I think it's the right call. Let's see if Pure can do it. And I want to see if you guys at home can do it. This is your last chance to sign up. The final open qualifier tomorrow, esl.gg/NSMM. Get in the game, $200,000 plus on the line. Ooh. And we're giving away a bunch of spots tomorrow. So this is your chance to get there and to make it happen. So go sign up right now. You know what? The lobby's starting. It looks like we've got about a minute left until the game goes. So that's literally all the time you need to go to that website, sign up, and have stacks of cash sitting around the house like Noah. He literally just has a stack of 100. Well,
sign up.
Tell me how. Oh, sign up. I thought there was some multi-level marketing.
Do your link thing again. Say all those letters. Come on.
esl.gg/NMMM.
There you go. Link in the description.
It's harder when I'm not reading it off the screen. Okay, so other than you selling us on some sort of like shampoo or toothpaste or maybe oil business is where I assume all your money's coming from. You're just trying to get us on board. You're tempting us with the bills. Let's get into this match. It is second to last. It is going to be another circle that is challenging, as it's going to go all the way to the west over towards Port. But Exhibit Hall, Chester, Swanton, these are popular drops, and they're all still in at 7.
They definitely are, and I'm actually enjoying that Chester is going to be on that playing path. I would love to see somebody finally go the worst, that police station, and get the crate that we've been teasing for the longest time. I'm also going to be looking at Maul. Maul is usually a place that M249 tends to land at. We saw already a hot drop earlier today between them and Pure Love. M249 got the best out of that. And you mentioned it, Noah. You want to continue seeing those hot drops for Pure Love. Hopefully this might be the time where they actually win it.
I want to see him do it right now. Like immediately, as soon as you can drop, just press that eject button. And yeah, head to Mall, fight M249, get a little bit of your ego back, get a quick elim on them, and then maybe just rotate to whatever POI is next, or if you're hearing shots, I just want to see full aggression. And right now, it doesn't look like M249 is going to be hitting to Mall. I'm looking out for Pier. It looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, they're going to the
waited.
Right.
They waited. Oh wait, no. They did what you said. They literally jumped out the moment.
Yeah.
Yep. So they're actually
they are
going to
be in the corner, and it does look like they might be able to get maybe a couple of people lurking from Team 5. So I mean, those points are a start, right? They just need to get a little confidence. If they can take a 4v2 off the start and just get that could boost their confidence a little bit and lead to a solid game number 3.
Absolutely. They grabbed some vehicles. It looks like Atomic.
What am I looking at?
He's just driving around. He's like, hey guys, I got your car. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Except now he got stuck. He did not. I don't think he planned to hit the wall. Like I was like, okay, I gotta go. I was taunting.
in a game right there.
Yep. That's
Testing every
exactly
single
what
wall.
I drive like. Kill! Karma strike! Karma strike! Come on! Oh,
they didn't grab their loot fast enough.
Look, he had to ditch the car.
They're gonna chase him down. Come on, Pier, chase it!
Chase him!
Long is going for it with an Uzi. Cross map?
No, he's got to get away. There's no way. Oh,
They're
my
still
gosh.
going.
If Atomic died of like a karma popsicle right here, that would like,
look at this.
Well, he should never have driven in circles.
They're not
gonna bait
give
him
up.
though. He might bait him. He might tell his team. I think they're gonna be making a push for it. This might backfire for Pure Love though.
No, that's an M249, bro. I don't know. They're not gonna go over the hilltop.
They're not expecting a full team push. This could go south quickly.
That's true.
Look at Atomic. Oh, here comes the help.
You know, Pure has nothing to lose. Pure qualified. They've had a rough game, but they've got an asterisk. So they can play a little cray-cray here. Whereas Team 5, the purple team, Nori, is not qualified. They need to have a good game here, and they were in not a bad spot starting this one out. They were in 7th with 8 points, so a good game could have put them in contention.
I gotta say, I love that Vortex, who wasn't getting chased but came to help, ended up getting full killed, but Atomic's still just sitting there.
Atomic's like, oh, I guess I shouldn't. I should have asked for help. My bad. It's like when your buddy's like, one hit.
Yeah.
You push them and hit them 3 times and they kill you. Well, I thought he was one hit.
Must have all too much.
Must have healed, bro.
Classic.
Oh, it's like the most dangerous thing you can say in any battle royale. Like, anytime somebody says that, or safe res, I'm like, no.
Gets instantly knocked. I'm safe. I'm safe. Come on.
Well, not from that angle. What?
Yeah. Classic.
Classic.
Everyone's talking from experience right now.
It's true, right? Like,
oh, this is sad.
Well, honestly, like, that's the love I have for this. Battle Royale saved me from a love of the MOBA genre. I don't know if you guys were aware of that. I was a MOBA player who apparently just loved being treated terribly all the time. And then Battle Royale came out and taught me you can have strategy and games that go quickly.
Yeah, but I don't know which one's better for your mental health there. Both of them are stressful.
Yes,
BR. BR's the way to go.
BR's the way to go.
I mean, I love BR, so I agree.
When I left MOBA, it was in a Dota meta that the games lasted an average of, 50 minutes to an hour and 20 minutes, and you were just being flamed the entire time. So always
I'd rather play BR Extreme, get those 20-minute games.
Exactly.
Come on, yeah.
And you know what? The worst case scenario is you lose, and then GG go next. No biggie.
Facts.
Let's check in with 7NE, 7 Nations Army, newcomers to our final group. Currently, they are sitting in, let me double check the numbers, second place with 25 total points and no asterisk next to their name. They would very much like to maintain this position. I like where they are in the circle. It's beautiful. And Nori, he's back.
Fun start.
Pure Love finally got a win, Noah, on that hot drop. They were finally able to at least get
I love it.
somewhat of a hot drop. We're gonna call it a hot drop, okay?
They listened to my segment.
We'll take it. We're gonna take it. Yes, they did. Hey, they doubled their score. Man,
Hey,
that hurts to hear.
My coaching right there, it comes in clutch. Look at that.
The first professional coach in New State.
I'll take that title.
I'll take that title. You'll take any title. You'll take any title. You like it. Pure Cross. He's like, I got nothing else to shoot at.
That's not.
They're just shooting at anything they can, honestly.
He's got 175 rounds. Why not?
Oh
Live
my
your best life.
gosh.
That slaps another dinner plate on it and says, maybe I'll try to have some more. Meanwhile, we did see a knockout there. Golden Boy looks like he caused some trouble for Strangers BD. That was a very long knock, by the way. Actually, they're on the same team. How did you knock each other? How do you knock each other?
Just grenade each other. They were pulling. They were like, you know what? I don't like that you landed so close to me. Why are you taking my loot? You can still blow each other up. I do it every now and then.
Personal experience, yeah.
Interesting. Well, he immediately called him back, so there you have it. He'll be returning right away, and we'll jump over to Pure as they make their rotations and they got their van, they got the hill. This is very Pure. Pure likes high ground 2-2 splits or 3-1s.
Are they going to be going for that trap that we saw earlier as well? You can see, I mean, Cross is setting up for the high ground too on the other side.
Yes.
Honestly, I would have loved to just see them drive straight in to the mall. Personally.
Yeah, but that would be like pure confidence, and honestly,
no
confidence.
Well, I expected to see pure love today, and so far I've seen pure failure. To be honest, and I'm not trying to be a jerk because I know they're a good team and they're qualified, they're consistent. But this is not the Pure that I'm used to. This isn't the Pandy. This is pure pandemonium, and none of it has been particularly excellent. So
puns keep coming out. Pure puns.
2 more games. Forever. 2 more pure puns. See, now there's a game I can get behind. But the reality is they've got the potential. They've got the know-how. Just something's not clicking today. And maybe that's a positive, Seven. Maybe they get it out of their system. Maybe they're trying something new. You know, it's hard to say, I guess.
Yeah, it's a lot of just trying new stuff. Thinking back of how they used to play, they never decided to take this fight early on. They would always just play super passive. So it could be them just trying something completely different, as we do have Vengeance. Vengeance does want to fight early on. They don't even care who it is, and even if it's 2 players, they want to continue that chase. I am looking at right now at M249's rotation as well. Look at this pursuit. They're like, come back, please. We really need this Ilum.
Why not? Look at them. They're hunting from 2 sides. Crowd has been like relocating around the circle to try and get the plays. Nice stop behind a wall. Smart, because they knew that there was going to be a crash. X-Spin immediately comes out, pops out the M4, wants to make a play. Crown from the distance. X-Spin still up close. It's Revenge off to the left side. It got a little crazy, but that's okay. Revenge goes down. Bin gets the slay. Now Boyd going to try to push. Bin is low, trying to find an alternate angle. It's only at 7 HP. Ends up getting knocked down. Here comes the follow-up. Crown from the outside. Tess gonna keep moving forward as Volt does watch his teammate getting the res up on top. It looks like Vengeance could choose to back off of this one and just kind of do a 2-for-1, but they're not, Seven. They're gonna go for this.
Yeah, I don't think they won that. And the reason why is because before this match started, I mean, even right now, they're currently ahead of Strangers BD on the leaderboard, and that equals money. They're really close to that 4th place and 3rd place. They want to get that cash in their pocket, and with Strangers BD, now you're being put into more pressure because they probably weren't expecting this fight early on. Look at that angle right there from Warsaw. Which gun is it again? I can't see it.
The Vector.
The Vector. He found a really good approach Vector on that one and managed to catch him completely unprotected. Headshot.
Oh,
the
gosh.
headshot. Yeah, that was lined up perfect. Little over the shoulder.
Strangers BD, it looks like you guys are trying to play TPP. You're playing FPP. Why are you guys being so passive?
They are. You're right.
Look at the corner.
That was a 3PP hold that he was forced to peek on because he couldn't. You're out.
Gosh.
You nailed that, Seven. They are living a 3rd-person perspective right now. That is tough.
Time to adapt with the changes, and this is what I love here. Even though he does get knocked, there you go. Now go in the aggressive. Now put yourself in a better situation. Oh, the Vector's just too OP.
They all got Vectors. They've all got Vectors.
Those kills, huh?
That's wild. Yeah, well, with 2 different people, right? Or no, it was worse. That was all horror all the time. That guy is obscene.
One man warrior right there.
1-man warrior.
I give credit to the weapon, okay?
He said, no, it doesn't matter. It's all the weapon. Imagine with the custom kit on that bad boy. Oof.
Does he have
he decided to pick up the M. Nah, he didn't. Not at that point.
He went M249.
Did we just see him drop it?
Big fan club. Big fan club. Right, the Vector did its job. He's like, it's time for you to rest. It's time
All right,
to keep
Cross, what's
investing.
happening here?
Cross is doing a little bit of a 3P peak, but he's doing the lean, obviously. Let's move around, and we see Nori. Nori has had a tough go of things since they mixed it up with Pure Love earlier, and you can see that that hasn't changed. Pure Love is not only stopping them from coming in, but they are like spread out in a way that is Nori only has one option, is to drive significantly north and do it in the blue.
Toughest. This is something they never done before. I'm telling you, they're just trying out different stuff. They don't even care first place. They don't care about the $2,000. Right now, they're kind of trying to set themselves up for what's going to be happening into the grand finals, and they're trying to play that new style, which is a little bit more aggressive, holding off different angles, holding off teams, and oh yes,
Two shields.
finally.
Has that drone been drinking?
Finally.
This drone's been drinking.
Right, shields.
Seven's been waiting for this for days.
Well,
Yes.
hey, well. There it is.
There it is.
Please,
There
please
it
don't die.
is.
Okay.
It's on the
I
roof.
want to
It's
see a
dropped
drone
off.
kill.
Right? Listen, that moment was what a moment that was. What a moment. We actually, there was one where there was a final circle the other day where like a team didn't have cover, and I think it was Seven was suggesting, man, I wish they would just call drones in on the other team's position and tried to blow them out of the sky.
Airstrikes.
Yeah, like airstrikes from above kind of vibe. I was like, actually, that's not a bad idea.
New state strategies.
Yep.
The thing is that you can. I'm at, like
You can.
I think give it a little bit more time, and people will start calling on even drones just to mess around. You don't have to end up going after it. And the good thing about New State is that it does give you a little bit of extra space. You don't have to call the drone right on you. You can call it about, I think it's somewhere 50 meters away from you.
Well, we even
could
saw
distract some people.
last week a team used a green smoke, and their player that they called in, they dropped them behind encased enemy, and basically knew they were going to lose that player. But on the way down, he was able to call out their positions. They turned around and looked at that player. It opened up a push. You know, so there is, I think, teams starting to explore what do drone credits offer us outside of the obvious strategic advantages. And I think, again, this alludes to what we're seeing with Pure right now, Noah, is if you've qualified, if you've got the chance, maybe try something different to see what your vibe is or what's going to work for your team.
Yeah, they're just being funny at this point. Now they're outside the zone fighting. Like they just want to grief. What team is that? Nori, right? Yeah, they're just going crazy on them, and this has just been kind of comedic to watch. But I definitely agree with the whole drones coming into play, especially as more players learn how they can be used in a competitive situation. For me personally, just playing in the public matches, I've personally used a drone in endgame for one of many different ways. One being like a distraction. Two, I've called in a care package at a spot that I wanted to rotate to and then use that drop as cover.
Smart.
So that's kind of handy too. If you can't afford a shield, maybe just buy something cheaper and then use the drop. As,
or use a bunch of shields inside of a drone drop to make even more cover.
That is true. If you have as much money as Seven does in that gun, just stack out.
As much as Seven does, says the man with stacks sitting next to his desk for no apparent reason.
They're all on the floor now.
Well, that's, you know, as it should be with the bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie.
As I look down to my feet, not wearing new state shoes. Surf is still in my head rent free.
No. Surf is still
It's your fault.
free. I tried to convince him to sell me the shoes because then I could say maybe I was the first pro. It's tough talk. Tough talk. Technically, you can't be a pro unless you get paid. So if he sold them to me, that would make him the first pro, I guess. Technically. So give me your shoes, Surf. They were cool shoes. Those new state kicks were pretty amazing. All right, Cinders, amazing. Sprays, that's the coverage. Seven?
Yeah, I'm still surprised that Pure's decided to hold that angle. What are they doing? Are they wanting to do the same thing that happened last time where they were in the blue zone for like 13 minutes, came out in that right away? And Nori, I'm actually genuinely surprised Nori's not trying to do something different. They're just deciding to stay there. They have all that backside of the mall. Try to rotate. Try to do a wide rotation. You can't just keep on staying there. Luckily for them now, Pure, you can see them kind of moving away. And just the action that we're going to be getting, and as I'm looking at this, Vengeance is making a late rotation into that circle.
Also, I don't understand. Nori's finally decides to move, and they go straight towards where Pure is. I mean, if you're hoping they're going to ignore you, I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe it does. Atomic, I take it back.
I think it's just Atomic messing around with them in a solo vehicle while the rest of the team's rotating safely.
He was trying to be
but
a
he just
distraction.
drove right by.
Well, they might have thought they were still camping because Pure's on foot, worth noting. And I wonder if he was doing a drive-by to scout, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, well, guys, they didn't shoot at me. I'm so confused. I'm hitting rocks. Like, we're safe, boys. We're safe."
It's an expensive car crash right there.
Jeez, right? The cars in this game. It's like it's honestly like being at a new state influencer event.
Oh,
P90.
Oh man.
Oh, P90.
And a custom kit.
Which
and
is
a
the team
level
that's
3
closest to that actually?
Yeah. What's
Violent
that?
by Nature? Oh, if Violent by Nature can get this, that's gonna be. Oh, look at them. Sanders is going for
They
it.
just want to keep stacking points.
Yep.
As you should.
Get stronger.
Also fine tune, like, you know, if you need to test new things, cool, but if you can fine tune what's been working for you, cool. Also, why keep your car? Just send it away later. Oops. When Cinders noticed.
He forgot to turn
You saw
it
the moment.
off.
You see the moment he was like, "Oh man,
Oh,
I made a mistake."
Production, if you're listening, we need to start some blooper reels, okay? There's just too much funny stuff that happens in these games. He's like,
Oh my
man,
gosh.
that P90 wasn't worth it.
I think it's even funnier that Nori and Pure are both still alive, full stack now, and on opposite ends of the map.
That is true.
It's been a goofy game.
Maybe it's a weird deep strategy jive by Nori here, but I can't get over that little left step he did when he realized his car was gone.
Like, oh. It's too relatable.
It is. That's the problem. Much of this game has been us reminiscing on relatable moments of failure in our battle royale histories. Yep, been there. Oh yeah.
It just shows this is all so new still. Everyone's still making the basic mistakes.
Exactly.
But you're not going to see these much longer.
No, that's why it's fun to play. Go sign up right now. ESL.gg/NSMM. It's free, but you could have lots of stacks. All right, TP Panthers. Let's call it. Comes up on the top of the hill. These guys have been absolute bruisers so far in this event. Khaled continues to push forward. We see another down player over there. Looks like Peter Boy. They may try to go for the res. Vengeance is not pushing them as aggressively as I expect Vengeance to normally.
Yeah, I think Vengeance is being a little bit passive here. They're just going to try to find different angles. Ben is able to get some shots. They're just trying to gather some information here as Crown is going to try to work that angle. Now he knows where that player from the Panthers is. Look at Ben, though. Ben's being super patient right now. And there's no way they can get their body from here because they do have cover by that rock.
This has to be destroying their soul. Vengeance is an aggressive team. They're currently in 5th place and need to qualify this week. So I can see that's why they're playing a little more passive. But you can like almost feel it in their movement. So they want to be rushing forward. You know what I mean? They're a W team.
Well, they really do. 6 elims.
Yeah, I was gonna say I appreciate what Legal and Khaled have been able to do. They noticed that they weren't gonna win that fight and they were just outmanned, so they backed off towards the buildings and try to set themselves up. And you can kind of see them currently looking towards the area where Vengeance is gonna be, waiting for them to show their face and maybe get some shots into them.
What you think, Noah?
I think, despite them holding back, they're still slaying out the lobby right now. 7 elims, and they're not very far behind as far as like the total point goes. 23. With first being just a 6-point difference. So, I mean, it's anyone's game, and it's been that way for a while now.
True. And remember,
except for maybe Pure.
2 teams will advance to the grand final off of this lobby. Currently at 7 and 8, and Venge are the top 2, so we'll keep an eye on them. Sheep, Kitty Cat, am I going to play here? Peel tries to survive. Violent by Nature has been, again, absolutely dusted. Cinders is going to go ahead and get the flush there with the pistol. That tells you someone's low on primary ammo. Peel is going to be moving up the stairs. Keep in mind that they'll now know he was low on the ammo because of the pistol kill. With no honor, continues to push around the left side, switches it over to the submachine gun as he ducks into the house. Up on top, we got Peel trying to clear Sleep out, but Sleep is a solo expert as he locks up that corner, waiting for the push to come up. Jedi and Peel trying to make a play. They're shooting outside the window. They're making sure nobody peeks him. That's bought him some time for the reload. Sleep comes down, gets 1. The M249 is still getting loaded up, though, and that is going to mean Kitty Cat wasn't in a position to help support that hold on the stairwell.
They weren't, but guess what? Now they are in that position, and they do have the M249, and I think they might be able to recover from this. Oh, never mind the grenade!
Lots of ammo is no match for lots of shrapnel. Cinders decides to push forwards, got the Thompson with the extended barrel, pushes in. There comes the counter.
The
Drops
drop
low, drop shot. What? Cinders with a sick play. Let's jump up now to Vengeance. Still 4 strong. Coming in to basically, this is the problem with fights, is they go from 2 to 3 teams to 4 teams and on very, very rapidly.
This zone's crazy.
They're doing exactly what you were talking about earlier, Toffees. There's a very low chance that that player is going to be able to make it down to the ground, but they might be using him as a UAV. They might be using him just to figure out where the other teams are currently at.
Well, also, if I have to move building to building, I'd rather do it when everyone's looking at the sky trying to kill a partner. And if they don't and they shoot at me, maybe my partner gets to land. So there is that option. Look at Pandy! Look at Pandy!
I was about to say, no HP.
They have
just
no
laying
idea.
There.
He's like, I'm going to go for a ride.
Oh my gosh.
This is, but now it's almost out. You gotta get out soon, Pandy. Actually, the back of that building.
They don't expect it though.
Just ride outside the zone. I know you.
Nobody. Look at them. They never even looked. Oh, you broke the window, you fool. But Pandy is gonna get through. I think Aggressor might have heard that glass break. Wow.
The DPs are everywhere right now.
Who are you, Horror? Yeah, DP has been a popular gun today. It's got that range spray with the 6X, which is still shockingly accurate. Uncomfortably so. Feels like Nerf maybe. So, that was a dead drone. Worst Horror up on top of this roof, making a nice little play up on the hill. He sees Nori in the distance. Now he's got a vision on Violent by Nature as they try to get themselves another spot. Takes a little bit of return fire, but this is such a good roof. He can lay right back down. No one's behind them, or are they? As Pandy's made the sneaky deke, but Cinders is going to push up. Thompson going up against 2. Is Nori waiting? Yep, he sure did. You were not wrong. He had with no honor on his 6, and he thought that was enough to guarantee victory, but all it is not going to work out, as he does try to have a friend crawl back. Some good smokes to buy a little bit of space, but with no honor, he's just taking damage from all sides.
The nade got a knock.
Nades for days. It did. They were pushing, so that was that old, he's going to try to res in the smoke bait, and the nade worked. With no honor, now trying to still make play solo after the flush comes out. Not a chance of resummoning very much at the moment. And look at that. That circle is brutal.
The amount of buildings, this entire play is going to come down to equipment and people listening for footsteps.
Yep. Urban combat in this game is fun, but not where you want to be. Because especially where the circles usually avoid city.
Pure is still alive over there too.
Nori was able to reset though.
And Nori has refused to lose members permanently.
Yep.
They're down to just 3 now, but I think in total they've probably been knocked like 8 or 9 times.
Yep. Yep. Doesn't matter how many times you get knocked down as long as you get back up. Here comes Vino. He's not going to whine. He's going to push as he goes around the right side, locks up the side of this little caravan, hopes to see somebody coming up over. C is going to get a nice little play on the left side as they try to push back Vengeance. Oh, no, that's the end of him. Nori does get hit by a nade. They heard him run up, but he was not under cover. Aggressor looks like he wants to go around, gets himself a nice little flush there. A lot of wild style spray up on the high ground.
Oh my gosh.
Gets it by zone. As he makes the play up on the high ground. That'll be the end of Nori, but they went deeper than they ever hoped to. Vengeance up on the high. They've got 3 players up. 7 Nation down to 1. BBN down to 1.
Whoa.
And just like that is done. Vengeance was able to
clear. Look at the map.
And then Eradicate everyone else.
With 3 up and the 4th being knocked. That is insane. 17 elims. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, the chaos there at the end, it just all happened so fast. Like, if you take a look at the map, it's just all skulls because players were, like, so recently eliminated. That is insane.
It absolutely is. Vengeance played that very, very well. I will say this, Nori, despite whatever the heck that thing with Pure was that locked them up for, like, 80% of the game, they were stuck in the blue. They were pinned down by trolls. But the Billy Goat Gruff still somehow made it in and got the 4th place. So big shout out to them. And I do think that this is our biggest takeaway so far, Seven, is that maybe I have been too hard on Pure. Pure seems, though they aren't winning, to be doing something aimed at being better when it comes to the grand final.
Yeah, because that's that team that's just not their style. Them being aggressive so early on, it's something that we've never seen before. I'm more used to seeing them being able to hold a compound, waiting for that circle to actually start, pushing them into and making them rotate. But for them to be so aggressive, keep doing it. I mean, at this point, you got nothing to lose. Well, I want to see what you guys are going to come up with in that last circle. I hope you don't all of a sudden decide to switch it up and go back to what you guys are used to. Keep on trying to be aggressive. Collect that data. That's what I'm talking about. Give your coach something to tell you on what to improve.
Well, while the players take a break to talk to their coaches, me, Noah, and Seven are going to rally up and talk to Noah about how to cast the next one. So don't go anywhere. It's time for the final match after these messages. Nope. The penultimate game is done, and with one more match to play, the chips begin to fall, where they will end. As we see some of our Asterix qualified teams dominating, and we see teams like Vengeance continuing to rise to the top. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Seven Worlds Gaming, and our special guest for the day, Noah from YouTube or Noah from Twitter, whichever you happen to read first. Either way, he's Noah, who's here right now, and is going to help us as we break down the, you want to call it, Noah?
Noah from Replay. Let's get it.
Let's go.
And it's the
right
vector
here.
everywhere.
Yes, yes. I was gonna be like, hold up, I don't even want to say anything. I just want to see how this.
He just
I
you were
wanted
just
to look at
waiting
that
for me to
wonderful
talk about
play.
it. I have to. I have nothing against the vector. It's just you were hyping it up a lot. I was waiting to see it is all. And as you had mentioned, with it being customized, it gets crazy because of that drum magazine attachment that you do earn.
Well, the crazy part is, okay, you know what? We're just gonna let the highlights play in the back. Oh, okay.
And the DP, that's another one of my personal favorites.
I was gonna say there is two after the update. There is two ways that you can actually customize the vector. You can either do that drum magazine, which gives you 45 bullets, or you can actually increase the damage of it, which I stick to the increased damage. Is just ridiculous. But hey, Vengeance, 42 points. If you would have told me we would have had two teams actually at 40 points, I would have told you that you're crazy. And then Seven Nations Army currently with 30 points, Toppies. I feel like it's going to be up to them unless Strangers BD has the game of their life.
I mean, and that's what it comes down to, right? At the end of the day, Noah, two teams advance at the end of today who don't have asterisks. Strangers BD is the closest, 15 points. Doable?
Anything can happen. I don't want to, put anything in stone.
Nori as well, and I will say this, Vengeance was on the right side of the board going into that game. They were sitting at about 17, and now they're sitting in the 40s. So one good game is all it takes. Now, we all know about one good game being a big deal, and that's why we have started the Beat My Best giveaway. It's a chance for you to show off, to see who's better, and the idea is simple. Post your best game. Go out there, play it, post it, and get involved. Compare it to your friends, tag them, and tag us for your chance to win. Mustache Dave is already in on the action with a whopping 13 kills to replace Winsanity as our top player. He just wanted to flex that triple S rating and that sweet drip.
I think you want to flex the skins, yeah.
He really did. But if you guys register, follow the link there on the screen, and you have a chance to win a $1,000 Amazon gift card and your choice of the latest iPhone or Android device. Post your stat line and see if you can beat my best, Dave's best, Seven's best. I'm sure you've already beaten Godspeed's best. We won't even bother putting that up there.
He's just always in the crossfire. Poor Godspeed.
Right? And it's because he's going to be here tomorrow. He's going to be all like, gosh, you guys are so mean to me when I'm gone, which is true. Why?
21, by the way, Toppies. 21 Illims. That's my best. That's what I have it at so far.
Have I seen it online?
There's proof. There's proof.
I'm just saying, screenshot or it didn't happen. I once had a 57 kill game on extreme mode.
I seen it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. Honestly, I think it's time for us to get ready for the action, to get into this thing. It is the last match of the day, the last chance to dance for the teams that want to go to the big show. And the story besides who wins and who takes home the cash is Strangers BD and Nori, 15 and 13 points respectively. The team in front of them, who looks like they'll advance, the Seven Nation Army with 30 freaking points. So these teams not only have to stop Seven, they have to also put up perhaps the game of their life. And Seven, I'm hoping it happens because, baby, I love watching comebacks.
I definitely do too, and I think Strangers BD, they've been the bridesmaid for so long. Today might be the day, but as we mentioned, it's gonna have to be an amazing game. And something that Vengeance needs to worry about is Violent by Nature. They're only 2 points behind, and if I'm Violent by Nature, I want that $2,000 prize pool for first place. I don't care that I'm already qualified. 2 points behind, you best believe I'm gonna want those $2,000.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing to remember is the teams that aren't qualified care about one thing, and that is getting through to play for 200K. The teams that have qualified care about a whole lot of stuff. Everything from bragging rights to cash to hubris to drop spots. You just don't know what they're going to do, and that's the scariest part, Noah. The Master Swordsman doesn't fear the Master Swordsman. He knows what they're going to do. It's the person who has nothing to lose that is scary, right?
Oh man, they're just gonna be driving circles and vehicles around other teams, just trolling. And yeah, that like randomness, you can't predict what someone's gonna do if they don't even know what they're gonna do. That is what just kills you. I do want to just quickly mention that I love that Seven Nation went to Graveyard. They have the central location. They have the crows around them to let them know if anyone is going to be like pushing them. And then on top of that, they just have the entire POI to themselves. So they're going to be set up in a good position, and I'm curious to see where they go this game.
Watching Poro learn about the crows was probably one of my favorite things I've ever seen.
So loud.
It was so loud, and it was like every game we were going to Graveyard, and the crows were like ambushing him. We'd be in the cast, and you just hear it scream. And you'd hear his voice be like, "What? Oh yeah, the stupid crows." It was awesome, but that's a fun part. Things that this game have added that we haven't really seen before is a lot of these sort of environmental things that aren't super impactful, but they can, right? And that's what makes the best stories for me, Seven, is those random games where the crows do tell me someone's pushing, right? Maybe 1 out of 70 games I get to experience that, but that's going to be an awesome match.
Yeah, when we talk about new stuff too, I mean, we're looking at Vengeance. 23% of the damage of the lobby? It did. Weren't they like 17% before this? That's
Man, you
ridiculous.
said they've been holding back too. I don't want to see them full throttle.
Well, Vengeance,
they want to qualify in those 2,000.
They're also they're an interesting team for me because they're very hot cold at the start. Like they are willing to risk it all right out of the gate. So sometimes their numbers will be deceiving because you'll get a game or two where Vengeance isn't really relevant, and then all of a sudden they'll just go bananas off of 1 or 2 games because they get their roll going. And so I'm curious to see exactly, because remember, they, like I said, right side of the leaderboard before the last game, and now they're up to more than 20% of the damage in the lobby. That's pretty gosh darn massive. Worth noting, not a lot of early fights here, Noah. Is that a symptom of the last game? I'm usually used to seeing more action than this.
I'm honestly shocked. I don't know what's going on over there with M249 and Pure. They seem kind of close, but there's no shots being traded around. But yeah, I'm surprised. Usually these last games, like you said, those wild cards, just the people who, they know they have nothing to lose. Let me go just grief another team because I want to do that. Especially you would think that Pure, I mean, maybe they're setting it up now, want to go take out M249 because they were eliminated by that team twice early on. I'd love to see some crazy action, but yeah, 32 players, everyone standing, probably not a bullet shot unless it was at a window, and we're almost 5 minutes deep.
Let's take a quick look. That board's up on the right side for those of you watching at home. Keeping in mind, first place is Venge at 42, all the way down from there. It will live update with placement and kills. And yeah, it's a rivalry, but it's a bit of a sleepy rivalry as they've both been pretty passive here going into the end game. Not really sure why. I guess maybe they just didn't want to have to fight with pistols, but why not? M249 has the circle and lots of time, so do what you want to do. Everyone else on the map, very spread out, mostly passive.
I'm intrigued to see what Pure Love's going to do on this rotation. Are they going to just go back and set themselves up to gatekeep them in some kind of way? Because we have seen them do that over and over again. I want to see if they continue on that trend, on just trying out something new that we're not kind of used to. And talking about teams like Vengeance, talking about teams like Violent by Nature today that have performed so well, that's actually got me intrigued, Toppies and Noah, because we usually see M249 when we talk about how aggressive they can be, as they do get a knock right there. But so far, M249, we haven't seen the likes of M249 that we're used to seeing. And I wonder if it's because of all the hot drops from Pure Love.
Maybe. I also want to point out M249 took a...
the rivalry.
Well, but you got to remember, M249 just did... they're coming back. We'll talk about that in a second. Pure comes in hot and heavy to throw the ball.
This is what I wanted to see.
Jason and Kitticat are like, what? They're back?
Please.
Pure's they bounce off it.
They have nothing to lose. Oh my gosh.
Down. Kitticat, Jason, closing down to 1. Pure lost 1, and then it was Pure commitment as they end up pushing deep into this fight. And why not at this point? Let's get a little bit crazy. And we're going to see King up on the high ground. Everybody else from M249 now pushing in. They're grumpy. They want to get points back. Cat downstairs window. King's going to go ahead and just stare at this wall with an Uzi. But if they come around, and it's going to be a tough push for them. King does fall back into the safe room. He's got to be careful from the grenades. Back under assault. Comes out, punches the window to fake a jump. That was a nice play. He stopped. He did it. About a M249 is going to go for the res. So they can use the green for their last player instead. Aware of that, he's going to wait this one out. Jason's firing. He's sort of like pre-firing downstairs, if only to keep King locked up.
Oof, this is the push.
Sit. Jason wants to come in. King's inside. What's up? Uzi versus Uzi, and M249 gets the win. All right, so just that fight. What I wanted to say is Pure has been cheeky all day with those little split traps they've been doing. You know what I'm talking about? The 1-3 kind of stuff. M249 literally turned around and drove back to the fight. That's pretty epic, if you ask me.
And they had nothing to lose, so why not? I mean, if anything, they just gave us a little stream content, so I'm perfectly okay with it. And that's something I've been wanting to see for a while now, is someone get a vehicle knock, and we finally saw here in the final game of the day. And as far as M249 goes, I'm sure they're loving it that they just fought Pure again, because not only do they just keep adding on to the, you know, embarrassment they've been putting to that team, they also get kind of free points, because I don't think Pure, you know, played that as smart as they would have if they weren't in last place by like 40 point differential there. So I think M249 smiling, laughing. They just got a like free 4 points to their name.
There was like zero thoughtful into that push.
Yeah.
They were like, okay, you gotta punch out our teammate. Is that what we're doing now? And
Right.
then just full sending it. I think honestly, that might have been the last straw for Pure Love. Seeing their teammate just get punched out, they're like, okay, we can allow that to happen. We've been fighting them the whole day. Might as well just full send it. It didn't work out for them. Pure Love, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be able to learn a lot from today.
But you know, how depressing though, right? Like they said, that's the last straw, let's fight back. I remember doing that. I was in 7th grade. Me, Josh, and John, we were like, you know what? We've had enough. And then all 3 of us got our butts kicked. So at the end of the day, did we really get a lot out of it? Maybe some respect, but ultimately M249 gets the win. Let's jump over to Violent by Nature as they try to get a good angle here on Nori. Nori needs these points. Remember, Nori is on the hunt. They need to be up there in the top 4, or at least past 7NA if they're going to advance to the grand finals.
Yeah, I just have no trust in Nori. I'm just going to put that out there. With the team that has only gotten, I think, is just 1 Illim per match today, if there's going to be a team that's going to make it, I'm going to put my money on Strangers BD if we're talking about teams from all the way down there. And look at them right now. They're trying to use that green flare, and now would be the time to use that green flare. You don't want to wait until later on, because we have seen over and over again what happens when you do that. M249 recovering themselves from that madness that happened earlier. I think they were able to pick up they were able to revive their teammate that ended up dying. So M249, I wonder if they're going to be pushing to get that win on the final match.
Yeah, I mean, they have, that is something that M249 needs to keep in mind, or we should keep in mind here, is they don't like not winning. They've won 3 of our 4 events, and the one that they lost irked them. They have to make a big game to catch back up and pass vengeance, but if any team can do a 20-point runner, it's going to be them, Noah.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, right now they're pretty set up to do so. Not only did they get their last player up again, they have all those extra credits that they probably just received. So they're going to be stacking up on the drone credits and getting whatever loot that they need to just carry on this aggression mid-game and just stack up those points and kills.
Nori, we watched Nori die earlier to a grenade inside of a caravan.
Oh,
Let's
no.
see if we can fight back. Let's see, here is
The
ST.
sniper.
Oh
Please.
no. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, missed it.
Nori needs to kill.
I mean,
Come
you
on.
have plenty of time for this.
I mean,
Oh,
really,
gosh.
come on, auto fire. You got to.
Oh,
I know Nori had an M4 with a 3X on his back. I'm a little bit confused about the M24. Never mind. I take it
no,
back.
that one hit. Yeah.
Right.
Wait, did it? Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. All right, I take it back. So, who needs a 3X when
They
you've
need the
got
launch,
a
though.
bolty? He landed, but maybe maybe
They
aim
wanted to
assist
wait
works
until he
better.
landed.
Yeah. Let him touch
Atomic
down.
really is just the comedic driver of the stream here. Constantly doing goofy things, getting stuck there on the stairs, driving in circles, honking
Well,
at
this
people.
is not as
actually a
free as
great
they
fight.
thought it was. Big play. Golden Boy's already waiting. They didn't think he was there. That's going to be 1. Golden Boy goes to the left side, but they're just too much Nori as they're going to get sliced up. Revenge, though, from the distance, gets out that 3X, tries to spray it down, but ultimately cannot go in. We're going to see Nori go ahead and tuck back into Grandma's house. Just wait this one out.
And this is between 2 teams that are actually fighting to make it to those grand finals. This is the most aggressive I think we have seen Nori ever been, to the point that they actually want to pursue that fight. And I wonder if they're going to try to pursue that last player from Strangers PD that's currently on the off angle. Yeah, that's the thing, right, Topics? We say they have to, but they're like, they haven't really proven us to do the usual logical thing.
No.
So it's a bit of a question mark for me.
No, yeah, Nori's been a passive team.
It might not be a bad idea to just let Revenge run away and potentially revive a teammate or two so they can just get another free point or two off of those respawns. So that's been a strategy for, like, creators to do in public matches, is just leave the last player alive and then farm the free kills when they get the revives. It's obviously risky, but it could work out. They need to get a lot of points, so why not be risky?
Why not? They're coming back ungeared. They're coming back sitting ducks, and apparently a bolt action on Nori is unstoppable. So let's just farm the best you can. Now, Nori is up to 4. They've only got 16 points in the hopper. 7NA, the team that they have to keep sights on, is at 32, but only at 2 strength, though mostly uncontested, I think, into their position right now. So that's a tough one, because I just don't know, man. 18, 17... That's like 20 points this late in the game. That's going to be rough. Almost impossible.
It is. I mean, with the way Strangers BD is right now, here we go. Here comes the green flares. But with 7NA, that first game, I think, worked out wonders for them. Because if we go back and actually look at the stats on those past 2 games, after that, they really haven't gotten that many points. I think.
Oh no! Did it work? Did it work? No.
Oh, I think they tried to. So close yet so far away.
Right? That's like a new favorite meta. Look how. Oh my gosh.
I love that so much.
He tumbled out of there too. He heard the explosion, and now everybody's aware that this is the thing we're doing. So I love it. I love it. Green flare goes off immediately, and I'll tell you what. If your drone couldn't survive the drop off, I have skeptical feelings about your teammate.
Let's see.
I'm hoping 7NA has at least a great performance here in this last match, because if not, there's going to be a lot of question marks of saying, okay, was it that you guys just got really super lucky on that first game and were able to take full advantage of it?
True.
Or are you guys actually here to play? Are you guys going to be able to do this in the grand finals?
That's true. That's true, because they had a really massive match, but then since then it's been kind of an average of 5 points per game, which, I mean, if you win by averages, it is what it is. Here comes that drop we were waiting for, Noah. Will it work? Will it work?
Yeah. I think this is the only player spraying him, so
yeah,
there's enough distance. There we go. Your drone didn't survive, but your teammate did.
I made it. I've got a pistol. I'm here to help.
Nice.
Kairaz was looking to get another bolty or another shot there to knock someone out. Sees another drone coming in. It is Dronapalooza. Phase 4 is when everyone seems to spend the credits, and now the rotations will begin. Nori is going to move around to the west side and get themselves into a pretty good spot there. We're going to see other teams building up. Vengeance likes to build those car forts. They check the rocks, lock it down. M249 on the north side may butt up against 7 Nations Army. We'll see if that turns into a fight. Meanwhile, Vengeance, though, already taking shots at the Panthers.
And right now, I'm looking at Strangers BD as this fight ensues, as Strangers BD is now bringing back some of their players. Legal, though, being able to get that knock. The Panthers, I expect to see a lot more out of them. Hopefully this round, the last round of the day, is going to be the one that they show us a little bit more action.
They've been quiet today. It's almost like they came because they were supposed to a little bit, Noah, but have been kind of like, I'm kind of tired, but it's all right.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yes!
This point breakdown of those last couple of teams alive, by the way, 16, 17, 18. Like, the last 3 teams are pretty close, and then you have the top 4. Yeah. So I don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen. Panthers, that'd be cool if they got a lot of kills, but this late in the game, I don't know if even those kills are going to matter. So like you guys said, I think they might just be here to be here at the moment.
Oh, it does
feel good knocks, though.
Yeah, I mean, time in game is time in game. Reps are reps, sort of. So get those reps in, try some stuff out, is what it is. We know that they have their moments. We'll see as it goes into the finals or maybe opens tomorrow, which was a little more. There's a few more games per round in open, so we'll see if maybe that makes a difference here. Yep. 22 players left alive. Vengeance is out, as is Pure Love.
That might just secure the win for VBN, yeah.
Yeah.
And they have 5 elims already as well, so they're just steamrolling.
M249, though. M249 wins this. That's 10 points, right?
That is.
And then on top of that, you lock up a few kills.
The keyword was might. It might.
It might. Well, what comes first, might or right?
We'll just say, I don't know. The chicken or the egg?
The chicken or the egg?
don't know.
Look at us. This is that moment where nobody wants to fight. We don't have a lot to say, so we talk about old adages. Bear with me. Okay, Escalona outside trying to make a fight here. M249 did manage to get themselves back up to 4 strong. They want to get these kills. They want to get first place. They have nothing to lose and everything to gain. And this is Seven Nations Army, a team that has to continue to maintain their position. They don't want to die. They don't want to open the door for Strangers BD to get back into this thing because they're back up at 3 players already. So Seven Nations Army needs to fight back. They do have that opening knock against Kairos, who should be pick-upable, I believe. But wait, I think it's another team showing up here. I think Strangers is coming.
Strangers is coming in. And stopped.
Wow. Sleep heard it. Sleep was like, I have no interest in your third party.
Yeah.
Be gone.
Jeez. It was
But
immediate.
at least now Strangers BD has 3 players up, and with M249, they're kind of now after I smacked talking for a little bit, saying that this team wasn't showing me what I'm used to seeing from M249. They were getting those angles, they were trying to get into that fight, and they're now making Seven Nations Army push back.
They literally punched Seven Nations Army so hard that they ran away, and then turned around and showed the Strangers a lead stop sign. Like, these guys are brutal.
And what I'm going to be seeing now from the Seven Nations Army, I mean from M249 Fan Club, I expect it to just go straight down the middle. If they're going to be playing with the confidence that we're used to seeing, they're going to have to do that rotation. Because Strangers BD right now, they really can't do much. They're in a shack. Strangers BD is like, yeah, we don't want this fight. We're out of here.
I like that Sleep was like, I know we could rotate, but instead I'd like to watch these guys first and see if we can pick up another one. Like, M249 wants the braggadocio of going into the grand finals saying that they won almost every single event. I mean, they've got over $8,000 earned so far in the last 2 weeks, Noah.
Wow. That's more than I have on my floor right now.
Oh my god, I hate you so much.
I would love to see M249 just slay out pretty much any team in their path right now except for VBN, and then it come down to whichever team wins the game wins this. That would be awesome, and I'm really hoping they're setting themselves up for it because they're well, both teams are slaying out. VBN is like, nah, we don't want that stress. We're not going to let them anywhere near us on the point count because both of the teams, they're combining for 11 of the kills that have happened already. 11 of the 12 players that have been eliminated.
Oh, I was going to say, I think you might get your wish. It seemed there for a second that M249 was going to go straight for them. Nori, though, Nori's still one of those teams that it's in the fight. They do have 4 other players up. They're trying to figure out the angles. They're trying to figure out what the rotation is going to be after this if they don't get the zone. And I love the split that I'm seeing.
They don't, I mean, that okay, they did. They finally pulled them back. Like, that knock happened a while ago, and it was only after about a minute and a quarter that Sea Mariner got in his car and went out to try to finish the kill. Jedi's gonna go through though. This is M249. They come with force. That's what they do. Jedi goes down, but that's not the last one. Citrus drops as well. Kairos copyrighted, pushes with it. Peel tries to hold. Peel goes down, and it is unreal. When M249 decides to push, they will give everything to wipe you out with no honor. The last player coming in. It's a 1v1. If he can try to make something happen here, he slides around to the left side, wants to cost them big time as they go for the reses. M249 has to eliminate him right now. Vector coming through up against the Barrel. Barrel goes around the left side, reloads, tries to make a play through the window, looking to get some flushes. Saw they went up to the high ground. Kairos up above on the 2nd floor. Sound cues giving away some information with no honor. Has more sound cues because his opponent is on top. Kairos gets the Vector. Now Honor's going to go around and just flush out the players, get the kills.
Oh my gosh. Here it is.
Sky kill. Goes ahead and does it.
The Vector. I love that. That was the play I wanted to see. Jump out of the high ground when you have the player just running around circles. No health. That was a great approach. Let's just see if M249 can recover. Yeah, and no ammo. Just got the... Yep, exactly.
That was
a huge fight.
That was a big one.
But they need to clutch up the win now. That's going to be the difficult part, especially this late, trying to get your teammates
with only one player.
Otherwise, you're going to have to, 1v3, 1v2, whatever. It's going to be tough.
Now, they're outside the circle. If he does have greens, he's got to shoot them in the direction of the circle, then try to push in. Meanwhile, we're with Nori. We said they had to have a good game, and they are, but it's a little slow with only 22 kills. There's not enough points left on the map, I think, for them to catch Seven Nation Army unless they wipe out everyone left, and the last member of SS7NA doesn't get any kills. So this is a sort of a big, what the jump?
Wow.
What? I didn't know there was a turbo
workouts
button on the D-pad. That was wild. Well,
Okay, we learned something new today.
Yeah, I'm loving to see these.
wow. T-Pad tips his hat as he just sky bombs Nori. Atomic
It's the
runs
new
away.
state action.
He's weaving because he's not sure if they've got the moon boots to get over to him there.
Ooh,
Atomic
Seven
does
Nations
manage to
Army.
kill the last member of Seven Nations Army. Good pickup. But I don't know. Is that too far gone at this point, Seven?
Oh.
I'm not sure if Atomic FPS can stay alive and maybe collect some extra points there in regards to placement. It might end up working out for them. Right now is what, M249? Icross? The only one that's alive, fighting for that second place points.
Yeah,
spotted.
absolutely.
It's gonna be super close. That's what I'm gonna say. It's gonna be really, really close if he is able to
You want
clutch
to
this
come
up.
in third party the Panthers as they're getting
Right.
pressure, but right now 1v1
Oh,
v3.
unlucky. The Panthers. The Panthers want this.
And they called in legal so the legal's giving them skies in the eye too, by the way. So they called in a UAV basically for this final fight as legal's gonna drop in. They know where he is. Kairos, no hope.
Get the pan out. Come on.
Yeah.
Panthers, do something. Nah, they don't want to risk it. There's a lot of points for them.
Look at him.
Puts
Look
us
at
up to 40 if they get this.
I think Kairos is trying to survive to the blue or maybe get like a trade kill for fun. But the Panthers continue to grind up. They are close.
That was huge.
They almost had enough to get the extra money. Almost had the extra money, but they don't quite get there. They miss 4th place by 1 point. M249 does manage to climb. Panthers get themselves a big win, but ultimately it is about Strangers BD and Nori not able to make the climb. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Seven Worlds and Noah from Twitter, or Noah from YouTube, who can be found on Twitter as Noah from Twitter. It's because it says both. Why does it say both? That said, though, it was a great game. It was pretty exciting, and we saw some crazy stuff from the jump, Noah.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of jump, yeah, we saw a lot of crazy jump plays, and that's something that I really liked about New State is the fact that while you're midair, you can aim down sights and shoot, and that's something that I think adds another like skill asset, another skill level to the gunfights is being able to make those jump plays, especially, I don't know who it was, but they jumped off the building so much further than I ever would have imagined someone could. That play was definitely the most fun to watch, but then M249, you know, they got that clean up with the jump shot as well. Those personally are my favorite, is the flying plays, shooting someone midair, the best.
I just feel like that guy, that was just like an unnatural jump.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
They're boosted up with like max speed and just sent it.
His teammates like threw him as he made the jump. I've got good news though. The standings are ready, so let's take a look at them and see who exactly advances to the grand final. We punched 2 new tickets today, and they are going to it looks like Vengeance and Seven Nations Army will get the advance at 43 and 35. The Panthers were close, but they were already, sort of past, so it wasn't like it was super dangerous for Seven Nations Army. Strangers BD and Nori will watch wistfully. Nori got close, Seven. I feel like if they had started doing what they were doing at the end early, might have been a different story.
This is what happens with these teams. For some reason, they decide to wait until the last match to actually become aggressive. I don't know if it's a confidence boost. I don't know if it's maybe the pressure of knowing, oh, hey, maybe it's now time for us to finally wake up. It comes down with experience, right? This is the first time that I think I've ever seen Nori aim in the top 8, especially in the influencer tournaments. Yeah. Maybe in the future, if they are able to sign up for the open qualifiers this weekend, they could have a chance and take some of the experience that they got here today and not wait until the last minute. With Strangers BD, oh man, maybe this weekend? Question mark. But then there's gonna be a lot of teams that have been playing for the weekends and for the influencer tournaments that are gonna be trying to make it to those grand finals. Overall, though, I'm happy to see the fight between M249 Fan Club and Violent by Nature. I thought today was gonna be M249 Fan Club versus the Panthers. We didn't really get a chance to see that, but the final fight at the end between M249 Fan Club and Violent by Nature, it satisfied me.
Let's take a look at the cash to see who's going to be satisfied with the payout. $5,000 in this prize pool, and Violent by Nature walks away with $2K. But M249 Noah adds another $1,500 to the already impressive stack of cash they have accrued so far.
Yeah, that makes them the most winningest team here in New State so far. Probably, the most wealthy, most earned team as well. So definitely, going into the future of all tournaments, they're always going to be the team with the most eyes on them. They're going to be the team to beat.
The winningest team. I absolutely love it. All right, let's see who the qualified teams are as we prepare for the grand final in only a week's time. So far, these are the teams that will be taking the field in the Big 16. M249, Pure Love, Instinct. I was reading them, so I won't be anymore.
There we go.
Violent by Nature,
Yay.
the Panthers, Burn and Silence, Syntax, Vengeance, Seven Nations Army, and we are excited to announce that there is another team that has qualified through the wild card system. They are impressive. They are made up of pros.
Whoa. Team from Noah.
Team from Noah. Noah from you. Tell me, okay, I'm not going to say it. Tell me about this roster, Noah.
All right, so we've got Noah from YouTube, amazingly good-looking player, standing at 6'4".
Nice.
And yeah, just great all-around player, mobile player, battle royale world champion. I'll stop because people are gonna start to to think I love myself that much. Okay, so then we have Citrus. Now I did mention I did win a battle royale mobile world championship, and Citrus was my duo during that event. Solid player. He's one of the most knowledgeable players I've ever had the privilege of playing with when it comes to battle royales and just rotating around maps. So really excited to see how all of his previous battle royale knowledge transfers over to New State. And then we have Sixless, who is actually a PUBG mobile professional player, or old one, new one, whatever. He's been in and out of the scene for a long time, doing whatever he wants, and he's been successful at whatever he wants to be successful at. Incredible player. Again, super excited to see him transfer to New State. And then we have Wicked Sun, which, going back to COD Mobile, another player who is incredibly talented and smart when it comes to Battle Royale, on one of the top teams in the game and is considered one of the top players on the top team. So all around, I'm super excited to play with this roster. It's a group that I handpicked personally, and everybody was super excited to play. I'm hoping, I can compete with them and not drag them down at all. But even if I do, if I get carried, I'll still take the money. I'll still take the title, and I'll be happy, man. So it's gonna be fun because we qualified through the wild card. And I know Seven, you had some comments about my team. I'm excited to hear what you think. I'm excited to hear what you think.
Seeing that you got Sixless on your team, man. I'm one of the biggest fans of Sixless. That's a player right there that has a ton of skill, not just in fragging, but also being able to just play smart if he has to play, be able to survive it. And as we've seen it. Some of these teams, you need to do that sometimes. You need to be able to snake, and he's one of the biggest snakes in NA in the game, by the way, in the game. But yeah, overall, that team is looking good. That team's looking real good.
I'm super excited because we have collectively a lot of Battle Royale knowledge. And that's what I think is going to really benefit our team is everyone coming together because we've never played together. Citrus and Sun, like I said, are two of the top players in COD Mobile, and they've never teamed together. They were so excited when I had mentioned the possibility of them being able to team together because their two teams are like rivals because they're both the top teams by a significant amount in that scene. So I'm just really excited to see, all of our knowledge pulled together and what it can do here in a new game and a new competitive scene.
I like it. Hey, I hope that you guys do well, but everybody else at home, if you think a bunch of COD players showing up sounds a bit fishy, you can still sign up, get to the open qualifier, and have a chance to go up against them. Guys, that's it. You see no account in his stacks. We want to finish this up so we can go actually do it the right way. It's going to be awesome. We appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday night. From myself, from Seven, from Noah, it has been awesome spending the evening with you guys. And I hope you come back. Noah, did you want to do any shout-outs? Do you want to do, where to find you on social media and stuff before we head home?
I mean, if you haven't said it enough, I'm hoping we have a little graphic here at some point. But yeah, Noah from YouTube. I have multiple different channels over there. We have Noah from YouTube Mobile. We have a second mobile channel just because I've been playing so much freaking mobile games. There's so many. But yeah, it's called Noah from YouTube Mobile, Noah from YouTube More Mobile. Noah from Twitter, which is on screen right now. I see, the two names you've been seeing a lot. That's where you guys can find all my goofy tweets and stuff. Definitely, we're going to be clipping a lot of the compliments. Yeah, Noah from Memes. That's Seven's favorite channel is Noah from Memes. We'll bring it back. We'll have some New State content on there at some point.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah. Just hopefully I do well in the tournament, but if we have funny moments, we'll definitely use it for content.
Yeah, either way, we're going to be messaging you, win or lose, and I hope that you guys all embrace it. I can't wait from all of us here. It was awesome to hang out with you, from me, from Seven, from Noah, from the entire production team, and from Crafton. Thank you for spending your Thursday with us, and come back tomorrow at the same time, at the same place for the last round of open qualifiers. I'll be here, and I know you will too. But until I see you tomorrow, play more New State.
Heck yeah. Hold up.
More money. Oh, wow.
If you want to say what it's actually called, but it is clearly the Scooby-Doo van.
It's called the Electron, but we're going to kind of tout that name all around. It's the Scooby-Doo van from now on. Man, that's a good name for it.
Thank you.
I was told the devs today, right, you mentioned that.
I'm good at this stuff. This is why they pay me the big bucks, Joel.
You're doing your money's worth, man.
That's right. Well, on-off, looking for a grenade attempt here. He does have a lot of members of WD starting to stack up. Look at TikTok. Look at the information he's able to get around the corner of that door.
WD, though, still reluctantly trying to go for the finishing touch on the other team, but Energy not running enough to all you can get is basically a resolution
We
them into a situation.
Hey, Paper Thin, let me tell you a short story that I experienced yesterday. I was playing a regular match and just going for the promotional, right? Just a regular day. I'm at the final circle and I get killed with a Bison, right?
Okay.
I was mad initially at that time. I'm not so mad anymore.
No, it's
Bison's
good.
a great weapon.
It's really good.
Supposedly.
It has a lot of bullets inside of the clip. You can just spray for days. So that was phenomenal work there. Maneuvering around, catching them completely off guard. I think a little bit ill-advised there for WD. To drive into a situation where they didn't have good information.
That's the thing that I really wanted to reiterate. Did they really need to take that risk? Basically, their initial fight was won by them. Do they really need to risk their chance of maintaining all 4 members if they could just move into the circle? They were outside the zone, as you were mentioning. I don't know if that was the best play selection from them personally, and see how that affects the rest of the lineup here.
Well, meanwhile, in the middle of the circle, TB has set up a bit of a split, just kind of gathering territory and information to the north of Anchorville. You have TON driving around themselves, trying to also garner some space and information towards the center there. That backpack is incredible. That snowman sticking out it's kind of like a rear guard there. It's kind of like you're like carrying around Baby Yoda in the back.
You saw the advert right before we started this broadcast,
yes.
The Frozen Wonderland promotional video. That was part of that package, and
I like it.
But sadly enough, the promotion for that is over. So
well, how does the snowman not melt, Joel? Explain this to me.
Hey, you know what? I don't want to relate to a certain movie that you might have seen. The story comes from that as well. I mean, there's some similarities. Yeah.
I see. So
hey.
it's magic. You can just call it magic.
You know what? In life, anything you can call magic is what you want to believe in.
Okay, I'll take your word for that. Now, NMG looks to have, I think, called in their member with the green flare gun, so they're back up to 4 strong. Indeed. Oh, there's what you're talking about. It's easy to shoot people out of the air.
Green flare gun, it's no use when there's enemies right around you. You're basically coming out with a 30% health ally with no gear whatsoever.
And MCY probably must have had a pretty good idea of the situation that NMG was in, keeping track of the kill feed. So important in games like this.
And as soon as you hear the big pop of the flare gun, you kind of have to decide whether it was a red flare gun, green flare. You can get the visible hints from there. And as soon as you see that it's green, just stand there and get the free kill.
I like it. Really smart. Here we go. Car versus car action. KRS taking a bit of damage. Second place
no.
They roll. They're out. A lot are down already here.
Go.
So weak, Joel. Oh no, the car explodes. To make matters worse, Repek gets out. They're going to find 2. He's just going to prone down. Feed the information over to the swarming members. Oh, KRS though. Couple knocked on the rock here. All of a sudden, things turning around.
That's it.
And they're out. Defense. MCY, I thought they were done, Joel.
I mean, you saw the car flip on and you thought that was doomsday, but with a couple of people getting out of that vehicle at the right timing and with the agility that they showed, this is what happens when you get a 4v4 battle. It just could end like this.
Maybe we need, like, a gray flare gun to, like, call
Gray flare gun, you said?
Yeah.
Giving off a lot of ideas today.
Yeah. To repair your cars.
To repair your cars.
Yeah, so your car's all busted up there, and now you've got no car left. What if you could fix it?
Man, you're going to have to make a very, very good value proposition for that one to make that work.
See?
But I'll still talk to the devs about it.
Okay.
I'll let you know what they say.
I'm just throwing ideas that as they come out to it.
They like ideas.
These are free.
I mean,
I'm giving these to you.
Paper thin ideas for free. What more can you ask for?
That's right. All right. Well, DG98 for TB. Not sure if that's just an homage to the professional PUBG player DG98.
No idea. You can just go up to the desk right now and just look at who's playing.
Well, I know what he looks like, so I'd have to go back there and see if it's him. But all right. So MCY, Shinyena. I got it. Shinyena.
Yeah.
Some of the names are Korean as well. So Kyungju is up there and a lot, but a lot of diversity here. Again, amateur players, right?
Sure.
This is just an amateur tournament. These are guys who are just, you know, on the top of the leaderboards. They put teams together for this, and they're making a run. Again, the prize pool is massive, so why not?
Why not? That's exactly what I was about to say. You know, if you had the option, if you're good enough, why not? It's a lot of spare change.
Exactly. MCY, they're in the blue, but they can wait just a little bit longer. They're going to take their time, but like you said, the blue does hurt these electric vehicles in a kind of interesting way.
Yeah, it does take the battery out much faster when compared to conventional vehicles. Internal combustion engines, as you would like to say, the ICE vehicles.
Nice.
Big fan of cars.
Good words.
Yeah.
Good job. Internal combustion engine is what most cars use, by the way, in case people are.
Yeah, if you didn't know, your car is probably internal combustion engine
Likely.
vehicle. Likely.
Unless it's electric.
Unless you picked up an EV.
Yeah, in which case, props to you. I wish I could have an EV. Actually, no, I don't, but that's a whole I don't like vehicles. I don't want to have my own vehicle. I like public transportation.
You do like public transportation.
I'm a bus and subway kind of guy.
But you took the taxi today.
Well, that was as a result of my own poor planning more than anything.
Kind of unintentional taxi right
well,
there.
I didn't realize the trains were not running very often.
Hey,
anyway, that was my own fault though. And therefore, I had to lose $15.
We love
to a
public
taxi.
transportation here in Korea.
Yes,
It's great.
This country has the best public transportation in the world, for my money.
Very arguably, yes. I would agree with that.
Yeah, I love it here. All right, well, MCY, nobody over here on the southwestern corner of the circle, to be frank. So they're going to be able to come through, taking their time. So you'll see a lot of these teams stop at the edge of these hills. Why?
Yeah.
So they can peek over, see what's going on, heal if they need to. A lot of opportunities there because they know that everything around them is already clear. They need to know what's ahead of them over this next step.
There are lots of hints in You Stay Mobile. You get the sound and the visuals, obviously, but you do get the indicators. If someone's walking right beside you, you'll hear all that. But this play, probably the player of the match, at least for this match too. What do you think of this?
I thought they were done. I thought this was over. But look at this. I mean, the vehicle explodes. They swarm around them. KRS. It felt like for a moment KRS was going to have an opportunity, but MCY is just barely able to come through with it, to be honest. It was a very close fight.
And probably the adrenaline for them hasn't died out from this NCY team who just went through that big kill and see what they can make out of it for this remaining match. They are outside the circle for this next one that just opened up. TON very much in the center of the circle, starting off at the mall, very much didn't have to do much. They're still at 0 kills at the moment, still at the top of the rankings. See what they can do.
Yeah, so far in this game, just MCY and NMG with the big kill numbers. WD did pick up a couple themselves, but again, with those green flare guns, you're able to get lost players back in the game. You still get the kill point for it, though.
Is he playing an FPP? Selectively playing an FPP?
Is he a real gamer? Yes, is the answer.
Hey man, we're playing in TPP today. All of these guys are playing in TPP, and
I mean he's practicing with the trading weights on.
Oh,
You know,
man,
it's like Dragon Ball Z. You got to get ready for that big end game fight.
You know what? All these Dragon Ball references can just go over my head. I'm telling you.
You don't wait. You haven't watched?
I watched it, but you know when you compare FPP to TPP with Dragon Ball, that's when my head starts working.
Oh, okay. I'll try to avoid that, I guess. But you know Piccolo, the green guy.
I know Piccolo.
He wore training weights. That's what made him like.
Did he wear training weights?
Yeah.
See, I didn't get to that.
His
episode.
clothes are heavy. You know, like throws him on the ground and it like makes a big.
The only
dust
episode
cloud.
I remember is Frieza, and someone threw the spirit bomb. It was massive.
That's Goku. Yeah. That's not as exciting.
How's that not exciting? Isn't he like the main character of the whole franchise?
Yeah, but you know,
how's that not exciting?
He wasn't wearing heavy clothes. Like,
he didn't have the training weights
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
He wasn't playing in FPP.
Exactly.
There we go. See, yeah, now I get the reference.
Now
There
we've
you
come
go.
full circle.
There you go. That's all it takes.
See, we're figuring it out here. It is like our players are figuring out, you know, our first real esports match. We're figuring out
with Dragon Ball references. here.
Exactly.
That's all.
It's the important things. That's what we're here for.
Goodness me. But yeah, we're here with TON, very happy with their position. Didn't have to move much after the initial migration from the mall to the central point. They're very much safe inside the circle. MCY very much looking for the action as we see them just roaming around, trying to get some visuals to see where all the other teams are.
Yeah, they're really keen on seeing what's going on. Yeah, a drone just came in here for TON. Not sure exactly what's going to be being requested.
Red flare gun at this stage might be a little bit risky, but we'll see. They don't have any knock members, so it can't be a green flare gun. So we'll see what they decided to pick up at this phase 4 in the play.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just kind of have to try to keep our eyes out. There is a crate coming down as NMG. Looking around it, seeing if anybody's going to be coming up and over this hill. They have a little bit of time before the blue closes in phase 4, making its way through. Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
So we talked about at the beginning of the show that one of the differences here is that normally in extreme mode, there's 2 crates that come out at the very beginning. They don't come out in the very beginning of this. Are there any random crates?
Of
that
course,
come
of
through?
course.
Okay.
Yeah, there are going to be some crates coming through. You see 2 right there that have already spawned. These aren't summoned crates. These are just spawns that came in from the random generators. But we'll see more player-developed crates, as you can see with the red flare gun. That will be the game changers, and they'll go for those a lot more aggressively than the regularly spawned ones.
Yeah, those really seem to be kind of what the early game is about for a lot of these teams, especially if you're alone. Some more side-by-side action here. MCY, they've already won one duel like this. Can they win another one against NMG? Trying to light them up here with those ARs, even swapping the driver out of the steering wheel to try for this fight. Oh, there's the first one on the TikTok, but there's the return here, knock for knock. 2 knocks now onto NMG, just on off. He is super weak. The explosion doesn't quite get him yet. He's able to get behind the rock just enough to survive. Up and over the top. Trying to do something. Veems just barely able to win the duel.
And these were the only 2 teams who had a squad wipe before this transition. And here they are with doubling their kill count up to 8 with MCY showing some proposition of what they can do if they just want to tick on their aggressiveness.
Yeah, the real question for me is how much drone credits are they finding out?
They have enough for a green flare gun, I'm pretty sure. I would imagine, especially after picking up those 4 kills, just pick up the loot from the other team and they'll have more than enough just to pick up a green flare gun to bring that 4th player back in. And for right now, MCY with 8 kills already in this game, they're looking like a strong contender up to this finals matches that we'll go up to.
Do you get any extra credits for getting a kill? Well, let's hold this thought. Ruin driving up behind BB, our game 1 winners, the bad boys, Big 9.
Oh, that's a good position.
Oh, but he's down and out the window. A couple down here for AD as it's their turn with the drive-by. They've got a couple down already as you got Pack watching from the window. I like what they're doing here, using Pack as a focal point and just driving around him. It gives them extra angles to shoot into their opponents.
BB has to escape field bar, no choice whatsoever to not go back into this fight, and these teammates are dead. But going up to the earlier question that you did ask about drone credits, you don't get a prize per se, drone credits after you get kills, but you do pick up the drone credits there that the other players were holding.
Whatever they had left.
Yeah, just like the regular loot that you can get from other players. It's basically the same theory, but mostly players will not have used all the drone credits, especially in these mid games, in case they want a green flare gun. So kind of inferring that fact, they probably have enough drone credits to get that last 4th player, but holding that thought.
Fuel bar's just prone behind the door.
Oh, but he knew.
They blasted out. I think they saw him. I think they might have seen the tip of the gun around the corner there, and Man's able to finish the job. Meanwhile, you do have a pickup operation here for MCY. We found a new vehicle.
Oh, he changed skin.
What? Boo.
Change the driver.
Boo this man.
Get out of here.
Why would you just not leave it?
Why would you put an unskinned Volta over a skinned Volta?
You've already got 8 kills. You might as well roll in style at this point.
You can flex in so many ways. They just don't know.
No.
Here we are. TON.
TON.
Oh, good shooting, though.
Big time fraggers.
Oh,
man.
no.
Still alive. Still trying to find one. He is able to find
just
Pack.
one more. Just one more.
Just launched his teammate down into the bottom here.
1v1. 1v1.
Oh, he got him.
Get the vehicle kill. That's all it takes. But the blue is coming in, and the resurrection is not seemingly a possibility here.
Now the Titans of New State trying to recover. Oh, they get the clip into DG98. Now he's super weak, and it's just going to be an easy finish.
Why was he alone like that? Where's the other team?
Just chilling. Just watching the middle of the circle.
Probably watching Netflix around that phase here.
Why not?
You know what? No, the EVs, one of the niches of that, they do have that large screen in the center. Entertainment at its finest.
Yeah, you don't even need to watch what you're doing. Just watch the screen. Who needs to drive? You can just spin around.
Just for the disclaimer, the EVs in New State Mobile do not drive themselves. Just make sure that no one's confused by that.
Ah, boo.
Come on, don't boo the system.
Oh, sorry. Wait, do you have in-game entertainment in the Volta?
There's music, there's radio,
music.
there's radio.
Okay.
And with 4 tunes to choose from. How about that? How about that?
I like that.
All right.
That's more than one.
Is that fitting for you?
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Okay. You know, if it's fitting for Paper Thin, then we're all right.
We're great.
We're doing all right.
You've done it.
We're doing all right.
If I'm happy, everybody's happy.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
All right, Beckham here. Just
really unfortunate for TON, because if that fight did end up inside the zone, all these resurrection could have put them in a 3-player situation here, but every one of the players that were knocked out outside the zone, making it impossible for Beckham to go in and try to go back for the res, and here we are, a solo squad as a result of it.
I think with 5 kills and a top 3 finish, not super disappointing here for TON. You would have liked to see that
You
fight
would have
be a
liked to
little
see
cleaner.
more, for sure.
But and it's tough now. You know, he does have the availability to call in something with his drone credits. He's got 1,200.
Does he know? Do they know? I think they do know.
They're shooting at it.
Okay, they got 2 teams shooting right by each other, and TB.
Well, they hit him, but they didn't finish him. TB out in the blue. Oh no.
That's basically a white flag.
Just
TON
like
versus
sheep.
3 players. Can you do it?
Yes.
You
I
said
say
yes.
yes.
You say yes? Okay.
I'm calling it now.
You know, if I was in a sports betting industry, I would just call you off on that. But here we are, 1v3.
The Vector, the DP, let's go. Easy.
Frag grenade to get the first knock, but here's the first frag grenade. I wonder if he heard that. There it is. Too
okay.
easy.
I jinxed him. I'm so sorry.
You jinxed the 3v1, you say. There you go. Good job.
Yeah, who would have thought? All right, MCY Pro.
Very good showing.
A huge game here. A lot of kills and the win. Looking really strong with their vehicle play. Able to come through, and they're pumped up.
That adrenaline isn't going away for a while. That 2 squad wipes in a single match makes you feel kind of good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you feel like $1 million.
Oh, yeah.
That is, there is nothing better. 13 kills.
Goodness me.
We just saw it on the
absolute slaughter.
Repek had 6 kills, 717 damage. Goodness gracious.
Youngdrew had 5. This team, we didn't notice them too much in the last match. And they're starting to heat up a little bit in the match 2 and see what we can expect from them in the coming matches here.
Well, this first fight really propelled them. You know, Curse, again, had a lot of knocks, was doing a great job. You can see 2 members of MCY were already knocked before they finished that fight.
And you thought they would have lost that match with the car flipped over, but still, with the cautionary exposed position they put down, they get the second wipe here. Just flawless positioning and flawless shooting all around from all 4 players here. And this team deservedly gets the first place.
Yeah, and then right there, Vimo able to just barely save them. Just barely. And they still are coming around. And you can see, you know, you try to use these vehicles to hide, but sometimes you just run out of space. And TON doing a good job. Look how he knocked his teammate away.
Yep.
Maybe you know, if the blue wasn't right there, I would say that would be a pretty decent maneuver, but it didn't end up. They weren't able to res at the time.
3 players. What if they had 3 players left over in this last match? That could have been so different. But here we are with TON, who could have gotten the chicken dinner if it wasn't for that blue zone play. Are here at second place. Sure, they feel good, but they talk about a lot of what ifs and situation if they could have survived that one.
And they played that game a little safer. Like you said early on, they left their loot spot out of the mall, went dead center, and just kind of camped it out. You know, and that's part of the strategy, right? You're trying to play for those placement points more so than anything, which are still good. But the kill points are so good. I mean, MCY here just racked up a lot of points.
And they were hunting for kills, and that was the difference between them and TON in this instance. We ask a lot of questions about why not. I mean, TON left mall. They got to the center of the circle. Next position opened up. They're still at the center of the circle. Why not? Why do you have to move from there?
Yeah.
And that's the question they're asking to themselves. But MCY, doesn't matter where they were asking themselves, how can we get more kills? How can we drive around the different perimeters where everyone's being pretty much passive at this point? We saw 2 teams getting 4 kills each, and basically other teams who haven't recorded a single kill up to that point. They know everyone else is being passive after this point. Still the nervous wreck that we're seeing from these teams that are trying to still figure it out and trying to see what they can make out of these matches to come on. But MCY, they had a different approach to this. They weren't just going for kills and kills
all over the place
as much as they can.
They were really good. And, you know, you can see that a lot of it's kind of like taking those initial car versus car fights and putting the other team in a bad spot, like where they spin out or they have to, you know, be the first ones to get out. Then you can kind of stagger your approach. You can drop one guy and keep driving, or just keep circling them in some cases.
Yeah.
And look, it's hard to maintain your control. It's hard to keep your guns placed because of the way that you have to position yourself horizontally.
And you saw the riding shots be a huge factor for MCY and a couple of those wipes that we saw. If they didn't have those doors attached, as I was talking about the recent change with the February patch, this is kind of the really big factor and big plays that will come up in these competitive matches. When you have the vehicle, you just have this moving artillery of turrets coming up from all 4 players within a single team, and that just helps you so much to try to get those kills early on in the game.
And you could get those LMGs, get those deep pockets in terms of ammo, and just keep firing away. You're able to really lay down a lot of oppressive fire, keep the other teams in bad spots, keep them pinned behind a rock, so you can continue to just move along, make it hard to track you, make it hard to stop you, frankly, from doing what you're doing.
And this really kind of translates into what MCY was planning from the first game. We didn't get too much of a spot from them. The first game was so focused around TON, and we were thinking that what could we expect from these guys once again in the match 2, and we were thinking about them, looking them from the mall, going to the center circle and that, but we didn't have too much focus and attention on MCY as we should have at the second match. And we're going to see what happens in match 3. I think we're starting that now.
Yeah, match 3 is ready, guys. Here we go. It's 3 of 8. Tons of new states we played today, so buckle up. We're not even halfway through yet, Joel, as we have another one centered around the mall again, but this one a little bit kind of in the middle of where our first 2 games were.
Yeah, this is going to be a TON circle, Titans of New State. Very much basically, there's not going to be any competition at the mall from the first 2 matches that we saw, and we're going to see them go to the mall once again, probably uncontested, and see where we're going to go from here.
All right, plane is up. It's a little bit on the western side of this, so a lot of teams out early. Like you said, TON have been kind of kings of the central spot here.
Look at MCY. Are they going to the mall? Seem far away from it, but they're kind of split up into this 2v2 formation heading into this first drop spot. But
do you think they could be looking for vehicles?
They could.
With how well they did with them in the last game.
But I think with BR Extreme, you're going to look for the early farming as much as they can. We're going to see TB go up against KRS here. Okay, this is new.
Yep, a little bit of a different look. KRS kind of just looking for that loot. DG98 has gotten up there with that Tommy gun as he waits behind the couch. Just gathering, again, information for his team. So crucial in their early game to be able to relate where the positions are. The second circle is going to pop already, of course, and drifting a little bit in this direction, but not telling us too much just yet.
I think DG98 has some water in his ear.
Yeah, I hear that.
I hear that, right? We hear it with him.
It sounds like we're underwater.
It's fine, though.
It might be the map.
It might. There you go. But okay, we're here with KRS versus TB, a matchup that we did not see in the first 2 matches. We do see a lot of fights here.
Like I'm in an aquarium. Let's go down to Coex.
Can't even hear the guns.
Go see the fish.
Right, in this state that we're in, okay.
Smoke had to be used. DG recognizes that he's kind of trapped in an awkward position. Actually gets off the roof with that. Good little maneuver here.
Okay, DG98, we're going to see what happens here. He's probably thinking that it's NMG, who are here for their first 2 matches, come back here once again to go for a rematch, but they don't realize that it is KRS, a team that we haven't seen here in these compounds yet.
You mean Sajong, just taking some precursory shots out the window.
First knock, though.
Yeah, first knock. Did come through. Now, Repack, who was nuts in that last game again, gets the headshot. Oof.
Against
and
TON.
This is a new gun here. We should highlight this.
Oh yeah, L85A3 is the full name, but most people just go for L85. It's sort of between, in my opinion, once again, I'm not an expert, but I think it is between an M4 and a SCAR in terms of the usability of it. I do like to go for an M4 over an L85 if I had a choice.
But it's a 5.56 gun.
It is.
Yep, it is an assault rifle class, and still not bad at all to have if you find it on the ground, no doubt. Here we go with the DP and the Vector there. And just trying to pop a few shots in onto TB and just doing a little peek shooting, nothing coming through. Not a lot of bullets left behind that, though. Not a lot of 7s. They're sometimes tough to come by. So you got to be careful when you're doing that peek shooting. You can find yourself oddly and quickly out of bullets.
Yeah, and the big question I really want to ask for this match 3 is that the mall is basically central to this match 3 beginnings, and TON didn't go to the mall. They went to the outskirts, and sort of asking for the reason why they had to do that and suffer in the result of that by losing one member in the process by going up against MCY.
Well, yeah, look who's chasing them, right? Like MCY. They're going to pre-nade this building. There's actually nobody home for this, but just in case.
Just in case.
It's just covering your bases. Nobody is home, of course, as they're just swarming
Ring the
around.
doorbell. No one's home.
Yeah. This is nobody's buying.
Girl Scout cookies.
But those I'll buy. See, that's different. Those are the one things.
Even though I'm not home, I will buy the Girl Scout cookies.
Yes.
I'll teleport. I'll do anything I can to make myself over there.
Send them here, please. We will absolutely take those. That's the one time when I don't mind when somebody shows up.
You know, we've been in Korea for a while, right?
Yeah.
People here do not understand the significance of Girl Scout cookies.
They absolutely do not.
They don't. They just don't know.
There's nothing that compares here.
Absolutely do not know.
No.
Here we are.
And this is the last game, right? Or is this game?
This seems like the last game.
It's a replay. It is a replay. I recognize that car flip.
the philosophical understanding of what the observers are thinking at this moment intrigues me, to say the least. This is a live match, right?
No.
That's
That was
not.
replay again.
I'm confused now.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm actually confused at why we just saw that.
Everybody's looting, so
Hey,
we
you
don't
know
have
what?
time.
We're casting alongside the Korean commentators. Maybe
True.
they're formulating a storyline
Yeah,
that we're not aware of.
Yeah, they get to say stuff, and then the observers are like, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
we'll
we're just
show
sitting
that
here like,
play from the last match. Why not?
We're talking about Scooby-Doo and Girl Scout cookies.
Hey, they don't respect that enough. They don't respect that enough. That's all I'm saying. Give more respect to the Girl Scout cookies.
That is, well, okay, yeah. Anybody who's tried Girl Scout cookies understands.
You just don't know unless you tried it.
Got it. What's your favorite Girl Scout cookie?
You know, some of the Girl Scout cookies, they call it cookie, but they actually sell brownies alongside with it. And I was actually figuring the brownies to be the favorite of the bunch, even though they're not actually cookies.
Okay, you like the brownies.
I just like brownies in general.
That's fair. I understand.
It's good.
I'm a caramel delight kind of guy for the cookies.
Very specific.
Yep. A little bit of coconut on top, even though I don't normally like coconut too much. Not bad.
I thought it was caramel delight, but with coconut just excluded from the entire name. But that's actually the highlight of the cookie, though.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, some people might think that. I do not. It's the chocolate and the caramel. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
That was a 5-minute coverage of Girl Scout cookies.
Hey,
you know, people deserve better. That's all I'm saying.
No, they don't. They're stuck with me.
All right.
Well, so TB has the edge of the circle. It looks like they're kind of trailing across this road, potentially looking for kills.
That's a good position, though.
Yeah, gonna make a run. Decent. Yeah, this is a really good position to at least harass this movement. Didn't get any damage, but at least kind of alerted TB that something's going on.
And for TB and KRS, both teams have the obstacle of moving into the circle with teams right next to them, as they're now aware. Take the vehicles for sure, but are they going to be able to come in safely? Even though it is the first circle that we have to run away from, we might just see a fight heading into this next phase.
Yeah, KRS trying to see if anybody's really being cautious about this. They know that if they make one bad move, if they don't check an angle or don't check a corner, then there could be from somebody TB just waiting there, instantly ready to pounce on top of them. So you got to be extra careful here. So circle moving over towards Chester. So we're ending a little bit south of where our first circle today ended, right? That was more up by the bridge up on the northern side, at least potentially, I should say. It could still just double hard shift up to the north, and who knows, but likely we're going to be somewhere more towards the Chester.
But it does put out a big challenge towards MCY, our previous Chicken Dinner winners, from coming all the way from the east side of Mesa.
I think they want this.
Do they want to go in there?
Based on what I've seen from them, I think they just want to drive around the edges.
From match 2, yeah.
Yeah, just kill people that way.
You know, if there's their preferred playstyle, this circle is perfect for them.
All right.
TB, though, we thought that we might see a fight between them and KRS, but not happening at this specific moment. All four seemingly inside the circle just safely enough.
I think TB really, really wants these kills on the KRS. I think that's kind of their goal right now. Is
definitely in a better position, though.
Exactly.
Than KRS.
Exactly. Use that better position.
Be careful.
All right, were they trying something?
You know, I like to ask questions, but I don't have enough answers for you on that one. Paper thin.
Okay, just checking. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they just, tried to car surf. I'm not sure. It's not advised in real life.
They will get away from the fight, though, it seems like. They're not going to just opt for it and pick up the fourth members, Vermouth, who's already leading the way, but very much away from KRS. We're still unaware that they're pretty much safe to go inside the circle if they choose to.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. TON looks to be calling in a player back.
Yeah, green flare gun.
Yeah, that's coming through.
But there is outside the blue, though.
Oh, interesting.
Well, I mean, theoretically, this makes sense for the fact that there's not going to be a lot of, intruders just kind of trying to pick up a free kill from this range because no one's really looking outside the blue.
Are you boosted when you come back?
You're not. You're not.
It's not like the beginning of the game.
So you're going to have to get some donation from your allies as you come back in. But hold that thought.
Spray coming out, yeah. TB now left the KRS encampment. Now they have WD stacked up here on the east side of Cornwall. And WD, all 4 members relatively close.
In the meantime, I do not even see KRS. Where are they in the map? We get a large view of the map on the other screen that we have here. I don't see KRS.
They went to Narnia. They disappeared into the closet.
Okay, that's your next idea.
There we go.
Next free paper thin idea.
See, I've got tons of them.
Add Narnia to Troy.
Exactly. It's just like another dimension. You can like teleport.
Jeez, man, that's a lot of coding. That's a lot of coding.
It is a lot.
Yeah. Give them a break.
I'm sorry, but
just saying.
I've got a lot of ideas. They just come out.
Just can't stop them.
It's actually the real truth there, Joel. I just say whatever's on my mind.
We appreciate you for that, maybe.
No. I mean, I thanks, but I mean, I know that's not true.
Hey, well, you know what? We're still here with MCY. As you were saying, they prefer the drive-through and trying to see if they can get some kills along that way. WD picks up a red flare gun, maybe? I don't know what he actually... He still does have the pistol. Oh, he just got the red flare gun. Okay, so that was a red flare gun.
Yes.
Picks up the ghillie. A nice set of gears here.
Oh, Clux. It's got to be cold out if those snowmen aren't melting. I know they're magic. I get it.
That's the reason why KRS was so outside the zone. They just wanted to bring back the 4 players safely.
I suppose.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Maybe it's a little warmer in the blue zone. Like
counterintuitive.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Electricity isn't.
Define the law of physics, you say. Yeah.
Well, it has to be a little bit warmer, but there's more energy. There has to be more energy.
Electricity does equal heat.
Yeah, sure. It generates heat, of course.
You know, I did get a B+ in my high school physics class.
Good job.
Yeah. Did all right.
I have a bachelor's degree in physics.
Oh wow! Okay, so you're the one to talk.
I know a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got a few things. I don't remember. That was like
referring back to my high school.
I mean,
physics.
I don't want to talk about what year I graduated.
Okay.
But it's obvious to anybody that electricity is hot, right?
You know what? A college degree is a college degree.
Thank you.
It doesn't tell you how many years you went. No one has to know. No one has to know.
It could just be me just lying. It could just be fake news. All right, let's see. BB has cut ahead of AD, and
very aggressive entry though.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is fine for BB. If they get through this without losing anybody, they're perfectly happy.
And they're fine now.
Yeah.
So they do get the aggressive entry in without any problems, and the Hype vehicle still lives on, and they're in around Chester, and they just want to make sure that no one's around these compounds so they can just settle in and wait for the next circle to open up.
We do have a lot of late stragglers here, taking their time. The blue...
TON. Look at them. They're still way out there.
They are also in Narnia.
Okay, so I think that was the green flare gun entry that just took too much damage from the blue. I'm telling you.
Ooh, the hard shift to the mall. You could get that ending. You wanted it.
And if you're TON right now, you're really slapping yourself on the forehead. What if? We just landed at the mall as we did for the first 2 matches. We could have been just stuck there for 5 phases straight.
They're at the graveyard. And I feel like, this is where you should get, like,
they'll make it in.
That special coffin top car. Like, it should come from the graveyard.
I'm telling you, I mean, these guys, all they need to do is just be consistent. They'll be fine, and they're changing up their strategies a lot. And I wonder if they'll even make it in, though.
I would think so. I think they must have a plan.
Okay.
I suspect. I don't know. Is that a cash counting machine on his back?
That was, I think, the Flex Teddy create promotion.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is he laundering money with that during the game?
There is an emote where he shoots cash out of the red significant gun. I'm not going to mention the brand, but we've seen that before.
Those cash guns? I've seen those.
Yeah, it just flies out. And
haven't confirmed.
I
don't have one. I'm not, I'm not cool enough.
You know,
for
you
that.
know, haven't confirmed if they were laundered or not, but just saying that he does. He does it, and he can do it unlimited amount of times as long as you have an emote.
Okay. See, that's crazy. That's like an infinite money generator.
That's a lot of money.
You're going to cause a lot of inflation.
You know,
with
it just
that.
could be Monopoly money.
You're the reason we have inflation across the world right now, Joel.
I'm not the reason. It's Flex Teddy. I am not Flex Teddy.
Oh, okay.
He's the one that does it.
All right, well,
he's
to blame. It's
Sure.
not the government. It's Flex Teddy.
You know, but whenever the shots come at him, he's just gonna call himself a teddy bear, just get away with a "I'm not even alive," and why are you putting some aggregations at me? I'm just a teddy bear.
Yeah. Well, all right. I think
leave him alone. Like, he's a teddy bear.
I don't.
He's a teddy bear.
He's the one causing inflation.
He's a teddy bear.
Not
though.
me.
How are you gonna blame a teddy bear for inflation?
I'll blame whoever is doing it.
Okay, whatever.
I don't care. Anybody who's the problem.
I can see that you're not a big fan of inflation.
No.
Oh, okay, you don't
Too
like
much.
It. It's a lot.
It's actually, I don't know. I vaguely read the news and I don't really process it. I just kind of like skim through the headlines. Like I'm the worst like internet troll in the world. I'm like, I just read the headline and the comment on it and I don't really know what's going on in the world.
Yeah, this is what's happening, but I actually don't know what I'm talking about. I just read the headlines.
Meanwhile, I watch like esports 24/7. So like I know what's going on here.
In the real world,
yeah,
right?
this is the real world. Yeah, definitely. All right, well, look at this. MCY again. Trying it on TON. This is a tougher opponent here, Joel.
Okay, back again for match 2, and this is going to be much more difficult for TON to survive this one. Barely just getting into the circle.
Yeah, one knock early for MCY. Really powerful. So the 2 cars for TON not proving as powerful as one. This mobile turret that MCY is able to use is going very well.
What a good position.
TON in dire straits. One left potentially here.
MCY has been playing like this since match 2, and TON has been suffering from it. They are the first team to be eliminated. The first team. Wow, I mean, this team was the team that looked like the favorites going into this match 1 and thought we would see them at the top of the table, but MCY just halted them to a stop.
Yeah, WD has a fight with KRS. Seems to be going pretty well with this rooftop position. KRS did lose one member, has died at least. You know, again, the green flare guns mean that when somebody's dead, they're not necessarily dead, but it's neither here nor there. Hold'em looking around the corner. He's going to chuck one around there. I think we already got up the stairs.
But for KRS, the problem is how do they get up to the roof where WD is at the moment and try to get that last kill? It's going to be very difficult to do that.
Long-range shots here at BB as they are trying to drive away. It looks like should be A-OK for now. So that rooftop position, so powerful, so annoying when somebody's able to get up there.
It takes a lot of time to get up there, but once you're up there, you feel virtually invincible.
Yeah, that's true. You really do. All right, well, MCY's turn. BB is rolled up right next to them. Shinyena trying to do something around the corner here with his Vector. Sacrifices his teammate for it. It's only one left. Oh, TORNiX down here.
One more.
Bing. He's got it.
Oh, he got it.
Woo, just barely.
MCY with the aggression they've showed in match 3. Doesn't translate into chicken dinner this time around.
Still a lot of points in the bag.
That was close, though. I mean, BB was 1 player out from losing this match.
I think they took down, but, I mean, yeah, BB, great job. Like, we should really highlight how well they're playing on that. But for MCY, you've already taken TON out. You got all 4 kills there.
Plus, 7 kills.
Yeah, 7 kills. Not a bad match.
You're going to be pretty happy with that. But in MCY's minds, though, they're really... You know, Lewis Hamilton from F1, I wonder if you know him, Formula 1, race driver.
I know what Formula 1 is.
He talks a lot about the adrenaline junkie that he is.
Ah, I get that.
This is basically MCY. All 4 players are Lewis Hamilton at this point.
I understand that.
They like adrenaline.
I do too. I love roller coasters for that reason. I love, like, anything that'll get my adrenaline going. I'm there with you. That's why I love video games. To get my adrenaline going. Okay, so we talked about this rooftop position. Now, a little bit less safe as the rest of WD has fallen. So for Jam, trying to come up and over the top. No, sir. Clux with that silenced AK.
You are not invincible on the roof, is what being said. And WD, are they just eliminated now? Yeah, I think they are. We have 4 players, maybe.
WD currently in 8th place.
Yeah.
So it's been a bit of a struggle for them so far here. Again, top 2 teams make it out of the group on the day, but still a lot of games to play.
Yeah, we do have 3rd and 4th place who will play in the losers bracket in the wild card matches to try to make it up to the final date. But As you say, preferably you would like to be on the top 2 by the end of today to make sure you're basically confirmed to go to the finals.
Yeah, save yourself a little stress.
There you go.
Ruin, Car98, and a DP trying to spray through BB.
I like this. I really like this position.
Yeah, AD should have that
there
knock.
It is.
Indeed, Field Bar has been knocked.
Makes a lot of sense, and that was going to be basically an open tail. AD knew exactly what they were getting themselves into, and BB try to hold on.
Big 9 still in the back for BB, so there's still potential for them to maybe eke out some points in the long run right at the front door. Saying hello. Woo, goodbye. Goodbye.
What a spray.
No more
That was
life.
a single player effort like that.
KRS just gone. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he just held the line. What a great position he had.
Vario, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on him. That was some incredible spray with the M4.
I mean,
I think it was a barrel, actually.
The barrel? You were talking about earlier how a lot of players really like the barrel.
The high-ranked players really tend to prefer the barrel, as, you know, with the condition that they can control it really well, it just boasts a lot of damage.
It's a crazy good gun.
It's a good gun in any PUBG game you play, seemingly.
Yeah, definitely. It hits hard. It's got, you know, some room for attachments, and it's a lot of fun to use.
The potential of that gun is really up to your skill level, it seems.
True, exactly. Yeah. I think that's really well said. I think it really is just, you know, the higher the skill you get, the more important that becomes with the gun in your hand. So that's why you can use, you know, higher damage, harder to control guns, because you're just that good.
But for TB, though, they're up in the roof of the mall, but the roof of the mall has been negated in this next circle, so it's going to be the most difficult escape room that you've probably ever experienced if you're TB at this point, trying to get out of here. Very, very difficult.
I've never found many of them to be super difficult.
This one's
That's
difficult.
what I'm annoyed with by escape rooms. They're too easy.
Get in this one.
Okay.
Get in this one. I'm telling you, you won't
be
complaining no more.
Where's their desk? I'm gonna move over there. And take
we were talking about our strats too.
Yeah, you were gonna take it to get the money. I'm doing it to show off.
All right. For different purposes in life.
Completely. That pumpkin doesn't look like it could hold much in its.
But with that said, NMG is in a wonderful, wonderful position.
Yes.
AD is just on the scouting route, and TB, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to win this match unless they get some really good snipes from that position.
It looks good here for AD, and I like this maneuvering. Trying to get a good position around the corner, cover the exit routes. They can even maybe get up on that roof themselves.
Circle, though.
But look who's up here. DG98. Already up on this roof watching.
DG98 is inside the circle. He doesn't see it.
Yeah, I think he gets knocked outside of the circle there. Gonna underhand a grenade, seeing if he can get that finish. It bounces just a bit too far, does some damage, sprays up and over, hits the head.
That's just one shot away, one shot away.
This next one,
underhand.
if it's on the money, could be good. It's a stun, actually.
Okay.
I think he's trying to cover his reposition. Not gonna happen. The cover fire is available for AD. Look at this hill. They're able to find an angle.
Pubg's way out in the open, though. This is a dangerous, dangerous position you don't want to be playing with here. I mean, TB, you should really be taking advantage of this position when your opponents are right out into the open. Right there. Just take him out from that position. Obviously, definitely difficult to have that done, but AD, just a circle. There it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you can heal through that one. This circle really interesting, Joel. It has a little bit of this building.
Yeah, the mall guys are safe.
Yeah, a little bit. All right, over the top, the grenade.
The grenade!
Oh, right in
Where'd
the back.
that come from?
Came from NMG. They're trying to make their push, but the return grenade is.
Okay.
Is that their own grenade? I'm not sure. Oh no, you can't.
No, TikTok has to. He has to abandon him.
You can't. Not gonna happen here. Look at the crossfire
now.
now.
He did not see it.
Shut down.
It's an all-out battle between the three teams. No one is really understanding where each of these positions are. AD Rash.
It's fair move.
Okay.
From the roof. Rash trying to spray it down, trying to cover his entrance, see if he can get underneath. I think he did.
Get the res though. That's going to be huge.
All right. Grenade.
Grenade.
Oh, this, if it's right on the money. Oh, just
so close.
Just a bit too high, Joel. It was close.
The timing of that, if that was 1 millisecond earlier, that could have gotten kills on both. The circle is shrinking in. This is going to be the final circle. They have to get out. TB are at a significant disadvantage. With a grenade! What? The frag grenade to finish it off! What a play!
No way!
Oh my goodness!
From the blue!
Are you kidding me?
Cannot be serious. Unbelievable. unbelievable.
Holy mackerel, that one paper
They were done. I thought AD had that.
No, TB was not supposed to win that one.
No.
They were up against 3 enemies who were completely just dominating the zone.
I'd be like celebrating and just throwing stuff, and I don't know. I'd be kicked out of the event.
If you are AD at this moment, you are really screaming to yourself, how the heck did we lose that one?
That grenade. Absolutely unbelievable.
Unbelievable. That was 3 kills right there, just like that. And that equals 7 kills with a first place finish for TB.
Vermouth with 6 kills.
Woo, I'm suspecting that's the one that threw the grenade at the end.
I believe so.
Goodness me, that was... You know, of all the PUBG games, not just New State, but of all the PUBG games, I think that was probably one of the most significant frag grenades I've ever seen.
I've never seen somebody win from the blue like that.
Yeah.
I've never seen
You casted a lot of games.
I have casted an insane amount of games of Battle Royales.
And here we are.
That is the first time I've seen anything quite like that.
That is crazy. You know, we're not looking at chat right now with how you guys are reacting to some of these.
You better be losing your marbles in chat. That's all I gotta say.
Probably have lost 2.
I want to see a lot of poggers in chat.
Man, that was crazy.
That was one of the best endings to anything I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Actually legit.
That was insane.
Oh my goodness.
And you're calling this an amateur tournament? Are you serious?
Not anymore.
Jeez
we have upgraded. We started as an amateur tournament. Now we move. Now we move towards the pro one.
Yeah,
this was a pro move. Vermouth just absolutely nuts.
You know, I think this is a great timing. Oh, I'm still
perfect.
I still can't get over that.
That was the best thing I've seen.
How perfectly timed it was, and situationally when your opponents were least aware to make that play happen. Amazing. And I think we're gonna go to a break now.
Yeah.
Perfect time to go to a break.
We'll talk back when we get back, guys. We're gonna be right back with the New State Mobile Open Challenge here. We're gonna take a short break.
하루에서 20분 치킨각? 속도감 넘치는 극한의 트로이를 경험하라. 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드를 소개합니다. 트로이 맵 4곱하기4 크기의 영역에서 64명이 플레이하는 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드는 매경기 랜덤으로 4곱하기4 크기의 경기 구역이 결정됩니다. 경기 제한 구역을 30초 동안 벗어나면 기저로 사망 처리되니까 조심하세요. 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드에서는 기존 오리지널 배틀로얄 모드보다 비행기 고도가 낮아 더 빠르게 필드에 도착하고 최초 낙하 시 부스트 게이지 100% 상태에 권총, 연막탄, 300 드론 크레딧을 가지고 투입됩니다. 초반부터 긴장해야겠죠? 보급상자 눈치 게임 시작! 경기구역이 결정되면 바로 랜덤으로 배치되는 2개의 보급상자 위치도 공개됩니다. 여기에 오리지널 배틀로얄 모드보다 더 많은 물자와 탈 것이 등장해 빠른 파밍이 가능하고 사망 재투입 대기기간, 드론 배송 시간 등이 단축됩니다. 신규 모드 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드는 정식 배틀로얄 모드로 티어 점수를 획득할 수 있고 업적도 달성할 수 있는 모드입니다. 유배만의 맵 트로이를 더 짧은 시간에 화끈하게 즐길 수 있는 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드 플레이하고 소감은 댓글로 달아주세요.
Welcome back, everybody, to the New State Mobile Open Challenge, our first esport event ever in New State Mobile history. Paperthin and Joel here, and we just had an absolutely no joke, one of the best endings I've ever seen in esports. That grenade there from TB to take out AD. They're in the blue. They're on top of the building. AD down on the ground in the circle. But the grenade was good. It was a last-ditch effort, and it worked, Joel.
And we didn't see too much of them in the first 2 matches, but in match 3, with that incredible play at the end, elevates them up all the way to 3rd place, not too far behind the 2nd place of TON, which has fallen from their original 1st place finish after match 2. MCY Pro, these guys are looking good. We did see them kind of fall in the mid-game due to a little bit extra aggressiveness that did not pay out for them, but all in all, they had some good showings, and they look very positive going to these next matches, looking like they are the best team of this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, this is really intense, to be honest. I mean, anybody's game right now. I mean, we still have a lot of games to play. We've only played 3. We have 5 more to go.
Yeah.
So a lot of points still to be found, to be made. But right now, you know, within 5 points, that's a win and a kill. That's all you need to, you know, usurp that other team to get ahead of them. So anything is possible. We wait to see as we go through with a few more games. Oh, I lied. We're not waiting. We're going. I think the game's ready. We're ready, Joel. Here we go. Game number 4 on the day. 5 more to go if you include this one, Joel. And we are kind of at least starting a little bit similar to that last game.
The circle's being a little bit passive, in my opinion. We're seeing pretty much identical circles for the first 4 matches, if I have to say. Including Exhibit Hall and the Mall. TON opted to go away from the Mall for the very first time in match 3, and that actually cost them in the long run, not getting many kills and not really getting a lot of survival points either.
They got stuck in a weird spot.
I don't know why they did it.
It was really odd.
But it seems like they're going back here. TON, we do see the dark green icons that we're accustomed to seeing, and they will drop at the top of the Mall this time around. Will they have some competitors, though?
It looks like there's another team with them. I think NMG maybe.
Yeah. And NMG has been doing really well as well. 15 points so far after first 3 matches. And WD, these guys are what we're here to see. That frag grenade play will go down. It was one of the more significant plays we've ever seen.
Oh, well, TB, yeah, right. That was... I mean, Vermouth... what do you even... That's just like a prayer. You have no other choice, because if you come down off that roof, you're dead. You're just actually dead. And they know it, so the only hope is throw a frag and pray that it lands in a good spot, and it did, and it took out the rest of AD. I think there were 2 players standing, maybe 1 knocked when it happened. Absolutely unbelievable.
3 kills right away at the end, but we are going onto the Mall with TON returning to their former home at the Mall, but they are going to go up to the secondary building with NMG holding the primary.
I think they're looking to, you know, maybe see if they can catch NMG looting. Maybe catch them with their back turned, coming up these stairs. And this is a really nice little maneuver here by Bonu as he looks to see what's going on. But there was a smoke thrown down, stun grenade on the ground next to him if he so chooses. But he's just kind of peeking up over the edge, just seeing what's going on. It's TPP, so you could peek a little bit more, get a little bit more information. But Meat's up here watching. Somebody must have realized he was trying to get up there.
Well, thankfully for both of these teams, the circle is very, very catered towards them, so they don't have to worry too much about moving about. But in the end, with the Mall covered and the primary going over to NMG, they will end up with better loot overall. We'll see what that translates into going on to the next game. But WD, our previous Chicken Dinner winners, seeing BB enter their fray, what will this end up in?
There's a crate in the middle of this compound. BB, oh, Shabi's right there. They're not ready for him, but somehow Fieldbar able to best him in that duel, just barely. 24 health left, so not much. And they're going to be able to get back around the corner for now. Here comes the rest of WD. 1-1-1, but the other 2-2-2-2.
Jam is a little bit behind. That's not the position where you want to be, where your teammates are suffering.
Yeah, well, there goes 1. 2, 2, 2, 2. We need to talk about your username there, 2222. We need a better one.
You know what? In these amateur competitions, Paperthin.
Yeah, but
we start mentioning names when they become significant.
Yeah,
right?
I suppose. But he's I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Am I missing a joke here?
I have not caught.
Okay. If you don't know, then yeah, I'll take your word for it.
But you know, you were talking about age just briefly at a significant sector, but you know. Little do you know, my age is at this timing where certain groups of jokes just kind of flow over my head.
Oh, well, brother.
Yeah, I mean, we know.
Yes.
We know.
I am older than you.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. You understand this feeling of jokes just flying by your head like a parachute.
Oh, yeah. That's why I shave my head. That's so the jokes can go over me easier.
Make it easier for the other guys.
Then I never know.
Oh, God. Makes it less painful, right?
Exactly, yeah. They're going to go over my head anyway. I might as well just expedite the process.
I'm starting to feel that these days. That's what I'm saying. The ones and the twos, they might mean something. I just don't know.
I have no idea. It's hard to say their name. I'm not sure what I want to call them. Like, I was looking at the player sheet, and I'm like, do I just call them 1 or 1-1 or 1-1-1?
We'll call them when we get there, but it seems like TON does finally invade the primary building.
Yeah,
Trying to call on a battle against NMG, but it's going to be very tough with NMG kind of scouting their positions at the top.
The pavilion in the center there. Everybody just kind of rotating around it and just trying to find a, an angle and a pick, basically, is what you're looking for there.
Yeah. TB, though, this team we like very, very much.
Yeah.
After match 3.
I'm a fan now. And we should point out that L is the woman player on the team. Yeah,
only female player in this competition, it seems like.
Yep. And her and DG98 are up here. He gets some damage to soften him up, and it's Vermouth's grenade.
And I think DG98's shots silenced the grenade enough that they didn't know.
And that might be. They might have never heard it. It's hard. Yeah, it's really hard to hear with all that noise.
I'm going to clip that, save it onto my local drive.
You got to send it to me.
I'll save it to my local drive and send it back to you. We got to go step by step here, Paper Thin.
Clip that and ship it.
I'm going to clip it
everywhere.
I'm going to clip it so hard.
Everybody should watch that.
Man.
Like, send it to your grandma, to your cat, to your dog, your hamster.
I already stopped at grandma. Like, I couldn't go further than grandma.
You never know. Your dog might like it, or your cat, whichever you prefer, or whatever.
Any extended family that you may not know about.
Yeah. Okay. The ones you don't like.
Okay.
Weird Uncle Steve.
We're getting personal here. Okay. All right.
Not a lot going on because the mall was briefly a standoff, but TON backed out.
They realized they're not going to be able to kill off 4 players on the top of the roof of the mall.
NMG did a good job not exposing themselves to any of the weird positions that TON tried to take. So, solid positioning.
When you have a trespassing situation, Paper Thin,
okay,
you just need a few barks of the dog.
I see.
For them to just leave. And that's what happened here. TON tried to trespass.
Beware of the dog.
That's the bark right there.
That's right.
You just need a few barks, and they're gone.
I like that. I like that analogy.
Yeah.
I don't have a dog, but I don't have anything to trespass
not a relatable analogy.
I live in an apartment.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm not even sure my apartment's big enough to trespass in.
All right.
I don't know if there's enough space.
We're getting really personal on multiple
I got to talk about something. Look, I already talked about inflation.
Hey, man. We did get to Dragon Ball once, right?
You got to. That's obligatory for any esports cast.
Oh, but here's something to talk about.
That's some good shooting with the Mini 14.
You know, they did the barking, but they just really didn't like the trespassers in the first place.
Well, you bark first, you give them a warning, and then you bite.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go. Got the knock here, on-off.
He ain't coming back. That guy's not coming back. Or is he?
I think just barely.
Just barely gets away.
Oh. What is this? Like one of those tiny homes that he's behind?
It's in PUBG you have the tiny homes, right?
Yeah.
These guys have electrical doors.
Oh.
That doors open up and down.
Okay.
So I don't know what to call them.
Okay.
It does seem something like from Dragon Ball.
Yeah, a little like the capsules.
It does seem like something that you would have seen.
Ooh, there's a knock.
Okay.
TON under pressure from a couple different angles. There's that door you were just talking about. They try to open up to get in.
And it doesn't close. That's the problem. It does not close. That's the problem.
It's not like those Star Trek doors that just open and close.
It opens when you want to open it, but it does not close when you want to close it.
TON, heartbreaking. They're in second place.
And okay, we're going to look at this action first and see what happens from here.
Molly to protect the stairs.
Oh, no.
Molly on yourself.
Molly yourself.
It's cold outside. You got to stay warm. It's fine. It's a point, potentially.
Okay. They're doing well, though, AD. Really defending this compound really well.
Yeah, KRS, 2 down, trying to get inside, but upstairs, AD going for the res here. Oh, there's another knock, though, and that's a quick flush for Hodel. So it's a point in the bag, at the very least, for KRS.
We're down to... Yeah, 2 down for AD. Oh, actually, we have all 3 for AD. Just looking for that last few kills on 2.
Netify, gotta be ready. They're coming. Okay, just in time. Oh, he throws another molly. Well, now we wait long. That's all that molly means, is we wait. Nobody's running through that. Not with how low their health is. Can they revive Midas here? is my real
so
question.
Close. They should be able to, as long as Netify doesn't get curious. But look who joins here, MCY.
They just drive
the
on in.
The real hyenas of this matchup.
Oh, this is predatory.
Picking up some scraps. That's all they need to do.
Look at this. They even drop him off. Kyungju is just like, let me go. I got this. Don't worry.
I smell blood. Is what Kyungju said.
You're right. Hyenas, vultures. Name a carrion eater.
Oh, it goes out the door. No.
It exploded pretty quick, though.
He wanted to bounce inside,
that's
just
bad.
like that. That's what
bad.
you want. And that is an easy kill. There you go.
Yeah, he tries to go for the heal, but Kyungju, too aggressive on the money with the follow-up.
Min Sajang?
Yeah, Min Sajang. Well, okay, he misses just on the ground. And things have kind of gotten a little awkward now because there's 3 teams here, and MCY is kind of diverted from their normal strategy, Joel. They were just driving around, and now they've really pushed in and try to finish the job, and they're going to. Misajang gone.
That's an elimination right there. But the thing about MCY is that, you know, they were the ultra-aggressive team for the first few matches, but as the teams start to get more comfortable and Netify does defend well.
Yeah, damage up the stairs. Doesn't seem like Izzy throws.
No,
they lost track of him. They just run in. They didn't see him.
He still doesn't get the kill.
Oh, man. Netify had a real opportunity.
Yeah.
Eames. Yep. That's the second. One more to go here for AD.
Yeah, well, Beams has shown good performance in the last few matches. Can he get another one here to finish up the squad?
Damage up the stairs. Doesn't seem like Izzy throws. They lost track of him. They just run in. They didn't see him.
He still doesn't get the kill.
Oh, man. Netify had a real opportunity.
Yeah.
Eames. Yep. That's the